Like I said, we're in the title. This is a kind of a speed run. So what does this actually entail? We're gonna rate really every card, every single card in the set from 1 to 5. This time we're going to assign 2 scores to every card. One's going to be a limited score, and one's going to be a constructed score. The constructed score heavily takes into mind standard more than anything else. There's a few things, numbers that I ran before I got on stream that I think are pertinent to this, especially when it comes to the limited scores that I'm going to assign to a card. One is how many different flashback cards there are in standard. This says 40, but there's actually 38 cards that have flashback, which is, by the way, more than 10% of the set. A good bit more than 10% of the set. That's a good number of cards. But 2 of these cards here actually mention flashback, but do not have flashback. They're both blue cards, by the way, if you wanted some trivia. There are 16 cards with Disturb. That's it. There's only 16 cards with Disturb. Keep that in mind. I think most of them are lower rarity, though, so that's important. And then finally, there are 19 werewolf cards in this set. And most of these are also lower rarity. I think that's 13 of these cards are lower rarity. So keep that in mind, especially when talking about limited for this set. I think these are all 3 very important numbers. It matters how many vampires are in the set, too. Like, there are some other numbers, right? But these are, I think, the ones that are kind of most pertinent when it comes to evaluating limited. But let's get started. Rating every single card in this. I still can't believe I'm doing this to myself. Rating every card in the set. Started with Adeline, Resplendent, Cathar. Okay, now in limited, this is obviously a really sweet card. There were people claiming that the translation on this was off and it had to attack to get you the 1/1. Turns out it doesn't, so it's great. It's just good in both limited and constructed. Now, again, I'm kind of looking at these in a vacuum. But it should be noted that in constructed, there's a lot of really good white 1-drop, or white 3-drops rather. So I'm not sure how many copies of this makes the cut, if any, but in a really low to the ground deck that plays a lot of white 1-drops, I could see this being a kind of an interesting, like, almost payoff in the 3-drop slot. So I really like this, both in limited and constructed. In limited, it's kind of a bomb in a lot of ways. It's really good for, things like, Coven. That's the name of the ability. It's decent for Coven. It's a board in a box. In some ways. It feels like, again, a kind of a white rabble master. So in limited, I want to give this like a 4. I think you play it every time. But in constructed, I will give this like a 3.25, right? It's not the kind of card that you play in every deck, and even some white decks that look like they want it might not want it in the face of some better options in that slot. However, like green-white tokens and some other things might really enjoy a card like this. And if a deck kind of looks for like slow roll value or something like that, again, I think that this is a really sweet card. So big fan of it. I think in standards past it would have been a much better player, honestly, but right now with all the white 3-drops that we have, I'm not sure that this sees too much play at the moment, but I think it might have its day, especially after the next rotation a year from now. But yeah, I'll go with that. 4 in limited. It's I think it's that good, even though it's kind of difficult to cast in some ways. I think it's still worth kind of going all in on. So I think those are right. Ambitious Farmhand. This I actually really like. It's a body for 2 mana to get you a plains, so it kind of feels like it replaces Birth of Melodus in standard, but it gives you the body right away. The body doesn't block quite as well, but a trade-off here is that the body can actually kill stuff. Your 0/4 wall couldn't kill stuff on blocks, whereas this can actually keep like a Prosperous Innkeeper or something from attacking, so I guess that's pretty good. Just a body for 2 mana to get you a plains is kind of dope in and of itself. And then it transforms after you have Coven, you can pay 3 mana. Have it transform into a 3/3 lifelink, which is kind of good. Against aggro decks in limited and in constructed for that matter, a 3/3 lifelink does a pretty good job of like stonewalling, smaller creatures and whatnot. And in some cases, it can attack pretty well, too. So I like that maybe you lose a few life. You don't want to block with this, so you lose a few life in the early turns. And then when you're able to transform it, you have 3/3 lifelink that goes attacking and starts gaining some of that life back. So in limited, I will give this, I think, like a 3.5. I think this is a pretty playable card in limited, but I'm going to give it like a 3. I'm going to go ahead and give it the same score, actually. I think I'm going to give it a 3.25 in constructed. It looks a little powered down, and I really don't think that this side of the card is that important. I just think you got to look at this side of the card as value. right? Like, it's some value that you'll get from time to time. The real draw to this card in Constructed is a 2-mana body that gets you a Plains. That's good. Like, that's good enough to play in some Constructed decks in white. So, big fan of this card, and I think that it's better than people give it credit for. Beloved Beggar this is okay. The thing is, it flips into an air elemental after it dies, but it has to die, and your opponent is incentivized to keep it around, but your opponent's also incentivized to attack with big guys, right? A problem that I have with Beloved Beggar that I sort of foresee in Limited is that when your opponent attacks with a creature big enough that you can block and this dies, well, yeah, you can pay 6 mana and disturb it, but then you have either just as big or maybe even slightly smaller a creature as your opponent does, right? So you might not be able to race. You might be able to play this and then trade with the thing that killed Beggar in the first place, right? So there's interesting lines with this that I don't think people are considering as much, but I will say that I do like the card one way or the other. A 2-mana 0/4 isn't the best deal in the world, but it blocks for a while, brick walls opponents. And then an Air Elemental, 6-mana Flying Vigilance, 4/4. It's even better than Air Elemental. It's got Vigilance, which is really good on your Flying 4/4, actually. Don't discount that. Is great. So, like, Air Elementals win Limited games. And there's other ways to get this in your yard, by the way, if you want to disturb it, I guess. I need to point that out. It's a 0/4, so if you can't block with it and kill it, there's ways to discard it to multiple effects in this format. There's ways to sacrifice it if you want it in your yard. So there's kind of a lot of play with Beggar that I'm really interested in, and you can sacrifice it to a sac effect in the early game to get some value. And then later in the game, when you got your 6 mana, you play your finisher. It can be a finisher. Because, again, Air Elementals win Limited games. So in Limited, I think I'm going to give this like a 3.5. I think that's probably too high. I'm going to give this a 3 in Limited, which again is still pretty playable. And then in Constructed, I'll give this like a 1. It's not good in Constructed, like, at all, I don't think. But in Limited, this is a fine card. Bereaved Survivor. Also, if you see like a beggar that looks like Santa Claus, you probably give him a couple of bucks. It might work out for you. But anyway, Bereaved Survivor. I think in Limited 2, this is pretty good. I don't think it's so much of a trap, but I don't love 3-mana 3/2s. And in this case, you have to work for your 3-mana 3/2. But it can bring back, a creature from your graveyard, which isn't terrible. Problem is, the creature that you bring back is tapped and attacking. It's mana value 2 or less. It's very likely that you lost that creature on blocks or something, so it's just not as good. You bring it back tapped and attacking, it just dies to a big blocker or something. So I don't know about this. I think that it's probably a signpost uncommon in some ways for these black-white sacrifice decks that are definitely trying to be a thing in Limited. So I think that it's a card that you'll probably be looking to draft if you're drafting Orzhov Sack, which makes me want to give it like at least a 2.5 in Limited. I think that it's probably worth about a 2.5 in Limited. Constructed, I don't think the card is really playable at all, even though, again, the card looks kind of like a trap in some ways. It looks like it could be decent. It's value. If there's good enough 2-drops in your deck, then it's sweet. But like the best 2-drop in white that I can think of off the top of my head is Luminarch Aspirant. And this isn't great with Luminarch Aspirant. The Aspirant comes back and you miss the attack trigger. You're attacking with a 1/1 that's going to die. So I don't know. Maybe there's an interaction, especially in Limited, where you bring back the white adversary and you've got mana to pump into it and give all your dudes +1/+1 a couple of times. And like that seems really good. But beyond that specific interaction, I don't love this card in either Limited or Standard. But in Limited, again, I think that it's probably a somewhat important card for a very specific deck. So I'll give it like a 2.25, 2.5 in that area. And then in Constructed, 1.5, 1.75 in that territory. Let's see, Blessed, we've been able to scroll for the first time. I got to pick up the pace. Blessed Defiance is a combat trick, but it doesn't help your creature survive. I guess it does pay you off for your creature not surviving by giving you a flying guy, which is pretty cool. And sometimes, you'll just use this on blocks, which is probably where it's best. Your opponent's attacking in. You get some lifelink, you trade, and you get a 1/1. But all that said, I'm not sure that this is super worth putting in your Limited deck. It could be in an aggressive deck, especially considering it's a combat trick. But again, this looks more like a defensive trick that you're supposed to do on blocks. And an aggressive deck will sometimes have time for that, right? Like maybe if your opponent starts building a better board state than you have to stop being aggressive for a second. This is the thing that allows you to turn the game around, but I wouldn't count on it. I wouldn't count on this being the blowout play 90% of the time that you want it to be. So I'll just give this like a 1 in limited and a 0.5 in constructed, something like that. But maybe the card's a little bit better than I think. I'm just not sure that it's worth the slot in your deck. I'm just not sure. Borrowed Time is an Oblivion Ring, so it's very good. At least in limited, it's like a 3.5 in limited. You'll play it most of the time that you get it. And then constructed, I think we give these like a 2.5. You know, like they're playable sometimes, especially when white doesn't have other options. So I'll take it. Brutal Cathar, good card here, ladies and gentlemen. The first half is like an Oblivion Ring on a stick. You know, Fiend Hunter, Banisher Priest, Fairgrounds Warden, Skyclave Apparition. How many of these have we had at this point? 1 million. So it's good. It's just a good solid card. And then on the back half, like, it's also just fine. It's also a fine card, and maybe you nab more than one creature over the course of a game or something. So really sweet. In limited, I think that this is just, I mean, it's not a bomb because it doesn't win you the game outright or anything. Like it's not that high impact, but it is relatively high impact. In limited, I'd play every copy of this card I got. It's rare, so you're not going to get 1 million, but definitely play it when you get a copy. I'll give this like a 4.5 in limited. Yeah, it's that good. I'll give this like a 4.5 in limited, which is usually reserved for bombs. 4.5 and 5, but I think this is just the kind of card that like it could almost put you in white when you get it. So, you know, I like this thing a lot, and I think that 4.25 in limited, 3 in constructed, which again is a good score, mind you. So like 3.25. Let's give it a 3.25 in constructed. A playable card, but we might have better options in standard at the moment. Let me just put it that way. Candlegrove Witch is decent. I mean, you know, if you're looking for a 22nd or 23rd card to finish out your deck in limited, I think this is a fine 2-drop, especially if you can hit Coven somewhat reliably. A 2-mana 2/2 that flies is a really decent package. So, again, role player in limited, I will give this like a 2.5, which again is playable. That's quite playable. But in constructed, you know, 1.5. I mean, again, a 2-mana 2/2 flyer is not terrible in constructed either, but it's not really where you want to be. So I don't think it's going to see any play there. It gets a relatively low score. Candle Trap. This is basically 1-mana removal, and you know, you can pay more to completely remove the creature later, like actually perform the ritual and remove the creature later. So this is just a wonderful limited playable card. I will give this a 3.25. I don't think it's quite as good as just Oblivion Ring, but it might be, in some ways it might be better, right? You know, once you are able to pay for an Oblivion Ring, then you don't have to worry about your opponent busting your Oblivion Ring, getting their creature back. So, you know, maybe once you get Coven, this is actually better than Oblivion Ring, but, you know, you got to jump through some hoops to get your ring, so it's a little bit worse on its face, at least, ostensibly, than an Oblivion Ring. But it's still very playable, and I think you probably play, you know, 2 copies of this in your limited deck. So I will probably give this, you know, 3 or 3.25, something like just under the Oblivion Ring card. And in constructed, though, 1.5. You know, I just think you've got better options, honestly. Cathar Commando is one of the best cards in white in the entire set. Just period. This is so good. It's a white Black Lance Paragon that is also, you know, what? I was gonna say Reclamation Sage, but that's not quite right. I guess it's a Thrashing Brontodon. Yeah, it's a Thrashing Brontodon in white that costs 1 less mana. It has the same power as a Brontodon. It doesn't block quite as well as Brontodon, but it does. The flash is so important. This just has like 1 million different roles. This can do so freaking much. In limited, I actually like it less than constructed, but it's still a 2-drop that trades with 3-drops like a lot, and flashes in to do so. So I think it's still like a really strong limited card. So I think you play this card most of the time that you get it in your pool. So I'll give it like a 3.25 in limited, and I think it gets a 3.75 in constructed, maybe even 4. I think it gets a 4 in constructed. The card's unbelievable. It's going to be especially great in like best of 1, but even in best of 3, it's fine. You know, decent stats. The flash is real. It goes not only in like possibly your mono white aggro decks, especially if artifacts and enchantments are a real problem, but it also goes in these like blue-white tempo decks that we might be seeing here pretty soon. So just kind of a busted card here that I'm going to give at least a 4 to in Constructed. Cathar's Call is a cute little card, but I can't really rate this card very highly. Sorry about that. It's a 3-mana aura, and that's just a huge strike against it in the first place. It does kind of help with Coven, it helps in long hauls, it helps in tokens decks and stuff. And I think that green-white tokens is probably a real deck in draft. Like, it's a serious archetype. So I'm tempted to give Cathar's Call like a 2 in Limited, but I don't know that it's that good. I think this card might be a trap, all things considered. But Limited removal isn't as prevalent in this particular Limited environment. We didn't get as much removal. And there's a bunch of cards that like they're creatures and they create creatures when they ETB, or they create creatures as the turns move on. And like, it looks like this is going to be a pretty board heavy environment with a lot of combat math going on. At least it appears that way. And in that kind of environment, a card like Cathar's Call might be sweet. It might actually be really sweet, but still, I'm going to temper my expectations on this a little bit, because you can easily get blown out casting this card. So I'm going to say like a 1.5 in Limited. In Constructed, I don't think it's playable. I think it's like a 1. Celestis Sanctifier is just basically a 3-mana 3/2 that starts the day-night cycle. And a common that starts the day-night cycle is probably slightly better than it looks, because I don't love 3-mana 3/2s. They trade with 2-drops, and that's not usually what you want. However, again, these common cards that start the day-night cycle relatively early are probably going to be somewhat important. So I'm going to put this at like a 1.5, I think is a decent score in Limited. Mostly because it's, again, a good 23rd card. And 23rd cards should count for something. So 1.5 in Limited, 0.5 in Constructed. I don't think it's that good at all. Even with the surveillability, I don't think that's very good. Chaplain of Arms. This is an interesting little card here. I don't love 1-drops in Limited most of the time, almost no matter what they do, especially in Sealed. In Draft, where you're looking to put together a specific archetype, sometimes 1-drops can be very important to getting on the ground early. But this is not just a 1-drop, it's also a 4-drop that has flying in first strike. Trades with some of the flying, 3 and 4 drops in this set even, I think. So that's pretty good. 4 mana is a lot for a 2/1 flying first strike, but you get extra gravy here. Each creature you control has Ward 1. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. There's a fair amount of Ward in this set too, which also helps to invalidate whatever removal your opponents might have. So I don't know. This is actually somewhat decent, and it trades with some of the 2-drops in the set. We just looked at Commando, the 3/1 with Flash. This doesn't trade. This just kills it in combat, and you're probably going to be seeing a lot of that card. So there's some cool things about this, but I still don't think that it's all the way where it needs to be. I do think it's playable though in Limited, so I'll give it like a 2.5 in Limited. And then in Constructed, I will give it a 2. I think that there are situations where the card is playable, but it's probably just a little too expensive. You have access to better 1-drops, and as a 4-drop, it's not great, but maybe it's good after a sweeper, right? So possibly, but probably not quite there. Clarion Cathar's is decent with Coven. A lot of these cards that create tokens when they ETB and are themselves creatures are great with Coven. There's a lot of ways to enable Coven in this set. And a lot of ways to enable these sort of white X, probably green-white tokens decks. And Clarion Cathar's is one of them. You get Hill Giant stats apart from that, but that's not as impressive as it used to be. 2 bodies, 4/4 worth of stats for 4 mana is at least okay. But again, not really what it used to be. So in Limited, role player, probably, I think you just want to be looking for better 4-drops. But if you have to play this, again, 22nd, 23rd card, it's probably fine. If you're looking to fill your curve out, it's okay. So I'll give it like a 1.5 in Limited. Still playable in some cases. And then in Constructed, it's like a 0.5. It's not playable. Cursive Silence is a sideboard card. Those are really difficult to rank. So I guess I'll give this like a 0 in Limited and like a 2 in Constructed. I don't think it's as good of a sideboard card as a lot of people think it is. But we did what's the word I'm looking for? We did validate that in older formats, this does make like Force of Will and Pact of Negation cost 2 to cast, which might be worth something. It really might. But moving on to Dual Craft Trainer here. This is better than it looks in Limited. This could be seen as a 4-mana 6/6, which is okay. It's not bad. But at the very least, a 4-mana 3/3 first strike is a very important stat line because there are 4 and 5 drops in this set that have 3 toughness. So this is going to beat a lot of the other 4 drops in the set and survive. Which is pretty good. And also, it'll beat some of the, like, a couple of the 5-drops in the set and survive on the ground too. I like that you can give the double strike to a creature you control. So maybe a creature with flying that's going to go unblocked, or just a huge guy, you know, give the double strike to a 5/5 seems good. So, this is actually kind of sweet. I also kind of like the idea of like training one of your decayed zombies for a turn, you know, have double strike before you have to sacrifice yourself. Like, so there's some interesting stuff with this. And I think that just on stats alone, I just said Hill Giant stats weren't fine, but when you throw in First Strike, that becomes just much, much better. So in Limited, I will give this a 2.25. I think it's a playable card, but in Constructed, I don't think it's playable at all. So I'll give it like a 1. Enduring Angel. This is a pretty busted mythic, I guess, if you get it in Limited. It saves you at least the one time, most of the time. So I've, you know, just on stats, it's kind of fine. It can finish a game, all that, but it does die to a bunch of uncommons in the air. I think that's worth pointing out, but still, I guess we have to give a card like this like a 3.5 at least a 3.5 in Limited, 3.75 in Limited. I don't think it's quite a 4. I really don't. Because I just kind of want to look at it like an air elemental, right? But, you know, on the other half, it's like an air elemental that gets huge. Can run away with the game. Let's give it a 4. Let's give it a 4. Let's give Enduring Angel a 4 in Limited. And it's really hard to say what this card's going to do in Constructed, but just based on some of the stuff we have in the format right now, I'm not sure the card is positioned super well. But again, in a vacuum, I think the card is closer to a 3, 3.25, which again, playable in some decks, but not in every deck, and I don't think it's going to be as good as some people are really hoping that it is. So I'm going to stick with it. I think a 3 is probably right. Fateful Absence is 2 mana, 1 and a white, which is a great rate for an instant that destroys whatever. So even with the Investigate, this kind of feels like a Baleful Mastery, doesn't it? That you can't cast for 4 mana, but your opponent has to work to draw the card. So, you know, that's worth playing. In Limited, this is one of the few clean removal spells in like the whole format, especially one that costs so little. So I think you just play this when you get it every time. It may not put you in white. Just getting this card probably doesn't put you in white, but it is fantastically just clean removal. So I'll give it like a 4 in Limited. I think you play all the copies of this. And then in Constructed, I think I'll give this like a 3.5. I think it's that good. I think it is a very, very good card. Instant speed Declaration in Stone that loses the exile clause is probably very playable. So, yeah, I think it's worth that. Flare of Faith is okay. It's not a bad combat trick. I mean, 2 mana, you want a little bit more than 2/2, but there's a ton of humans in this set. There's way more humans than there are werewolves, by the way. Especially considering a lot of the werewolves are also humans. So there's a ton of humans in this set. So it's very likely, especially in white, that you'll be able to target a human with this. In which case it's very good. Like, so good. Like, used defensively or offensively, it's a fantastic card if you have humans out. And even if you don't have to use it on a human, it can be okay sometimes in that fail case. So I don't think it's amazing, though. I think it mostly just goes in aggressive decks, so it's not going to go in everything. It's just going to get like a 2.5. Let's give it a 2.5 in Limited. And then like a 1.5 in Constructed, where I don't think it's super playable at all. Gavin Dawnguard, I have fallen out of love with. I thought the way that this was worded at first that you could draw, you know, you could do this when it ETBs, but you can't. The way this is worded, if it's neither day nor night, it becomes day when it ETBs. And then whenever day becomes night, which didn't just happen, or night becomes day, which also didn't just happen when this entered the battlefield. So, you know. This isn't going to give you the card all the time, but I still think in Limited, this is a great rate. Really good rate. And it's another thing that just starts the day-night cycle if you haven't done that yet. An important thing in Limited. So I'm going to give this like a 3.5 in Limited because it's going to draw you some cards some of the time if it stays out. And it's going to stay out a good bit because it has the ward. And then in Constructed, I think I'll give this like a 2.5. I think it's too many hoops to jump through, really, and there's probably not a whole lot of competitive decks in white that care that much about the day-night cycle. So I don't think the card is very good, but I think the card has a lot of potential, so 2.5 is actually kind of a generous score, in my opinion. But let's move on to Gavin Silversmith. This is 4 mana for a 2/3, which is not the absolute best rate. in the limited, but it can be a 4/5 for 4 mana, which is it can be a 3/4 for 4 mana, which is a much better rate, and you get some value too. This looks better than it, or this looks worse than it is. This is slightly better than it might be judged at first glance, especially just as a decent body. It's a fine body. It kind of presumes that you'll put one of the counters on it. But 4 mana for a 3/4 is okay, and then bolstering one of your other guys is fine too. But still not the most high impact thing in the world. So in limited, I think we give this like a 1.5. Again, role player 23rd card, and then in constructed, it's a 0.5. It's terrible. Gavin Trapper is probably decent in limited. I like trapping creatures. The tappers really should have been called Gavin Tapper. I do like these tappers in limited. They're definitely good role players. The problem is this one doesn't have any power. I like when my tappers can attack if they don't have to tap something down. But, in the board case where your opponent doesn't have too many creatures, this isn't that good, actually. And it costs a lot of mana. 2 mana is a lot for this activated ability, traditionally. But I do still think that this can be a decent role player and kind of helps with Coven, too, because there's not going to be a ton of 0-power creatures. Right? It's kind of a rare power to have. So you got to at least factor Coven in a little bit. But these are usually somewhat playable in aggressive limited decks. I do have an issue that it doesn't have any power, but I'll still give it like a 2, because especially this kind of 1-drop. Again, I don't love 1-drops in sealed, but this kind of 1-drop that has an activated ability and a mana sink. And I haven't mentioned this yet, but now's a good time. Mana sinks are especially important in this environment because you want, in some cases, to go to daytime. You want it to go to nighttime, right? And to do that, you have to cast no spells. So you need ways to use your mana on turns where you don't want to cast spells. So having stuff like this, or any mana sink whatsoever, actually, is a really good thing in this environment because it allows you to do stuff on your turn without actually having to cast spells. So you can make it night if you want to. That's important to point out. But these tappers are good defensively. They're pretty good offensively sometimes if you're trying to get in, and I always like them. So in limited, I'll give it a 2. In constructed, it's probably not playable. Although, you could make an argument that this is just like the worst giant killer replacement. So maybe it sees play, but no, I don't think so at all. I'll give it like a 1. No. Hedge Witch's Mask is interesting. There is actually a limited combo, because I believe there's a green creature in this set. It may be black, but I think it's a green creature that has a mini intimidate, which is basically it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So if you slap this on it, it can basically only be blocked by creatures with 3 power, which is an interesting combo. But I still don't think the card is actually very good. Like, there's a board case where this only gets chump blocked for the rest of the game. And they can't, you've just got a huge dude, and they can't block it with their big guys and kill it and all that. Like, that seems interesting or whatever, but I still think the card's a bit of a trap. I'll give it a 1. I'll give it a 1.25 in limited just for combo potential, and in constructed, I don't think the card's playable at all. 0.5. Homestead Courage is one of the rare cards that gets a higher constructed grade than its limited grade. I don't think this is great in limited at all, but it is worth noting that if you have to cast 2 spells in a turn to make it day from night, and you draw this off the top of your library, this allows you to do that if you didn't have any other cards in your hand. And that's probably going to be at least somewhat important in limited, so I'll give it a 1. I'll give it a 1 in limited. Maybe it's better than I think it is, but again, especially for casting 2 spells in a turn. That's important, but I'm not sure how. Maybe I should give it a 1.25. We'll do that. 1.25 for this in limited. But in constructed, I will actually give this like a 2. There are multiple decks that want to cast multiple spells in a turn, like Clarion Spirit decks. There's the Clever Lumomancer deck, which is great to draw. Again, especially if you're just top decking, it's great to draw in that deck. So, in a vacuum, this card looks terrible, but in this specific standard right now, the card's probably actually going to end up seeing some play. So, he gets a 2. It's a role player. Intrepid Adversary is next. This is just a wonderful card. In limited, I think I have to give this like a 4, at least a 4. The card can be a bomb. On 6 mana, the card is unbelievable. But even on 4 mana, the card is very good. So I'm going to give it a 4. Probably in both formats, actually. Yeah, I'll give this a 4 in limited and a 4 in constructed. I think it's a fantastic card. I know a lot of people are crapping on this card, actually. I've seen a lot of people who have turned against this card and been like, oh, I don't want to pay 4 mana in mono white. Yeah, I don't want to either. But there's also been a bunch of times where I've been playing mono white. I'm stuck on 4 mana. I'm top decking and I'm just drawing like either lands or I'm drawing 1-drops that aren't very good. And normally if I have 4 or 5 lands in play and I draw a 2-drop, I'm at least happy to draw a body, but that 2-drop ain't going to do a whole hell of a lot unless its name is Luminarch Aspirant. So I am very happy to draw this once I do flood in a game. And don't pretend, if you've never played aggro, like you've never flooded out. It happens all the time. So I really like this card in both limited and constructed. So I'm going to give it a 4. 4s all around, ladies and gentlemen. Loyal Griff is great. Loyal Griff is just great in limited. It's got Windrake stats, which is good on its own, but it can also flash in. Incredible, delicious, turkey gravy there. And then you can also save a creature with it if you want to, or like repeat and enter the battlefield trigger. If you have a disturbed guy on the battlefield, for instance, you can return the disturbed guy to your hand and then cast the front half again and then disturb it again later. So that's really sweet. I had to double check that. Disturbed is not if it leaves the battlefield. It's just if it goes to the graveyard. So if you bounce a creature with Disturb that you played the back half of, you can then again play the front half. And I could see that getting really annoying. Have to deal with the same creature like 3 times. So Griff just looks like a house in limited, dude. I'm going to give this like a 3. I think it's that good. 3.25 even in limited. I think it's that good. In constructed, it's not as good. But, in days past, this may have actually seen some play in standard, especially depending on the format. I think 3 mana is a bit much, especially with the options we have in the 3-drop slot in white. But maybe, we've talked about a blue-white tempo deck. Maybe this is just a harder-to-block Shepherd of the Flock. Maybe that's all this actually is. So, I really doubt that, though. But I'm still going to give this like a 2 in constructed. I could see situations where the card is playable, but it is going to be very specific, like extremely pinpoint-specific decks that want a card like this. And, a budget guy. I think in budget decks there's ways to make this work, but just a pretty impressive package altogether. If you haven't noticed the card yet, it's actually pretty good, especially in limited. But Lunar Veteran is next. This is again just a wonderful card. It's a I guess a soul man. He's a soul man, or I guess he's a soul brother because we have like 2 or 3 soul sisters. But I think this guy might be the first soul brother, so that's pretty cool. And the other half of it is awesome too. It disturbs for very cheap. It gets flying when it does disturb. It gains you life in a different way. Just a great card. It's pretty good, I think, in these Orzhov Sacrifice decks, especially in limited, where you're going to play a bunch of small creatures in your deck. So you're going to be playing creatures a lot, so you gain life on that end. And then when you start sacrificing guys, you gain life that way too if it's on the back half. So I kind of like it there. And then obviously in constructed, we've seen this card in Pauper and Modern and blah, blah, blah. So this I will give in limited. It's actually a tough call because it's not as high impact as it looks in limited, but it's still a fine card. I'll give it a 2.5 in limited and a 3.5 in constructed. I think when you can build your deck around a card like this, it gets much, much better. But of course in limited, you don't have as much, liberty to do that. So, again, in draft you can, but you probably won't have as many tools for paying this card off even as you do in a larger constructed card pool. So, in those formats where you do have a bunch of ways to pay this card off, which we currently do in standard, I think it's just fantastic. So, 3.5 standard. Morning Patrol is mostly there for the gag in the name. Morning, you get it? Morning. 3 mana 2/3s I've always liked more than 3 mana 3/2s, and Vigilance is always a better ability than people think it is. Being able to disturb into a flying guy is also fine too. So Vigilance is kind of not as good on the back half because it's just got 1 toughness. So, if in a situation where it could attack in, deal damage, still be up for blocks, your opponent probably has like a creature that could block it in the air. I don't know. It's hard to say what I'm trying to say here. But Vigilance, because of the low stats and stuff, just not as important on the back half. But Vigilance is always better than you think it is. This card is full of stuff that is always better than you think. A 3 mana initial investment and then a 4 mana to get your flyer. That's probably okay. So in limited, again, I think this is a great role player. And instead of being like a 22nd or 23rd card, it's probably like an 18th card. So I'll give this like a 2.25 in limited. Constructed, it's not playable. It's a 0.5. Audric's Outrider is actually a pretty sweet card. I think this is better than people think it is too. It's kind of, in some ways, a 4 mana 3/5. You can never put the token on, you can never put the counter on it, right? But when it dies, it puts its power, a little bit of its power on something else. And then when other stuff you dies, it puts power places. It puts power places. It kind of feels like a mega Unruly Mob that has really good stats when it starts, or at least decent stats when it starts. So I'm actually probably going to be playing this more than I think, even think I'm going to be playing it. So I'll give it a 2.25 in limited. In constructed, I don't think the card's playable outside of a budget idea here or there. Because again, if you're sacrificing creatures like nuts, then like, yeah, maybe, possibly. I also think this is worth pointing out in limited. This interacts interestingly with decayed zombies, right? Because your decayed zombies are going to die after combat no matter what. So it's possible that all your decayed stuff dies and you put like 3 or 4 counters on like a bunch of creatures. So that could actually be really good too. There's a lot of cool interactions with this card in limited. So I think it's actually pretty decent. But Ritual Guardian is just okay. Again, 3 mana 3/2s, especially if you have to work for your keyword ability. I don't love it. So 1.5, 1.25 in limited, 0.5 in constructed. Ritual of Hope is, again, this is an interesting card. I think for Coven decks that are really low to the ground in limited, like the draft Coven deck that you have a little bit more control over the build of, this is actually a great payoff in some ways. That's almost like your overrun effect. 2 mana for +2/+1 has always been good. We saw it on like Dauntless Unity and stuff. So like this can be a key card in some ways for mono white or white X limited aggressive decks. But again, that's kind of a small keyhole to have to fit into. So I can't give the card that high of a score. I'll give it like a 1.75. And in constructed, I think I'll give it like a 1.75 there too, just because in certain budget decks, I could see a card like this working, or a mono white 1-drops. I could see this being a fun card. So I give it a 1.5 in constructed. Search Party Captain is a card I'm kind of obsessed with. I think this is actually really good. Maybe it's just the mustache. It could be. But this is a sweet card. This could be 1 mana for a 2/2 that draws a card. In which case it's bananas. Like, it's so good. It's really good. So I don't know. Even if it's 4 mana for a 2/2 draw card in limited, I think that's kind of good. It's kind of all right. It's not Cerulf's Pack Leader, but it's really close to Cerulf's Pack Leader, which was a good card in limited. So I want to give this like a 3.25 in limited, and then like a 2.75 in constructed, but that might be way too low. We might find out this card is fantastic. Oh, and by the way, this is another thing that helps you cast 2 spells in a turn in Clarion Spirit decks and stuff. But in limited, this is the thing that helps you get, back to the day part of the day-night cycle. Because you'll play this for, 2, 3 mana some of the time, or even 4 mana. Depending on how much mana you have left, you might be able to cast the spell that you draw. So it helps you get back to the day-night cycle. Helps you cast 2 spells a turn, especially if you are able to attack with like some of the flyers that you've gotten from your Clarion Spirit. Just cast this for 1 mana, draw a card, play something else, get another spirit. Like, I don't know. I think it's actually a really sweet card. This might be like one of the sleepers in the set, so don't be surprised if it ends up on the sleepers list. I think this card is kind of great. But we'll move on to Sagarta's Splendor, which is kind of fine. I wish I liked this card more than I actually do. It is white card draw, and I think that the key to this card is the words or equal to. Your life total doesn't have to be higher. So if you're in a stalemate with your opponent, they can't get through for any damage or anything, then like suddenly this card just draws you an extra turn, a card every turn, and that's good. It's quite good. So I don't know. I like the card, but I don't love it. I think that it's going to be a 4 mana do nothing most of the time. In both limited and constructed. But I don't want to go so far as to call it a trap. In limited, it's probably going to be relatively difficult to proc this card all the time, right? Reliably, at least. So, I don't know. I could see drafting this card, paying 4 mana for it, and it literally never draws me a card. And I don't want that. So, I'm going to give it. But then again, I could see it being a bomb, too. Like, this is one of those that could really go either way. So, kind of a hard one to grade, so I'll give it a 2.5, like right in the middle for limited. But I want to give it that same score for constructed. Now, in Commander, I think this probably ends up seeing play, but I also think the moment you play it, you become a target. So it's not super likely that your life total is actually going to be the same or higher. when it rolls around to your next turn. So, and even in Commander, I think this could be a trap, right? But I still have some faith in the card, so I'm going to give it a 2.5 in Constructed. Not the best score in the world, but also not the worst score either. I think that it could be fun, but a lot of the time I think I'd rather just play Cosmos Elixir in my deck. So Guardian Savior is kind of a bomb in Limited, but it still dies to a bunch of the other flying creatures. At least it also trades with a number of other flying creatures, but you're not really worried about that. If it trades in the air, even if it just kind of chump blocks in the air, it still got you a lot of value when it hit the table. So in Limited, I think this is probably like a 4. I think this is like close to bomb level in Limited. In Constructed, it's not as good, but I still think there's probably some fun stuff for your Revel Arc to do. I mean, it's kind of like a Revel Arc. More than kind of. Like, it's an obvious callback to Revel Arc, and I love that card. But I will give this a 2.75, in Constructed. I think there are chances this card pops off, especially if we get the right creatures to work with it. Right, but that might not happen. I hate that it can't reanimate it. I hate you can. I hate that you don't get value from reanimating it. You don't get value from blinking it or flickering it or anything. So, but you do get value from returning it to your hand, right? There's Geist Flame in this set. We just saw the Griff in white that costs 3 mana that returns a card to your hand when it ETBs. So, like, you can repeat the value with this card, but there's you have to pay a lot of mana to do it. So I'm just not sure how great it's going to be, but I'll still give it a 4 in Limited and a 2.75 in Constructed. There's probably some janky fun stuff to do with it. Soul Guide Griff is just decent stats. I mean, a 5-mana 3/4 flyer is probably okay. And then it's got like slight icing, just tiny icing on it. So I want to give the card like a 2.25 in Limited, and then probably like a 0.5 in Constructed. It's not good. Sun Gold Barrage is like a reverse reprisal. Kind of. That also costs 50% more mana for some reason. It destroys a creature with toughness 4 or greater. So there are going to be times where this sits dead in your hand in Limited, but I still think it's worth playing at least one copy in your main. Because it kills the stuff that's going to kill you. And that's the stuff you want to kill, especially at instant speed. So I'll give it like a 3.25 in Limited. It's a card you'll play. In Constructed, I don't think it's very good at all, but it's still worth like a 2 in Constructed, right? But there's just better options for removal most of the time. It does kill a gold span in white at instant speed. That's something. But Sun Gold Sentinel is next. This card is great. Not only, I'd be tempted to say this card's not actually great in Limited, but it is. The card can get through for alpha. It's nice to load up. It's like one of the only battleship cards in this whole set that you can like kind of safely load up with auras and stuff like that and keep it alive. So that's really important too. And then also, the best thing about the card in Limited, at least to my mind, is that it trades with some of the 4-drops in the set, right? And it trades with most of the 3-drops in the set. And when your 2-drop trades with 3-drops, I think that's just kind of good enough. So just kind of based on stats alone, I want to give this like a 3.5 in Limited, something like that. But I also think it deserves at least a 3.5 in Constructed, if not a 3.75. 2 mana is more than you think it is in your aggressive deck. And you have to have Coven, right? So I actually am not as like obsessed with this card as a lot of people are. I don't think it's as good as a lot of people think it is, but when you do have the activation ready to fire, it's a really good card. Like, it's a fantastically good card. So, you know, and it shouldn't be too hard to get Coven in an aggro deck. And you want your white 2-drops to have 3 power, right? So again, it's not Luminarch Aspirant, but it's a really, really good white 2-drop that probably sees, 4 of play. It's not legendary, so I probably want to give this like a 4 in Constructed. Again, in a deck where you're able to build more around it, and you're worried about removal spells. In both formats, you're worried about removal spells, but I mean, you're even in some ways, especially in this standard environment compared to this limited environment, specifically these two environments, I think you're more worried about removal in standard. Again, there's just not that much important removal in this environment specifically. There's just really not. So, again, in this one specific circumstance, I think you're even more worried about removal in Constructed. But, this has a great mode against any removal. And I guess you could look at it as a mana sink too. There's a lot of good things about the card. Screw it, 4. I'll give it a 4 in both formats. I think it's probably worth that. Sunset Revelry is really hard to evaluate for limited. I'm not sure how good it is in limited. In Constructed, where you put this in like a control deck, that's almost certainly, going to be down on board state, down on life. The card is probably okay. 2 mana for just the first 2 modes is kind of all right in and of itself in your control deck or just your slow roll kind of turbo fog deck. You're not going to draw the card all the time in your control deck, but you might, every now and again get to draw a card. And maybe you top deck this, draw a card. So I think this is actually really sweet and Constructed, but in Limited, it might be a little bit tougher to make some of these modes pop off. But again, in Limited, you top deck and it draws you a card. But I just don't think it's as easy to abuse in Draft and Sealed. So I'll give it like a 1.5 there. I don't think the card's great. But in Constructed, I'll give this card like a 3. I think the card is pretty easy to make work in Constructed, and actually a pretty decent card too. Thraben and Exorcism. It's kind of hard to say whether or not this is main deckable in Limited. I'm not sure. Probably not. Like, it probably sits in your hand for a good bit of the game, especially against certain decks. You're playing against green-red werewolves. They don't play spirits, they don't play disturb, and they probably don't play enchantments. So, this is a great sideboard card in Limited, though. But I have to give it like a 1.5 in both formats, just because it's, it's sideboard card at best. However, when it comes in from your sideboard in Limited, it's going to be great. It's going to be a really good card. Unruly Mob is a classic. I think we have to give this card a 2 in Limited. Again, role player, mostly for specific decks. Some aggressive decks, but mostly the sacrifice decks. And it is a bread and butter common for those decks. So we'll give it like I'll give it a 1.75. Unruly Mob has proven to be a great card in the past. In Constructed, I'll give it like a 1.5. Again, this is great in Aristocrats decks, but if you have better options, you won't play it. And I think we do have better options. So. Vanquish the Horde is our final white card. We finally made it to the end of the white cards, guys. We did it. Vanquish the Horde is great. This is a good card. In Limited, I think we give this a 4. I think we give it a 4 in Limited. And then like a 3.75 in Constructed, just slightly less, because we have other options for sweepers. And Blood on the Snow is probably better, but you can cast this for 2 mana. You might not be dead yet if you can cast this for 2 mana. And in Limited, it's probably easier to cast because you're more likely to have creatures on your side of the table than you are in your Constructed control deck. So some cool things I like about the card, but it's definitely close to bomb territory. It doesn't win you the game by itself, but any sweeper is going to be unbelievable. You draft him every time. The card could put you in white just by opening it. So I'll give it a 4. In Limited, 3.75 Constructed. Bait Hook Angler is not great, just a vanilla 2/1 for 2, and then it becomes a flying 1/2, but it disturbs for relatively cheap. I do like the disturb. I do like that it flies after you disturb it, but still not amazing. I don't think it's bread and butter or anything. So I'll just give this card like a 1.75 in Limited, and then like a 1 in Constructed. It's not very good there. Component Collector is a card that kind of confuses me, and I haven't been able to figure this out yet. So it becomes day or night at the beginning of a turn, right? It says the next turn. Cards with reminder text about day and night say that if a player casts no spells in a day, in a turn, it becomes night the next turn. So what I'm asking here is whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent. So does the tap happen before the untap step? Because it just says that day-night happens at the beginning of the turn. It doesn't say that it happens before or after the untap step. So I'm not actually sure that being able to tap stuff is good at all. But the fact that it says that you can tap stuff leads me to believe that this will happen after untaps for the turn. So this is just a card that kind of confuses me because I'm still not 100% sure. I don't know that we've seen the release notes, how that's going to work. But I don't know. A 3-mana 1/4 blocks and it gives creatures pseudo vigilance, and it's a day-night enabler in a color that doesn't usually have them. So it's probably better than I think. I go to 1.75 in Limited and a 0.5 in Constructed. I don't think it's very good at all there. Consider is a single blue mana, and it's better than Opt in a lot of cases. So although it's not going to be that good in Limited, it's really not. I'd give it like a 2.25 in Limited and then like a 3.75 in Constructed. It's that kind of spread. It really is. But you'd still play it in Limited a lot of the time. I wonder what people are saying about that in chat. I think it would happen before untap. You can still tap down blockers. Yeah. Oh, I mean, if you want to tap down one of your opponent's creatures at the beginning of their turn, right? You don't do anything on your turn, so it becomes night the next turn, which is their turn. and you want to tap down one of their creatures so it can't attack, right? So would tapping down one of their creatures actually not work because it would immediately untap, is the question I'm asking. But anyway, Covetous Castaway, also not great. 2 mana 1/3s, not the absolute best stat lines in the world, but not terrible either. And then when it disturbs, though, you get a 5 mana 3/4 flyer. Again, not the best stats in the world, but when you consider that it comes on, it's got 2 bodies, it can come back from the graveyard, it's got some resiliency. There's some cool things about the card. And I especially like the disturb, but I'll just give this a 2. I think it's right there at 2.25. And in constructed, it's not playable, 0.5. Cursive Surveillance is probably not good in any environment, honestly. I think it could be really fun in Commander. But aside from that, I think this is probably 5 mana do nothing that basically functions as a Howling Mine for the rest of the game is probably better than I'm giving it credit for. So I give it a 2.5 in limited. I think the card's playable in certain decks. Not every deck, but in certain decks. And in constructed formats, I give the card a 1.5. Playable in very specific things. Read jank. That's what I mean by that. Delver of Secrets. I just don't think this card's very good. It's never going to see play. I'm just kidding. I think in limited, the card is a little bit harder to proc, obviously. Much harder to proc in a lot of ways. But it's still playable in limited. And you know what I mean. It's fine. So it's kind of hard to give the card a great score for limited because it's never been very good there. So I'll just give it a 1.75 or 2 for limited. If you can flip it over into Abomination, it's fine. But and by the way, in case you need to see that, it's a 3/2 flyer on the other side. That can be good, but it's super difficult in a lot of ways to proc this in limited. But in constructed, where you can build your deck around it and proc it as early as turn 2, the card is proven to be a 4.5, at least a 4.5, if not a 5. The card's just an all-star player, but it kind of depends on the format that it's in, right? You have to have plenty of cheap instants and sorceries to make it work. And I'm not sure that we have enough in standard at the moment, but even if we don't, it's probably almost good enough. And by the time we get a full card pool, we get the full 5-set standard, it's probably going to be unbelievable. So 4.5 at least. Devious Cover Up is a counterspell that I keep looking at for constructed. I don't like 4-mana counterspells, but I sure do like shuffle up to 4 cards from your graveyard into your library. It's not draw a card. I don't think it's anywhere near as good as draw a card, but I also think that it's really cool. It's really, really cool. But it's probably a trap. It probably is. But late in the game, probably a sweet one-up counterspell. But I don't think it's worth the slot in your deck. So in limited, I'll give this a 1. 4-mana counterspells are almost not ever worth playing in limited. And then in constructed, I think it's probably worth a 1.5. There might be some fun stuff to do with this. By the way, I love the art on this card, by the way. That's Scarecrow. Actual Scarecrow. Or an actual dude. Not a real Scarecrow. Dissipate. History has proven this to be a pretty decent card. Honestly. Especially in an environment that cares about the graveyard. I think it's pretty good. 3-mana counterspells are much better in limited than 4-mana counterspells, but still not great. They're still not amazing. So in limited, this will obviously go in the control decks that you want to build. So I'll go ahead and give this a 2.75. Again, I just don't like counterspells in limited, especially 3-mana counterspells. But 2.75 is still a very playable card in limited. We've been over this. In constructed, I want to give the card a 3, just solid 3. I think it's a great counterspell, but I think Saw It Coming is probably better. It all depends on if there is a very important thing that we have to keep out of the graveyard at all costs in this environment, and very well may be. So, Drowned Amalgam is the kind of card I really like in limited, and they seem to print one in every set in blue now. Often at common too, we had a big sea serpent that did this in one of the last sets. But yeah, it's just a big dude with large toughness that eventually you pump mana into and can't be blocked. The thing is, this mana sink, the can't be blocked mana sink, costs less than it normally does. Usually this is a 4 or 5 mana ability. So 3 mana ability is really good. And just like I talked about earlier, this is a great mana sink. If you're trying to turn it into night, or rather turn it from night to, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want to turn it from day. Sorry. You want to turn it from day to night. So, you can't cast spells or anything. So these kind of mana sinks are very good to be able to do something on your turn and still turn the day-night cycle. So I like it. I actually really like this card a lot. I will give it like a 2.5 in limited, where I think it's a pretty sweet little game ender that also blocks well. And then in constructed, it's 0.5. It's not playable. Fading Hope is sweet. I don't love bounce effects in limited most of the time, but in this format, you've got Disturb. We've already talked about how you can like play a creature, they kill it, you disturb it, and then if they want to point a removal spell at it or something, you can just bounce it back to your hand and play the first half again. And they have to kill that, you get the disturb again. So I think that bouncing might be a little bit better because you can do it to your own creatures. And there's a fair amount of decent ETB triggers in this format too. So really cool stuff you can do just defensively with your own creatures with this card. But it's also pseudo removal, although that's the way I don't like bounce effects in limited. I think bounce effects in limited, used as kind of a pseudo removal tool, are never great. Tempo in the first 3 turns can really matter though, especially to aggressive decks. So this is still somewhat playable in limited, especially for double spelling, and that's important for the day-night cycle too. So this could be pretty decent. I'd give it like a 2 in limited or a 2.25, but in constructed, again, where the card just has so much more to do and is a little bit more permanent in what it's doing, where you can leverage tempo better in constructed formats. I think the card is seriously like a 3.25. I think it's a really, really good card. A Strictly Better Unsummon is fantastic in tempo decks and even some control decks. So I like it. Falcon Abomination is great. This card is great in limited. It's a Windrake. It's a 3-mana 2/2, which we know for a fact is decent and limited already. But it comes with a 2/2 stapled to it. That's dope. Like, it doesn't help Coven at all. And so many of these things that bring a token into play do help Coven. But I don't care. It's not worth too much in terms of evaluation. I think a Windrake that brings a 2/2 into play is just unbelievable and limited. So I'm going to give this card like a 3.25. It's hard for a common to get much higher than that. So that's really high praise. This is a fantastic card. Look out for this one. I like this card a lot. In constructed, it's not playable, 0.5. Firmament Sage is just okay. It's another one of these blue day-night enablers, which you don't see a whole lot of. And then it can draw a card, but it never draws the card when it ETBs. And it's a 4-mana 2/3, like you don't even get Hill Giant stats. But again, I think you have to care. You have to care about these cards a little bit in limited because they enable the day-night cycle. That's something you're looking to do sometimes. But I'm not sure how much you're looking to do it in blue. I'm really not. Maybe there's an archetype I don't see, But still, this card doesn't impress me a whole lot. But there's going to be games where it draws you 2 or 3 cards. So maybe it's amazing, To be safe, I'm going to give this like a 2.5. Because I think it might be playable. But on stats alone, it's awful. It's a garbage card. But again, draws you 2 cards in the game. It's great. So 2.5. Constructed, I don't think the card's playable at all. I'll give it a 1. Flip the Switch. I've been meaning to talk about this card. I meant to put it in the... like basically the top 20 cards from the last day, but I just didn't have room in the video for that card. But I think it's actually good. It doesn't like replace Mystical Dispute or anything like that. It doesn't even come close to doing that. But Convolute with a body stapled to it is okay. The body can't block, which you'd really like it to be able to do in your control deck, but that would be really powerful. That would be unbelievably powerful if that was a thing. But Convolute with a body staple to it is still pretty good. 4, unless they pay 4, is enough to counter most spells most of the time all throughout the game. So I just want to point out that we have like a Strictly Better, somewhat playable Convolute in Standard right now for what that's worth, and I'm not sure what it's worth. In Limited, it's splashable. It's 3 mana. It counters most things, and it gives you some board presence. So I think I'm going to give it like a 2.75 in Limited. Like, I think it's a pretty playable card in Limited. Constructed, 2.5, something like that. No, not even that. 2.25 in Constructed. I don't know that the card's playable, but it is definitely a card to remember that you have when you're building decks. Gale Drifter is kind of sweet. A 4-mana 3/2 flyer, so you get a Snapping Drake. You get Snapping Drake stats. But on the back, you get a 2/2 flyer. This is cool because it's a flyer on both halves. So like, you can trade with a flyer in the air and then get a flyer back. You can be the player with a flyer if this trades with something. Problem is the stats are pretty bad on both halves, honestly, for what you're pumping into the card. I don't really want 5 mana for a Windrake, but the fact that it's a flyer on both halves does make this a pretty sweet common. It's better than you think. So I'll give it a 2.25. Definitely a little bit more than a role player. I think it'll show up sometimes. And then in Constructed, it's a 0.5. It's not good. Geist Wave is another one of these bounce effects, but like I was talking about earlier, it's great with creatures that you want to bounce because they belong to you. But it's also a good like emergency valve. I'm about to die. Get that guy off the board right now, kind of thing. So, in limited, I think I want to give this. In limited, I think I want to give this like a 2, something like that. Yeah, right around a 2. And then in constructed, I think I'll give it like a 2.5. I think there are better options than this card right now, but there's also cool stuff you can do with it. You know, get your Cyclone Summoner back in your hand or something. But I think Into the Royal is probably a card you'd rather play in that deck most of the time. Grafted Identity is dope. I didn't even think about this when I first evaluated this card for limited, but we've got a lot of cards with decayed zombies. Now, a lot of cards make zombies in this, whether they're creatures or spells. You can get a creature to sacrifice like super easy in this environment. So Grafted Identity in constructed, or in sealed rather, draft, limited, whatever, is just kind of basically a control magic that's better and gives the creature +1/+1. It's just really, it's really cool. I think you're going to have plenty of creatures to sack just because of zombies, but that's dope. I'm going to give this card. It's tough. Auras are tough in limited. Because they could blow you out. They could just easily get their creature back. It's whatever. But, you know, I guess if they go to remove their creature in response to you casting Grafted Identity on it, that's a win. That's a win for you, right? So, I'll give this card like a 3.75 in limited. I think it's just fantastic. Almost a bomb, honestly. Almost a bomb. I'll probably give the card a 4 in limited, really. And then in constructed, I think we'll give the card a 3. Probably won't show up, but this is just a really powerful ability, especially in a vacuum, which is how we're evaluating these. This is a great looking card. But I'm a sucker for thief effects. Larder Zombie looks pretty lame, honestly. Like, surveil by tapping 3 creatures, I don't know. At least you get a 1-mana 1/3, but I don't usually love 1-drops in limited, especially sealed. And in constructed, I could really see having better options in this. So I'll just give the card like a 1.5 in limited and a 1 in constructed. I don't love it. We got Liar, Disciple of the Drowned next. This is probably a bomb, but you have to draft a bunch of flashback stuff, or a bunch of, just a bunch of flashback stuff. I want to like this more than I do in both formats, but in limited, again, potential to be a bomb. The stats should be better in limited, but you're probably not looking to attack or block too much with this anyway. So you just wanted to survive a turn so you can go off. That said, in limited, your deck still has to be built around it, so it's probably better in draft than it is in sealed. But even if it just lets you recast removal in sealed, like, that's probably good enough. So I think I have to give the card like a 4 in limited, probably. And in constructed, there's various issues with the card. I really wish you could protect it with counter spells, but you can't. So I think I'm going to give the card a 3. I think I'll also give this card like a 3.25. 3.25 in constructed, just because there's so many ways to build around it. And if you do survive a turn with it and untap your lands with this card in play, you probably like just go off like nuts, but that's easier said than done. Locked in the Cemetery is a blue removal spell. I like these tapper downer things, these freezing effects. That's what we'll stick with. We'll call them those. So I'm going to give this like a 2.5 or a 3, even 2.5 in limited, and like a 1 in constructed where it isn't playable. Malevolent Hermit is a very sweet card. What a sweet card this is. This protects your other dudes from removal and limited. And then it can flip into a 2/2 flyer for reasonably cheap. Disturb for 2 and a blue. So Windrake stats for a 2/2 flyer. Yeah, sounds good. Oh, didn't mean to click on you, bud. Sorry, I meant to turn you back over. And on the front side, you get a 2-mana 2-power guy. So it trades pretty easily in combat in the early game. And then gives you a Windrake. For what Windrake costs. It's not like 5 mana or anything. So the card's really sweet in like most formats, actually. In limited, I think this is probably worth at least a 3.5. 3.25. We'll give it a 3.25. It doesn't like end the game. It's not incredible. It's not removal or anything. So I'll give it a 3.25. I think it's really playable. And then constructed, I'll give it a 3.5. I think it's great. I think it might go in some control decks. It might go in some control decks. But I think it's really good in like tempo decks. You get it down for really cheap, protects dudes, keeps your opponent from casting like Epiphany or Sweepers for a few turns, and then later it just comes back as a flyer. That's really good against control, so it's great. Pretty good card here, honestly. Memory Deluge, which I've been told to pronounce it as Deluge, but Memory Deluge, or Deluge, there you go, is not bad. In limited, I think this is actually slightly worse than it is in constructed, because in constructed, it just goes in control decks. In Limited, it also goes in control decks. So there's not, and those are far less common in Limited than they are in Constructed. So I think in Limited, I want to give this card like a 2.5, like still a good score. That's not bad. 2.5 is more than playable. But in Constructed, I think I want to give this like a 3.5. I think this is like an unbelievable card, you guys. I've already, gushed over this thing for a while. Get it? Gush, draw 2 cards. Hey, but for the Magic Boomers in the stream. But anyway, I've gushed about this card enough in the spoiler video. I think this is just an unbelievably good card. But in Constructed, it is a little bit harder to cast than your typical 4-mana draw 2, but it's way better than your typical 4-mana draw 2 as well. So I'm a huge fan of this. I think it's probably worth at least a 3.5 in Constructed. The card is very good. Mysterious Tome I kind of like, but I wish it were more reliable. Right? Like, I want to draw a card, but oops, all I can do is tap stuff, and they don't have anything to tap. I want to tap stuff because I'm about to die. Whoops, I'm in draw card mode. And cards, when they transform, cards don't untap when they transform. So keep that in mind, I have to pay 3 mana, then I have to pay 2 mana to draw a card and transform it. And then I have to pay 1 mana. It's just like wait a turn and then pay 1 mana to tap stuff. So I think the card is actually kind of sweet. I like that it draws you cards. I like that it taps stuff down. Those are both things that you want to do in Limited, but how much do you really want to do them? Is it worth all of this expense to do so? Maybe. I think that the card is probably at least interesting. So for that alone, I'll give it like you draw a card every other turn, right? It costs mana, but you draw an extra card every other turn. That's not bad. This is a hard one. Like, would I play this in my Limited deck? Yeah. If I was playing blue, I'd probably put a copy of this in my deck. Probably. I'll give it a 2.5, the coward score. Now, I think I'll give this a 2.25 in Limited. And in Constructed, I'll give it a 2. It's interesting, but it probably won't see any play. Nebblegast Intruder is dope. This is almost a Windrake, but it takes out other Windrakes, right? Like, if you play this, you can flash it in and kill any creature with the stat line 2/2, flying or not. Any creature with stat line 2/2, this kills. With flash, like just out of nowhere. So I think this is actually great. In both Limited and in some cases Constructed, but much stronger in Limited. I think this is probably like a 2.75 or something. 2.5, 2.75 in Limited. This is a very good card there. In Constructed, I want to give this like a 2.5 as well, though. Where 2.5 doesn't feel like as good of a score as it does in Limited, right? But I still think in like a mono blue tempo deck, especially a mono blue tempo deck with the card pool like the one we have in Standard, this is probably somewhat playable. They play Ranger class on turn 2. On turn 3, they, go to swing in. They don't, activate, chapter 2 or level 2 on their Ranger class. They swing in with their 2/2, you block and kill it. You ambush it, kill it, you keep your Nebblegast Intruder. Like, it just doesn't seem too bad. Or maybe like turn 2, they play a Luminarch Aspirant, and you don't have any creatures out when they go to swing on turn 3. So they put the counter on the Aspirant, swing in, body them with Nebblegast Intruder. Like, there are definitely playlines that look real in Standard with this card. So I've got my eye on it for mono blue tempo. I really do. Ominous Roost looks like the biggest draft build around in the entire set. It really does. And if you can get multiple copies of it in draft, it looks fantastic. I'm not sure how much you want it in sealed, and it's probably not good in Constructed. I want it to be, but it's probably not great in Constructed. That said, there could be some sort of exploit with this. I really like this. Like in Historic, I want to build a deck. It's like this, and then the 2-mana thing. It's the 2-mana thing from Theros that's red, and it gives every card in your graveyard escape. And its escape cost is equal to its mana cost plus 3 cards. And I really think that could be a fun deck, but not a good deck. Right? But I think in draft, that's where this card sings, man. Like, if you can build your deck around it and get multiple copies in draft, I think this card is very good, actually. Maybe not quite the spider swarming of the set, but I do think the card is dangerous in specifically draft, and that Ominous Roost will be a draft archetype in and of itself. I really do think that. So in Limited, I kind of want to give this card like a 3. I think the card is very playable in Limited. I'm serious. Again, specifically draft. In Constructed, it's worse, but I'll give it a 2. I actually give this card a 2.25 in Constructed, just for jank factor alone. Just Just for that. It's great. Underworld Breach. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Majra Mengetsu. You're amazing. Thank you for that. Knew I was forgetting it. But yeah, this with Underworld Breach is at least fun. It's at least fun. Anyway, Oregon Hoarder is next. This card is sweet and limited. I don't like 3 mana 3/2s, so I don't like 4 mana 3/2s, obviously, but this will at least trade, and that's just it. That's just it. With a lot of 4-drops, you're kind of looking to start taking over the board state. You no longer really want to start, you don't really want to trade your 4-drops. You want to get over with your 4-drops. This is a 4-drop, one of the rare 4-drops, that you don't mind trading because it's already done the thing. As soon as it enters the battlefield, it anticipates, and that's good enough. That's good enough. So you'll just play the card in limited. You will. In Inconstructed, I could see this in like teleportation circle decks, especially kind of janky, more budget-minded, like teleportation circle decks. I could see this in, but I don't think this is going to be in any like super high-powered decks anytime soon. So I'll just give the card like a 2.25 in limited, where I think it's pretty good. And then Constructed, I'll give it a 1.5. It deserves that. Otherworldly Gaze, to my mind, is one of the worst cards in the set. The best thing about this is that you can fuel graveyard strategies twice on the same card. It's also good if you're trying to like storm off, I guess, because it's 3 mana for 2 spells. But I mean, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? Like if you want to cast a spell that only puts cards in your graveyard, doesn't affect your hand, doesn't affect the board state or really the game state in any meaningful way, this is it. This is the one. I just really do not like this card. And I love milling. I love self-mill. I love that you can self-mill yourself on turn 1. On turn 2, you can self-mill yourself again, and that's 6 cards in your graveyard by turn 2. That could actually be really important for certain decks. But still hate it. Don't like it. You're spending mana to do kind of nothing that actually affects the game in any meaningful way right up front. And I'm all for early game synergy that pays off in later turns, but there are so many ways to get early game synergy that also play to the board state right now that I just do not like the card. I want to like the card. I really do. I've tried to like the card. Don't like the card. In limited, I think this gets like a 0.5, and in constructed, I'll give it a 1.5 because there might be things you want to do with it, but ultimately, no, it's a bad card. Overwhelmed Archivist enters the battlefield and loots, so it's good enough. It's just good enough. 3 mana 3/2 that trades in combat most of the time. You don't want to trade it with a 2-drop, but it can trade with other 3-drops, and you've looted. So that's good, but it also disturbs to become a 2/1 flyer. Note how many things disturb to become flyers, because they all become spirits, you know. And then when it attacks, you get to loot too. So this is a disturbingly decent card for an uncommon. It's amazing. This is the kind of card that could be a common, but they made it uncommon for specifically limited purposes. Card looks slightly like Shivam Bat to me, if you know what MTG content creator I'm talking about. But there's been a couple of cards that look like Shivam to me in the last couple of years. But this, again, very, very sweet and limited. I think this is a playable blue card in limited all day. So I want to give this like a 2.5 in limited, maybe even more, like a 2.75. Whoa. We time out? Shivam is way cuter. He is. Shivam's a very attractive man. Don't get me wrong. But I'm glad you guys know who he is. He's awesome. But just a very sweet card. Yeah, great for limited, like a B, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with 2.5 for limited. And then constructed, again, 1.5. Not a very playable card at all. Patrician, guys. Patricia is okay. Again, Windrake stats, which you'll take in limited. You'll have other spirits, especially like if you have more cards with Disturb. A few cards with Disturb makes this go a long way because most of those are spirits. And then it also makes Disturb cards cost less to cast and flashback cards less to cast. I mean, again, this is one of those things that's very good in draft. I think that your sealed pool has to look very specific before this card becomes attractive. You have to have 2 or 3 things with Disturb, 2 or 3 other spirits maybe besides that. You have to have 2 or 3 flashback things. You know, you have to have enough cards to really fuel this in your sealed deck. So it's not as good there, but you'll still play it because it's a 3 mana 2/2 flyer, playable stats. So in limited though, again, where you can kind of control your deck a little bit more and draft more Disturb cards, draft more flashback cards. This card is unbelievable. The problem is you probably won't get 2 copies of this, like you will some of the Signpost Uncommons in the set, but it's still very much worth getting. I'm not sure that it puts you in blue, but it's very much worth getting. It's going to be a fun draft archetype too, so I'll give the card like a 3 in limited. I think it's probably really good there. 3.25 even. 3.25 sounds fair. No, 3. I think 3's better, especially if the last card got a 2.5. This card's better. This card's like a 3. And then in Constructed, I think I'll give this card a 2. Because it's playable. It's 2.5. Does that sound more fair? 2.5 in Constructed sounds fair to me. I don't think the card is actually super playable, but hey, Spirit Anthem effect, cost reduction, let's go. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Oh, whoops, we're not scrolling down yet. All right, Phantom Carriage is an air elemental. And like I've already said, air elementals win games of limited. I mean, 6 mana, 4/4 flyer. Kind of good enough on its own. But hey, it's a spirit. It gets boosted by Patricia, so that's kind of good. But the ability to go grab your bomb that has flashback or disturbed is unbelievable. Like, it's so good. So I really like this card, specifically in limited. I don't think it's amazing in Constructed, but I will say in Constructed, you could reanimate this for relatively cheap. And when you do so, you get to tutor for a card with flashback or disturb, put it in your graveyard. You can also blink this, teleportation circle and a bunch of other stuff in standard. Can blink this card and get further value for you. And that might actually be like really sweet. So I don't know. Again, this is kind of from a budget player's perspective. This could be a really sweet card if you can cheat it into play easily. So I don't know. I kind of like it. But this, I will give a 3 in limited. At least a 3, if not a 3.25. Searches up your bomb potentially. Just searches up a removal spell sometimes. Searches up another creature. Draws a creature when it ETBs. Like, all of that is so good. So yeah, I think a 3.25 is actually probably right. And I'll give this like a 1.75 in Constructed, where it might have some cool things to do. Especially if you can get a Phantom Carriage into play very, very early in the game. It could be like a 3 or 4, but I don't think it's going to happen. Puppet Stitcher is great. This is a great card. It's just really, really good. This is another one that I think might be a fun draft archetype, but it's a mythic, so you'll only get to draft this archetype once in a very blue moon, but it's still going to be a really fun one to play with, right? The fact that this flips over and makes all of your decayed zombies now suddenly be able to block and they're bigger, that's awesome. That's really awesome. And this incidental value casts an instant sorcery at a 2/2. That's great too. 3 mana 2/3s are, like I've said, better than 3 mana 3/2s. So I like the stats fairly. They're okay. So I got to give this card a pretty good score. 3.5. I mean, it's up there. I'll give it a 3.25 in limited, where I think it's really, 3.5. We'll give it a 3.5 in limited. I think it is that good. I think it's really that good. And then in Constructed, I'll give this a 2.75, where I'm not sure that it's going to be super playable, form the backbone of a lot of decks and see all the standard play in the world, but it's at least a lot of fun. And it's one of those janky things that feels like it's almost there. It's almost there, right? So, yeah, those sound like the right scores. Revenge of the Drowned is blue removal. You will play this in limited. It's not great removal, but replacing the top card of their library is better. It is better than you think, depending on how good you think it is. It's better. It's probably better than you think it is. Oftentimes, it's really, really annoying because your opponent effectively doesn't get a draw step, which is like the most important thing in Magic, is to draw cards. So I actually like this in limited, where I'm going to give it like a 2.5, but in Constructed, it's pee-pee poo-poo. It's not very good. Give it like a 1. Secrets of the Key is a think twice for investigate. Think about it this way. The flashback seems kind of good, but you have to pay 8 mana to draw those 2 cards. You flash it back for 4 mana. You pay 2 per clue to draw cards, so that's 8. You could spend a total of 12 mana on this card. 11 mana. You could spend 11 mana on this card before it's all said and done. And even over numerous turns, I'm not sure that you have all that mana, but I don't know. It might be good for decks that want to put artifacts into play relatively cheaply. It might be good for, a control deck. It could, but we just saw that thing that, like, look at the top 4 and then grab the best 2, and then later look at the top 7 and grab the best 2 because it has flashback. And I just don't see a world where in Constructed you played this over that. I don't. Unless, again, you need a bunch of artifacts out. Like, maybe that's why. But, just for niche play, I'll give this in limited a 2. I think I want to give it, that was a long pause, sorry. But I'll give it a 2 in limited. And then in Constructed, I think I'll stick with a 2. I think it gets 2s all around, but I think a 2 is like a better score in limited than it is in Constructed. But a 2 also isn't completely unplayable in Constructed. It's just, I think it has to be a very specific deck that wants this. I really do. I will say, play it at the end of your opponent's turn 1. Pop it at the end of your opponent's turn 2 in your control deck actually isn't terrible. It's really not. But I think I don't like the card as much as I want to. That's what's happening. Usually I like cards more than I want to. The opposite thing is happening here. Shipwreck Sifters is next, though. Sweet card, guys. 2 mana, 1/2 loot when it enters the battlefield. So that's good enough. That's just good enough. It really is. And then this pays you off for like discarding disturb cards and stuff. So that's kind of nice in limited as well. So kind of a huge fan of this. I think it's a 2 mana 2/3 that draws a card, right? As long as it discards a spirit or disturb, that's great. So I want to give this card like a 3 in limited, 3.5, something like. Seriously, it's that good. A 3 1/4. We'll give it a 3 1/4. Well, is that consistent? Is that truly consistent? I think we'll give the card a 3. 3 1/4 is actually really high. We'll give it a 3 in limited. And then in constructed, I want to give the card like a 2.5. Because again, 1 mana, draw like 2 mana for a body that draws a card. You have to loot, but whatever. That's fine. So I'll give it a 2.5 in constructed. Scab Wrangler is pretty bad. I think this is a terrible card. I needed that drink so bad. You can probably tell the difference in my voice now. But Scab Wrangler is at least a kind of a bear, a 2 mana, 2 power creature in limited. And you play those a lot of the time to fill your curve out. So it's not terrible. And like, I guess if you've got, here's my thing, right? I want to tap that guy down so it can't attack me because it's a 5/5. But if I tap down 3 of my creatures, I can't block the guys they can now attack with because the blocking math has changed. So what did it really affect? I guess the best thing about this is being able to tap down your decayed zombies to use the ability. Because then, they're doing something. They can't block, but they can at least assist in tapping stuff down so it can't attack. That's kind of good. And then when it rolls around to the next creature, or the next turn rather, then you can kind of more easily attack with your decayed zombies because you've tapped stuff down. Like, I can see a world where you have 6 creatures on the battlefield, and that's not even that hard with all the decay stuff in the format, right? Like, you've got 4 decayed zombies and 2 other creatures on the table. So you use Scab Wrangler to, like, tap 2 guys down at the end of their turn or during their combat step so they can't attack. And then on the crackback, you get to hit them with all the zombies, right? So, like, there are board states in which I see the card being fairly playable and limited. So I think I have to give it, like, a 1.75 or a 2 even. I think it's in that neighborhood somewhere. But in constructed, the card is completely unplayable. It's trash. Don't play it. It's 0.5. Sludge Monster. Again, pretty sweet and limited, where I think I have to give this card like a 4. Like, it's up there. I mean, a 5 mana 5/5 can end games by itself, and it invalidates your opponent's bombs. So I think I have to give that at least a 3.75, if not a 4. But in constructed, I think the card's probably closer to a 2.75. Just not, well, no, I think the card's actually closer to a 2.25 in constructed, where it's just not super playable. It kind of looks like an intro pack rare or something. So even though we talked about this card a good bit on stream, I just don't think Sludge Monster is great. Spectral Adversary is hype. This is a very good card. 2 mana for a 2/1 flash flying is more than worth it in limited, just in and of itself. So I'll also have to say, though, that in limited, the phase stuff out ability might not be as good. But again, just like I was talking with, on Scab Wrangler, you might be able to, at the end of your opponent's turn, flash this in, phase out a few creatures, and then get in attacks with your decayed zombies a little bit more easily, right? So I think that's what a lot of games are going to come down to, is like who can build up enough decayed zombies to alpha first. It's how some of this is going to work. But Adversary, honestly, not quite as good in limited as it is in constructed, but still good in limited. I'm going to have to give this card like a 2.25 or even higher. I'm going to give this card a 2.5 in limited because in a lot of ways it's just better than a Windrake, and that's good in and of itself, and it's much, much better than a Windrake. So at least a 2.5, if not a 2.75. And then in constructed, I think I'll actually give this card like a 3.5. It's amazing. It might actually make the cut in Modern Spirits. Could easily make the cut in that deck, actually. But it's also really good for the blue-white or mono-blue tempo deck that I keep bringing up. There's a lot of spells for that deck, so I think I have to give it at least a 3.5, at least, in constructed. The card is pretty yoked, but Startle is not great. I guess it cantrips. The fact that it's 2 mana at instant speed and draws you a card really saves a lot with this. It does have to have a target, though. You have to have a creature to be able to play it on it first, which kind of kneecaps a little bit, but all things considered, I think this is a little better than I want to say that it is, but I also don't think that it's amazing. In limited, You could say that it's probably worth playing this card in your deck because it invalidates a creature for a turn and gives you a card and gives you a zombie. So like that's all good stuff. So it might be better than I think. But I still want to call the card like a 1.5 right now. Like extreme role player, probably only really used in control decks and stuff. In Constructed, I don't think the card's very good at all either. I'll still give it a 1.5 there though. Because there's something about it. I like it, but I don't like it. So we'll move on to Stormrider Spirit. This is a 5-mana 3/3 flash flying. We've seen this like a million times before. There's like one in every set now. And these usually play at around a 1.75. So I'll give it that here, and 0.5 in Constructed. Suspicious Stowaway is maybe one of my favorite cards in the set. Like, spoiler alert for the list video, but this might be in the top 10. I think this card is, I want to say deceptively good, but it shouldn't even be deceptively. The card should just be good, obviously. It can't be blocked and it loots, and then at the day, or at night, it can't be blocked, and it just draws cards. It deals 2 damage a turn reliably. Like, I think this card is kind of bonkers, honestly. Like, in Limited, this is one of the better things on the set to throw auras on and stuff, so long as you can protect it. It's just... built-in can't be blocked is so powerful. So, I'm going to give this... It also filters your deck faster, gets you closer to your bomb cards faster. It's so good. In Limited, I want to give this like a 2.75. But in Constructed, I'll give it a higher score. I want to give this a 3.25 in Constructed. I think it's really a very, very good card. At least a 3.25, if not higher. This might be deceptively one of the best cards in the set. Card is sus. But let's look at Triska Decaphile here. Cool card. 1-mana 1/3s aren't amazing, but built-in Library of Ling and built-in draw a card and built-in win condition. Like, all those things are really interesting. So, achievement unlocked if you can win the game through its alternate win con in Limited. Do that, please. That would be awesome. Send me the clips. But I don't think it's going to happen super often. That said, 2 mana for a 1/3 that you can pump mana into to draw a card, especially in a set with a day-night cycle, right? So you might not want to cast spells on your turn. You just pump all your mana into this and draw an extra card. Very good. I think actually quite good. So I'm going to give this like a 2.25 in that neighborhood in Limited. And then Constructed, I actually want to give this like a 2.5. I think that it's like jankily playable. And we have seen creatures before that have exactly this activated ability, 3 and a blue, draw a card. We've seen those creatures see play before, that in sideboards, but it has been a thing, so it's possible. Unblinking Observer, these cards are never as good as I want them to be. The blue ramp, see them in a lot of sets. But maybe it's okay this time around. It's at least a 2-mana 2/1, so it trades in combat with a lot of stuff, and that's good. A lot of these are like 1/3s and stuff, so they just like block and survive early combat, but they don't kill anything. This can at least trade, and I like that. So I'll give the card like a 1.75, just barely playable and Limited, and then like a 1 in Constructed. Vivisection is probably better than I think it is. It's really splashable. It's like a Harmonize, if you want to look at it that way. 4 mana, draw 3. The problem is it's sorcery speed in a color that's not usually, it doesn't have to do stuff at sorcery speed like this. And then I'll also say that you can sacrifice a Decayed Zombie pretty easily to this. I imagine you've got a few of those sitting around in Limited, so it shouldn't actually be too hard to sack a creature here. So I kind of like the card, but I don't like the card. I'm just going to give it like a 1.5. I think that it's playable sometimes, and probably a great refill when you can play it, but I actually don't think you want to run this in your deck as often as it looks. That said, in Constructed, it's probably also like a 1.5. But even in Aristocrats decks, I don't think I want this card. I really don't. But Arrogant Outlaw is our first black card. We made it through 2 colors. I have got to pick it up, guys. We're 2 hours in exactly. Thanks for the sub, Morning Tail, by the way. Thank you so much. And anybody else who's followed or subbed during this, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to speed run here. But Outlaw is, again, a 3-mana 3/2, which I don't love. But these decks are all going to try to be really aggressive, so you'll be attacking with this a lot of the time, and it trades with your opponent's 2-drops. That's not great. It's just not great. However, it pays you for that by draining your opponent a little bit when it ETBs. I'm not sure about most of these. Honestly, these like if an opponent lost life turn cards, I don't think it's going to be as easy to proc as you want it to be, especially once you get to turn 3, 4, 5. But hell, like there's a 2-mana 0/4 in the set. There's a bunch of defensive cards. I was going to list them all out, but there's a bunch of early defensive cards in the set. So I don't know how much you're going to be proccing this ability. I really don't. I don't love the card. Let me give it like a 1.5 in limited. I think if you draft multiple copies, and again, your deck is more able to leverage the if an opponent lost life this turn ability, then it would be in sealed at least. I think it's much easier to make this work in draft because again, you have more control over how you build your deck. Then maybe it's okay if you draft like 3 copies of it and it's just kind of a burn spell, but ultimately I think that it's kind of narrow and just not great. In constructed, it's like a 1. Baneblade Scoundrel. What's the back half of this again? Oh yeah, you're actually kind of good. You're actually kind of decent. Now, it looks like a 4-mana 4/3. So it looks like it trades with a bunch of 3-drops in the set, but it kind of doesn't because it sort of has flanking. If you remember this ability, whenever it becomes blocked, each creature blocking it's -1/-1 till end of turn. So it's kind of a 5/4. It's a slight sort of a 5/4 if you want to look at it real hard. And then on the back half, it's kind of a 6/5, a little bit. And then whenever the creature's blocking a die, it's their controller loses a life. That's not bad either. So I don't know. It's kind of bare bones. It's not amazing or anything. It's cool to see flanking back in effect at least. But honestly, on stats alone, the card is a little bit better than you think it is all I'm going to say. But I will still just give this card like a 1.5. I don't think it's like that playable. It's a 23rd card status, right? So if you need a body to fill out at a decent mana cost, this one's okay. And it's going to give your opponent headaches to block it. So I don't mind the card, but I don't think it's great. 0.5 in constructed. Bat Whisperer. I've kind of liked this card. I've already talked about how much I like the flavor. They just lady and her bat chilling on a rooftop, loving each other, understanding each other, and that means a lot to me. But still, in limited, I think the card's good. If you can proc this ability, getting 5 power worth of stats on 2 bodies, one of which flies, and so further allows you to help proc this ability on later turns. It's not bad. Or, proc this ability on other cards in later turns, I mean to say. In case I need to clear that up. But, yeah, I kind of don't mind the package. And at the very least, the 4 power body is going to trade with a bunch of stuff. The problem is, it's not going to attack very effectively because it's going to trade down on attacks a lot. But it can trade up on blocks sometimes. So, not the worst card in the world. If you're ahead and you can actually get through with attacks, it can do a bunch of damage, some of it in the air. If you're behind, it's decent blockers. One of which will jump in the air, one of which will trade on the ground. So, I don't know. It's probably a playable common. I'll give it a 1.75 in limited. Constructed, it gets like a 1. It's not great. Blade Brand is the kind of card I hate. People did rightfully point out that in Constructed, the card can be dangerous because it works with like Goblin Chain Whirler and similar ETB triggers. So there is that to worry about, and it does cantrip, so that's something else. But honestly, I just don't know that the card is worth a slot in most decks. So I'll give it like a 1 in limited and a 0.5 in Constructed. Drawing a card's the best thing about the card, right? That's the only thing that gives it a score at all. Blood Pact. Also, drawing cards the best thing about this one. This is an instant speed divination at the cost of just 2 life. That's very good. In limited, I'm not sure how many decks this actually goes in. Of course, if you're blue-black controlled, you don't draw a bunch of blue card draw spells. This probably works, And in limited, these 3 mana draw 2s are always okay. Help you find your 4th land to play your 4-drop. That's always all right. So I have to give the card probably like a 2, right around a 2 in limited. And then like a 2.5 in Constructed, where I think, again, it's a little bit better in these like mono black decks that need decent, relatively early game card draw pieces. I think this is probably actually going to see some very sparing play as like a 2 of in those decks. So, I'll give it like 2.5 in Constructed. I think an instant speed divination is actually great. It's really good. Bloodline Culling is a removal spell, so you will play it. It also kills all decayed tokens on the battlefield. So in those situations where you're just trying to build up, I was talking about this earlier, where you're just trying to both build a horde of decayed tokens and see who gets alpha first. This is probably pretty good. You just kill all their guys. Just set them back to 0. And it can kill other tokens too, so that's good. But just targeted removal that gives the creature -5/-5, good enough. This is a great card in limited. I give it a 3.5 there, or a 3.75 even. Like, it's really good in limited. In Constructed, I'll give it closer to a 2.75. Not a card you'll play all the time, and I think there may be better removal options in Standard, but, I might prefer this over a Poison the Cup, especially if there's a bunch of indestructible dudes running around. So, it's not a bad card at all. Blood Tithe Collector is 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer, and those aren't the best stats in the world, but at least you get a 4 toughness flyer. Like, I'll take that. And sometimes you get a discarded card, but not always. when you do get a discarded card, I think the card is quite good. So I guess in limited, I should probably give this like a 2.25, but in constructed, it gets like a 1. It's not very good at all. Champion of the Perished is going to benefit greatly from your decayed tokens dying. Greatly. You're actually incentivized to, the first time you go in with your decayed tokens in a game, to probably not attack with champion, right? you just want them to not have the ability to block and kill champion on that turn. Of course, champion's probably already huge by the time you attack with all your decayed tokens, right? So, just so good, especially again with decayed. That's what makes the card, I think, playable and limited. There's a fair number of zombies in the set that are just naturally creatures with the type zombie, but when you add in all the decayed stuff, a champion can get freaking enormous. So, like, I'd play the card. I'd play the card in limited, but of course you have to go sort of tribal to play it. It's not a great top deck most of the time, so I can really only give this like a 2.25 in limited. But again, the right build, this card is a bomb. But it's not always a bomb. It's not enough of a bomb enough of the time for me to say that it's like, 4 or anything like that. But I think the card is at least a 2.25, 2.5, something like that. In constructed, where you have a lot of control over how big the card gets and how quickly, I think the card is like a 4. Like, seriously, the card is so freaking nuts, dude. Especially with all the decayed stuff we've seen. Some of it actually looks standard playable. Yeah, the card's dumb. The card's nuts. the card's going to be the backbone, like the real payoff for the zombie deck. So good. So good. Covert Cut Purse. We see a card like this in every limited environment too, and these are always right around a 2. 2.25. A body that kills a guy when they enter the battlefield, that's really good, but these you usually have to work for, which tempers them back. They're not 3.5s or anything. They're usually 2.5s. This one, no different, but it does disturb, right? When it disturbs, you get a flying death touch guy. So it can effectively kill 2 guys in a game. Or if you've, fixed the board state, it can come back and start attacking. So this guy's actually pretty good. I should probably give him more of a 2.75, honestly. I think the dude is deceptively sweet, so I like him a lot. I always like creatures like this in limited. I guess I'll round out at 2.5. 2.5 sounds right. 0.5 in constructed, not a good card. Crawl from the Cellar is a card that I've already talked a little bit about. I like this card too much because it's a raised dead that provides card advantage. It's card advantage. It is. It's just straight up card advantage, and that's very good, especially in limited, where the ability to get creatures back from your graveyard is already like decent, but the ability to do it twice is super great, so I like it. I'd probably play precisely 1 copy of this in my limited decks, but very likely no more. So I'll give the card a 2. I think it's playable in limited, but not the best card in your deck or anything. And in constructed, I think I'll give the card a 1.5. One of those that's on the cusp. It's not really playable, but at least want to give it the honor of a 1.5. I like the card a lot. Cursive Leeches is kind of a dogged pursuit that costs 1 less mana to cast and gives you a 4/4 lifelink on the other side. I don't know. 3 mana 4/4 lifelink. Is that not? That's pretty good, right? It's not bad. I'm a sucker for these kind of these slow burn damage cards and stuff. These once a turn drains. I like them too much. Now, I will say in limited this doesn't look great, but it does enable the vampire deck just by itself. Like your opponent will effectively gain damage or take damage. Every single turn, but it only really affects things on their turn, right? Like you can't play a bunch of the sorcery speed creatures that don't have flash, and guarantee that you'll get like the extra bonus off of them because of this card, because it only procs on your opponent's turn, which kind of sucks, but just keep it in mind. But I think a 4/4 lifelink is good enough, especially in limited, that the card is just kind of dope. All things considered, the card's kind of dope, so I feel really compelled, even though this card could just do nothing all game. This card could be, like, very bad. Just throwing that out there. But still. I still kind of want to give the card, like, a 2.25 in limited. Because if you ever get the 4/4 lifelink, I think you're doing really, really good things. But I'll give the card the same in constructed, a 2.25. It's probably bad, but playable for janky, fun reasons in some decks, so... Defenestrate is a removal spell, so you will play that in limited. You'll just play it every time. I'll give it a 2.75 in limited. You'll play probably as many copies of this as you get, and it will also be very frustrating to have this card in your hand sometimes because all your opponent has is flyers that are killing you. It's very important that you draft flyers, or that you play flyers from your sealed pool. So most opponents are going to have creatures this can't kill, but pretty much everyone is also going to have creatures it can kill. So I think you play Defenestrate. 2.75 in limited, 1 in constructed. It's probably not good. Diregraph Horde is a board in a box that gives you a whole bunch of decayed stuff, and you can mess around with your opponent's flashback or disturb cards. Just neat. 5 mana 3/4 is not great, but you technically get 7 power worth of stats on this card. Kind of like in some ways reminds me of like a Cloud Goat Ranger for some reason, but Cloud Goat Ranger was probably way more playable and limited than this. It gave you more bodies and a more relevant activated ability. This doesn't even have an activated ability, so but it's still 5 mana for a bunch of bodies. That's why it reminds me of Ranger. Card is probably okay though. Card is probably okay, but not the payoff that you want it to be for how much mana you're putting in. So I'll give the card a 2.25 in limited and a 0.5 in constructed. It's not good. Dreadhound is not Sir Conrad. It's not Sir Conrad at all, but I want it to be. A 6 mana 6/6. Probably, I mean, we've seen Colossal Dreadmaw is like actually playable in limited, so, especially in sealed. So maybe, but ultimately I think I want to give this card, as much as I want to like it, I want to give this card like a 1.75 in limited, very likely, and then like a 1.5 in constructed. Not much worse, but the quarter point difference is mostly because a 6 mana 6/6 is way better in sealed than it is in constructed. So, but Duress is back. Did you know Duress is back? Good card. pretty sweet card. Honestly, in limited, this isn't very playable at all, so I'll just give it like a 1.25 there. But in constructed, this is proven to be an amazing sideboard card, but it is just a sideboard card, so it's very narrow. I will give Duress a 2.75 to demonstrate what a 2.75 is in constructed. A card that is playable, but somewhat narrow, may just be sideboarded. Doesn't go in every deck, isn't great against every deck, but is still, a card that sees a lot of play. I think that 2.75 is pretty indicative of that. Eaten Alive is great. This is a great spell. It's a strictly better Spark Harvest, so that's good. Again, you'll have plenty of decayed zombies to sacrifice in this set, so I just don't see the card being bad. I just can't see it happening. In limited, I want to give this card... God... In limited, I think we want to give this card a 2.75. I think it's one of those removal spells you just play when you get it. Even if you have to pay 5 mana, you just do that. It's fine. And then, you'll have plenty of things laying around. Now, in constructed, this is probably closer to a 2.25, something like that. 2.5 in that neighborhood. Still a great card, though. The Exile Clause is important. It's very good. Ecstatic Awakener. When I first saw this card, I really liked it. And then the more I read it, the more I don't. But it's still okay. It's still an okay card, right? So I think, especially in limited with Decayed being a thing, this is probably like a 2.25, somewhere in that neighborhood. In constructed, I want to give it like a 2 or a 1.7. Yeah, 1.75 in constructed. I actually don't think the card's great. Drawing a card is one of the best things about it, but you're still paying 4 mana for your 4/4 and sacking a creature. It's not great. But Foul Play is wonderful. I think this is another one you play every copy of in limited. There's plenty of 2-power creatures in this set, so you should always be able to find a decent target for this, almost no matter what. And at the very least, it kills a decayed zombie, right? And then Investigate, which is kind of like a 2-mana removal spell that draws a card, almost. So that's good. I think you probably play all the copies of this in limited, so I'll give it like a 2.75 or a 2.5, a card that you're going to play most of the time. In constructed, this is probably closer to a 2, right? Ghoulish Procession is a card that's really, really difficult to evaluate. I'm not sure where I stand on this guy. But I guess Ghoulish Procession, I will go ahead and give, God, that's tough, a 2.5 in limited, where I think, especially in draft, there's ways to build your deck around this that greatly benefit it. There's enough sacrifice themes in this set that it's pretty good. And then in constructed, I think I'll give this a 2. I don't think it's anywhere near as good in that set, or in that format. And I know a lot of people have theorized about this card in like mono black aggro or whatever, but you're doing nothing on turn 2, and that is not what you want to do in mono black. So I don't know. Mono black aggro at least. Mono black control maybe, because you can get 2/2s off of your opponent's creatures dying, so it pays your removal off and stuff. And it's probably a really sweet card in limited, honestly. So I should give it a 2.5, 2.75. When you trade on blocks, you still get to to get a 2/2. So, you know, it's not terrible. It's really not terrible. So I should probably give it a 2.75 or a 3 even in limited. I think it's probably decent there, but in constructed, I'll give it a 2. The Jissa and the Rizza are up next. Glorious Resurrector is ridiculous in limited. If you draft a few removal spells, like, it's just unbelievable. It's really good. Like, it pressures your opponent super hard in combat, you know, because they want to block, but if they block, you get their guys. It's so crazy. So in limited, I think this is kind of like bomb level, like 4.5. I think it's like the first, you know, bomb we've really seen, like the first real bomb that we've seen so far in limited. So I want to give this like a 4.5 in that format. But in constructed, it doesn't do anything to turn it into the battlefield most of the time. You have to untap with it in play to do anything. You have to have other cards to fuel it. You have to spend mana to do so. So typically these cards aren't usually great, but this is the kind of card I really like. So I want to give it like a 2.5 in constructed, because I think that it's actually a little playable, but not as playable as a lot of Timmies and newer players think that it is. There's a lot going against this card. There really is. But I like it. Graveyard Trespasser. This is a card I keep coming back to. It really depends on how quickly these drains add up. You know, because this thing drains. On the other half, it drains twice, you know. So if the drains add up to, you know, 5, 6, 7 drains over a game, that's really good. Like, I'm talking about constructed. Your opponent is incentivized not to deal with it because it has ward on both sides. It attacks the graveyard. It can be looked at as a 3-mana 4/4. I mean, there's kind of a lot that I really, really like about this card. Poor constructed, but for limited, I think I'm going to give this like a 3. It's a really solid body. A 3-mana 3/3, you know, a Centaur Courser, I guess. It's a vanilla 3-mana 3/3. Is not terrible most of the time in limited. You slap on the ward, that's fine. You slap on the ability to get rid of flashback and disturb cards, that makes it a little bit better. And then you slap on not only the drains, but the ability to drain for more and get a little bit bigger. Like, all things considered, the card is pretty solid. So I think I'll give it at least a 3 in limited. And I'll give it like a 2.75. No, we'll give it a 2.5 in constructed. I'll go 2.5. I don't think the card is super playable in standard. But again, the ward is decent. It's kind of a 3-mana 4/4, sort of, if you want to look at it sideways. And I'm telling you, the thing that I keep coming back to is the drains. The drains might be okay. The drains might really be serious. But let's look at Heirloom Mirror real quick. This draws cards, right? It draws cards in mono black, and then it becomes a 4/4 that Scavenging uses. That's good. I think it's actually quite good. You have to discard to proc the ability, but I still think it's all right. Mono black control decks are losing Mazemind Tome, which is a card that they typically really, really like. And so I could see this getting subbed in. Now, of course, it doesn't straight up draw you the card, but if you draw dead for the turn, the problem is drawing dead usually means drawing a land. And mono black control almost always needs the lands that it draws. You know, all the way up to like 8 mana. The deck often needs the land that it draws, but at least a 6 mana. The deck needs the lands. So I'm not sure how much you can just chuck lands in mono black. I don't know if you're really at liberty to do that, but I do like that you draw cards off of this mono black card, and then it turns over into a 4/4 flyer. That actually seems like it might be a very, very good Magic card, like super good. So, like, Thing in the Ice level, like, it's very good card. So I want to, if it takes a while to proc off, but at least it's, you know, churning through your deck in the meantime. You can discard flashback stuff or disturb stuff. That's good. So in limited, I want to give this, God, I will actually, this seems high. I'm actually going to give this a 3 in limited. I'm going to give it a 3 in limited and then a 2.5 in constructed, but I will fully acknowledge that 2.5 might not actually be high enough. Don't be surprised if you see Heirloom Mirror on my top 10 sleepers list. And I don't want to like completely spoil that list throughout this, but all I'm going to say is that this seems sleepery to me. This card might be really, really good. Hobbling Zombie is a 2/2 death touch for 3, so it's somewhat playable. You know, it dies, you get a body on the battlefield, but it doesn't really affect combat that much. But I will say that this can take out your opponent's 5/5 and leave behind a body. So, and it's got a relevant creature type depending on what you're doing. So in limited, I actually kind of like this. I'll give it a 2.25 solid role player card that you'll play a good bit of the time. Better than Scathed Zombies. Death Touch is a really relevant ability in Limited specifically. Now in Constructed, it gets a 1. It's not a good card. Infernal Grasp is a 4. Infernal Grasp is a 4.25 in both formats, probably. Just the best removal spell. This is the single best removal spell in both Limited and Constructed in the entire format at this moment. So I think 4.25 is right for both formats. We'll do that. Jadar Ghoulcaller. This, really, really dope card, by the way. I like this card a lot for Constructed. Because it's a 2-mana guy that puts a body into play and has, relevant creature types. We didn't have any 2-drop wizards in black before. Especially playable wizards. We didn't really have any of those. So now the party deck has a 2-drop wizard. That also puts a creature into play. So like an Aristocrats deck could play this because it really increases your board presence very fast. So I like so much about this little guy. I think that he's awesome value. So in Limited, though, he's just a 2-mana 1/1 that gives you a guy that can't block, which is not as powerful. So I'm not sure how great this is. This is good for Coven, though. It gives you 2 different powers for Coven. 2/3 of Coven in one card. So there's that to consider. But when it's all said and done, I think I just want to give this like a 2.25 in Limited. It could be better there. But in Constructed, where there's just so many ways to leverage the value this gives you, I'd say it's closer to a 3. I think this is actually a really playable card there. Jaren, Corrupted Bishop. Man, I like this card. Again, probably more than I should. But I do like this card. A 3-mana 2/3 is not amazing, but it can give itself lifelink, give other humans lifelink. That's a pretty good ability to have on the board. So I do like that. One push-pull here is that if you are in like humans in Limited or something, you might want to turn it back today if it is currently night, right? Or if your opponent has a bunch of werewolves, you're definitely incentivized to turn it back today. So these activated abilities like this aren't as good if you're trying to turn it back today, right? Because you're going to need to use your mana on the spells you cast that turn because you're trying to cast at least 2 spells. That's a small point of consideration, but if you ever do get Jaren flipped over, you win the game in Limited. You do. You probably win the game in Limited. Unless they have an Infernal Grasp in their hand or something like that. I would hate to pay 6 mana to transform this. Finally got to 13 life, been finagling with it for 3 turns, giving stuff lifelink, and trying to get back up to 13 or whatever. So, and then finally you pay the 6 mana and your opponent just Infernal Grasp. Like, whoops, like that would suck. That would suck a million butts. But if you ever do get this transformed, I mean, Flample lifelink, you win the game. So I want to give this not quite bomb status in Limited. I guess it gives you a bunch of stats when it ETBs. It gives you a bunch of stats when your dudes die. I mean, the first line of text on this is probably the most important. So it's good for Coven. It's good for humans. It's probably a ridiculous payoff. I should probably give this a 3.5 in Limited. I should probably give it a 3.5 there. In Constructed, I'm not as impressed by this card, even though I really like it. But I just wish you didn't have to pay 6. 6 is so much. So in Constructed, I think this card is more along the lines of like a 2.5 or 2.25, something like that. But the card could still see play in Constructed just because the front face is so powerful. All of this first paragraph of text is incredibly powerful. So it should probably be closer to a 3 in Constructed. The card is good. Lord of the Forsaken, another game ender in Limited. This is kind of a bomb, What I want to do in Limited is mill my opponent out with this. Sacrifice all my decayed zombies and mill my opponent for the win. You could do it. But in Limited, I think we want to give this like a 3.75 or 3.5. I think 3.5 is closer. It's a bomb, but at the end of the day, it's just a little bit better than an Air Elemental. 6/6 Flample for 6 is a card that can win the game, but also sometimes doesn't win the game. So it's just not an outright bomb or anything. But I think 3.5 is probably where it's probably right on this in Limited. In Constructed, when abused, and this card has a lot of ways to be abused, the card could be like a 5. It seriously could be, but I don't know that there are enough ways to abuse this the way you want to, as quickly as you want to in a given game of Magic the Gathering, to make this any higher than like a 3. But I don't even think it's there. I think the card is probably more like a 2, honestly. Even with the stat line at this mana cost, cards like this very, very rarely see any standard play, and I think this one's not going to be any different. So I should probably just give it like a 2.25, but like cool factor alone, 5.5. It exceeds the 5. But Mask of Gristlebrand, is really good in limited. I think this card is great in limited. Flying and lifelink are busted abilities that just have sitting around, and it's not like an aura. You know, your opponent can kill the creature and you still have a bunch of flying lifelink dudes. Just put it on one decayed guy every turn and send him in. He'll blow up, but who cares? There was an 8-point life swing, so that's probably good enough. So, and that said, if you throw it on a decayed guy too, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your library. You get to draw X cards draw 2 cards whenever that zombie dies. So just, I don't know, sweet stuff in limited. I think this is probably very close to bomb territory. Seriously, this is very, very close to bomb territory. So I'll give it like a 3.75 in limited. I think it's just unbelievable. And in constructed, I'll give the card a 2.75, where I don't think that it's going to see a whole lot of play, if any. But I could see some decks leveraging this card. I really could. I really, really could. That draw X cards ability is unbelievable. The Meat Hook Massacre, my personal favorite card in the entire set. This one was made for your boy. God, it's an unbelievable card. Every time I look at it, I'm just like, look at you, smiles. Meat Hook Massacre. In limited, I probably have to give a 4.5. Because it's a sweeper. It's a sweeper that does other stuff and is scalable. Scalable sweepers are very good because sometimes they can be one-sided. That's important to remember. This can take out a bunch of decayed tokens that are facing you down and gain you a bunch of life in the meantime to catch you up if you were behind. However, if you're ahead, this is good too, because you'll kill some of your opponent's stuff, you'll kill some of your guys too, but you won't care because you'll make your opponent lose life. So if you're already ahead, the card is good. If you're behind, the card is pretty good too. So there's a lot I like about this, but just the fact that it's a sweeper, it already gets a really good score in limited. But the fact that it's a sweeper that pays you off for sweeping the board, yes, and then continues to pay you off as the game goes on, just for like normal combat interactions, normal removal interactions. The card is unbelievable. I'll give it a 4.5 in limited. I think it's that good. In standard or constructed, I will give this card a 4.25. I'm not actually sure this card sees all the play in the world, sadly. I think some people will just continue to play Blood on the Snow rather than play a card like this. It's not a very efficient sweeper, and that matters. It costs 6 mana if you want to sweep their Goldspan Dragon. And you could just be playing Blood on the Snow, right? But we have seen a lot of these Blood on the Snow decks that really like to play these 1-drops, Shambling Ghast, Eye Twitch, and Skullport Merchant in the 3-drop slot, these expendable creatures. So, I don't know, maybe a deck like that actually wants a card like this too, or maybe they split between Blood on the Snow and this. It's really, really hard to say, but Aristocrats decks are going to love this, and it's just the best tool for Aristocrats I've seen in a very, very long time. So huge fan of this. Again, personal favorite card from the set. So 4.25 in terms of constructed playability. Morbid Opportunist is a pretty bad Midnight Reaper, but it does trigger off of your opponent's creatures. So that's pretty sweet. 3 mana 1/3 are terrible stats, right? But just the ability to draw you a few cards over the course of the game probably makes Opportunist worth playing in pretty much any black limited deck. So I should give the card like a 3.5. I really think it's probably that good in limited. Despite the stats, card is just nutso. Nutso to butso. Love it. But in constructed, I'll still give it a 2. I think it's worth playing, especially in your budget decks and stuff, or decks that need this. Like right now, Aristocrats doesn't really have access to much of this ability, so maybe they want this card. But again, that's hard to say. There are a lot of 3-drop deck that deck wants to play, and I don't know that this is one of them. But still, proccing off your opponent's creatures is really, really cool. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this show up in the odd deck from time to time. So 2 in standard. Morkrut Behemoth. I have got to pick this up. Morkrut Behemoth is a 5 mana 7/6, or is it? It could be a 7 mana 7/6. It also has Menace. Card's just not really great. The card's not very good even if you sack a creature. It's just not great. So, I could see it ending a game from time to time, but still. 1.75 in limited, 0.5 in constructed. Necrosynthesis is neat. This is an aura, but it doesn't blow you out when the creature dies. I guess they could point a removal spell at it while you're trying to attach the aura, and then that feels like a blowout. But if you actually get to resolve Necrosynthesis and it sits on the creature, it will pay you back when the creature dies. And then as long as other stuff is dying, the creature gets bigger. I actually kind of like this. I don't think it's a bad aura. I will give this a 2. a 1.75, I guess, in limited. That sounds better. 1.75 in limited. But in constructed, it's like a 1.25, something like that. No Way Out is, I don't think, actually super good, but it's a Mind Rot effect, so it's good in sealed. Mind Rot is pretty much always good in sealed and worth playing in your black deck, so I guess in limited I have to give this like a 2.25. In constructed, it's bad. I think there's just much, much better ways of getting excess value. We got Go Blank, which is a better card. Demogorgon's Clutches is even a better card. At least it immediately does damage to your opponent. Instead of a 2/2 they can block, but I don't know. Novice Occultist. This is a sweet card, guys. I meant to talk about this the other day and then forgot about it in the very last spoiler video. I like this thing a lot. It pays you off for being an aristocrat strategy. It blocks somewhat well. It can even trade from time to time in the early game. But the problem is that it often doesn't trade. So rather than affecting the board state when it dies, rather than your opponent going down a card on trades, it puts you up a card in your hand, which is kind of cool, Great sacrifice fodder. Makes me think of Jesse from Queen of the Damned, a novice occultist. Anybody? Just saw that movie for like the third time in my life the other night. Me and Brittany watched it, so I guess it's on the brain, but still, just the main non-vampire character until the very end of the movie, where she is a vampire. From Queen of the Damned. That's who this reminds me of. But still, I think this is a really sweet card. In limited, I'm going to give this. Oh, and by the way, it's a 2-drop wizard in black too. Another one of those. But I think I want to give this a 2. A 2.25. Yeah, I think 2.25 in limited. And then I guess I'll have 2.25 in constructed too. I will give this the same score in both things. Olivia's Midnight Ambush is removal. You'll play it in every deck. I'll give it a... Crap. This is tough, actually. I will give this card a 2.75. It kind of reminds me of Tragic Slip, but this one's different because you can't make alternate art where there's like banana peels in the art for the guy to slip on. You can't you can't do that with this, but I don't know. It's still a sweet card in terms of limited removal. You'll play it every time. 2.75. Constructed, probably not as good. 1.75. Robin Union is the best art joke in the whole set. This is a reference to American Gothic. And that's just really, it's really funny. Aside from that, the card is kind of sweet too. In limited, I think I want to give this. This is actually kind of tough. This one's a really tough one. In limited, I think I want to give this like a 1.75. In constructed, I'll give it a 2, just because again, when you can control your deck and your deck building a little bit more, I think the card has a lot of interesting things to do. But I actually don't think the card is amazing either, so I'll just give it like a 2. Shady Traveler is not great. A 3-mana 2/3 is decent stats. Menace is okay, and then when it daybounds, or when it becomes night rather, you get a 4/4 Menace. So a 3-mana 4/4 Menace is much better stats, but still. In limited, I think this is another one of those 23rd creatures, so I just want to give this like a 1.5. And in constructed, it's kind of not applicable. We'll give it a 0.5. Sea Zombie, tap 3, untap zombies. Creatures you control, each opponent loses 1 life. I love this guy. I love this guy for like infinite combo decks that are able to put infinite creatures on the board, but they can't attack. Remember, your creatures can tap in this way, even if they're summoning sick. They can't tap to attack. They can't tap to use their activated abilities. But if another creature's activated ability calls for you to tap your creatures, they can tap even if they're summoning sick. So I like this. It's kind of an interesting way to finish the game in infinite combo decks and stuff. But that's super niche. That's like an incredibly niche usage. Like, I think that the best way to use this in limited is to be able to deal damage with your decay guys, but they don't die. Like... In these battles I've been talking about where both players are trying to build up their force of decayed zombies and just alpha in, because you're able to overwhelm with board presence, this is probably going to be a pretty important card. Like whoever has Z Zombie just wins that game because you deal an extra 2 damage a turn. And it's a 2-mana 2/2 with a relevant creature type. Like in limited, that's fine too. So I actually kind of want to give this guy like a 2.25. He might actually be that good in limited. 2.25, 2.5, something along those lines. In standard, this is just like a 1.5, and that extra 0.5 is just from the infinite combo interaction and stuff. I like it. Slaughter Specialist, sweet card here, guys. Sergeant Slaughter is a 2-mana 3/3, so that's good enough. In limited, this plays very well, considering it trades with like some of the 4-drops in the set. That's good. So I think I want to give Specialist like a 2.5 in Limited. And then like a 3 in Constructed, which probably is not as high as the score you thought I would assign to the card. But I think there are enough problems and bad play lines. I mean, if you drop this on turn 2 and your opponent does Frostbite at end of turn, like, that's really bad. Like, that's so freaking... You wasted your whole turn 2 and all of your mana to give your opponent a 1/1 and make them discard a card. That's how that worked. That's bad. That's a bad interaction. So I think there's enough like feel bad stuff that'll happen in Standard with this card that it can't be like way up there, but I will give it a 3. It's pretty good. Stromkirk Blood Thief is fine. Again, this looks like a low rent, cheap Luminarch Aspirant that's nowhere near as good as Aspirant, but it is what it reminds me of. But it's not going to proc every turn. Doesn't even proc before your attack step. Like Aspirant does. Make it much better. It costs 50% more than Aspirant. I'm just hung up on that. I don't love the card. 3 mana 2/2s aren't usually good. But of course, this can be a 3 mana 3/3 and then a 4/4 and then a 5/5, but that's not great either. Like, would you pay a 3 mana 2/2 that said, at the beginning of your end step, maybe put a +1/+1 counter on this guy? I don't know. The card's probably one of those, like, important cards for the Vampire deck specifically, though. So I think we have to give it like a 1.75. It's probably pretty decent at, making sure you have the better board presence than your opponent. So it's not bad. And also, I do like it when you're ahead. When you're behind, it's not great. When you're behind, it like never procs and it's just a 3 mana 2/2. When you're ahead, though, I don't think it's win more, but I do think it helps you win more. If that makes any sense. I don't think it's so unbelievable that it's win more and that you don't even need it to begin with. But if you are ahead, this helps you be even more ahead. Like, it's demoralizing for your opponent to get hit for combat damage that turn and your vampires get bigger. So they're going to have to deal with even more next turn, right? So I can see that being very good if you're ahead, but really not good at all if you're behind, right? So I don't know. I think I'll give it, like I said, like a 1.75 in Limited and a 0.75 in Constructed. Our very first 0.75. Tainted Adversary is a very good card. I don't think it's great compared to some of the other adversaries. The more time I've had to look at this card. I really don't. Because you're getting a board in a box if you pay enough mana for it. But in Limited, you probably won't pay more than 5 mana for this. At which point, you got a 5 mana 3/4 Death Touch and a 2/2 that can't block, which actually aren't that's not amazing. Like, all of these creatures get bigger as you spend mana for them, but Death Touch is kind of the dumbest ability to pay off getting bigger. Like, I kind of wish you had Menace, But Death Touch is probably the better ability in Limited. Death Touch is a really good ability. So I can't really complain about it too much, but when you make him bigger, he's going to kill whatever blocks or is blocking him in the first place. But a 2 mana 2/3 Death Touch are good enough stats that like you'll play this card every single time that you get it. It also goes in the Finn deck in Constructed. That matters. It might go in Blood on the Snow decks in Constructed or Zombie decks, obviously. Like, there's a lot of homes for this thing, so I do like it. In Limited, I think I want to give this like a 3.25. I think that sounds about right. And then in Standard, Constructed rather, I think I'll actually give it around the same score, a 3.25. That sounds right. I think there's enough play lines in this particular format right now. The card is actually quite good. Vampire Interloper is just a 2 mana 2/1 flying that can't block. If you're putting together a very, very aggressive Limited deck, this is good. And note too, this is going to help proc your vampires with the if your opponent lost life abilities. It's going to help proc those in the relative early game. So not bad. That is very difficult to block, especially if you're on the play. So good card in some ways, bad card in others. Good role player though for these aggressive decks and these vampire decks. So I'll give it a 2. Playable role player in Limited. In Standard, I think it's fairly bad. I'll give it a 1. Vengeful Strangler is actually kind of cool because it kind of counts as removal. Like, you can trade it with a creature on the front half in combat, and then when it comes back, you kind of get a removal spell out of it. Kind of, right? So your opponent might just sacrifice Decayed Zombies or something to the other half of this card, which is, you're still affecting the board state in that way. But very likely they'll just sacrifice the creature it's attached to, right? Or the planeswalker it's attached to. Because that's how these cards tend to work. So I actually think this is a cool little card for just an initial 2 mana investment. And also it doesn't like disturb or anything. It just, when it dies, it transforms. That's really good. Like, that's actually quite good. So this is better than it looks. 100% better than it looks. I think that I want to give this like a 2.5 at least in limited. It's probably better than that. And then like a 2 in constructed. I don't think it sees any constructed play at all. But it is interesting to say the least, that you don't have to disturb this. It just comes back transformed and kills a guy eventually. Like, it's not bad. We have made it to red, everybody. Abandon the Post is bad. It's a bad card. Sometimes you play these cards that make, creatures unable to block. But usually when you play these cards in limited, they do something else. Like, there's a card that sees a fair amount of play in aggressive red limited decks that they print every now and again. It usually costs 4 mana. It deals like a damage to every creature on the table, and creatures like non-flyers can't block this turn. This card has been printed under a bunch of different names. Sometimes these are good for alpha striking in your aggressive decks. This doesn't help you do that as much as you want it to. But, if your opponent is relying on a whole board full of decayed zombies and just a couple of blockers, this can get you through their whole board. But I still don't think it's worth the slot in most of your limited decks. And if it is worth the slot, you have to be in a very, very aggressive deck. So it's very narrow in that way too. So I'll give the card a 1.25. A 1.25 in limited and a 0.75 in constructed. Ardent Elementalist is a decent card. 4 mana for a 2/1 is bad, but it effectively draws you an instant or sorcery from your graveyard. And that might be good enough in a lot of cases, but it's not going to trade all the time in combat or anything, so I don't love that. But just the card advantage on it makes it somewhat playable. I'll give it a 2 in limited. 2.25. These cards are good enough to be a 2.25. Getting a removal spell back is always really good, so you'll probably play the card, depending on what your 4-drop slot looks like. So yeah, sure, 2.25. Constructed 1.7. No, 1.5. 1.5 constructed. Bloodthirsty Adversary is a crazy bomb. This allows you to recast removal from your graveyard in both formats, limited and constructed. And it's a 2/2 haste for 2 mana, which is kind of decent in both formats too, especially limited. So I love this. Love it a whole lot. A whole lot. I think it's one of the best cards in the set. Very likely one of the best cards in the set. So in limited, just for the ability to recast removal, I think we have to give Bloodthirsty Adversary like a 4. I think it's right up there with the better cards in the set for limited too. So we'll give it a 4. And then constructed, I want to give this card like a 4.25. It's not Snapcaster Mage. I know it's not that card, but it's still really good. It scales incredibly well. It's really good in burn decks, good in blue-red decks, good in aggressive red decks. It's got a lot of homes, and it's always going to create either some value for you or at least be decently costed in the early game. So I think Adversary is just one of the most impressive cards in the set. Easy. Brimstone Vandal is kind of okay. Again, it's a day-night enabler, which is fine. And then you can deal incremental damage to your opponent every now and again. And it's got menace. Keyword ability is not bad on your 3-mana 2/3. So I've already said I like this stat line more than I like a 3-mana 3/2. So I guess I'll give this like a 1.5. Again, like kind of a role player. Probably won't actually do that much over the course of the game. And one of the more relevant parts is the fact that it starts the day-night cycle. But now we're going to Burning Down the House. This is a great card, isn't it? Like, I guess for limited, I'm going to give this like a 4.75. It's like, or a 4.5, like somewhere in that neighborhood. Amazing bomb, kills most of the things on the table, can even be a one-sided wrath if you have a 6 toughness guy. And if you don't need the sweeper, it creates 3 red devils with haste that can kill stuff. Like, God, that's good. It's so good, man. I love this card. So much. And I'll give it a huge score in limited, at least 4.5. But in constructed, I think I'm going to give this card a 3.75, which is very, very playable. I think the card is wonderful in constructed. As like a red sweeper that's better than Storm's Wrath, first of all. And if you don't need a Wrath at that point, 3 bodies is fine too. So the card's great. I think it's not one of the absolute best cards in the set, but I mean, it might be top 10 material. Burning Down the House is great. But we'll move on to Burn the Accursed. This is limited removal, and even though it costs 5 mana, you'll play it, especially with removal at such an unbelievable premium in this set. And with removal being powered down, against disturbed creatures and stuff, And some of these other reanimatable creatures and all the reanimation cards in the set, I mean, you're going to have to take care of almost every creature twice. So you need to play some removal in your deck, you know. Again, I think the set is going to be very combat focused. But you need removal. So even though it's cost 5, you'll play the 1 copy at the very least. I'm going to give it like a 2. I'll just give it a 2. I don't think it's great, but you'll play it. Cathartic Pyre is amazing. I'll give it a 0.5 in Constructed. That card's not playable. Cathartic Pyre is amazing. Cathartic Pyre is like unironically one of the better cards in the whole set. It gives me a Braid vibes, but it's in some ways better than a Braid. You know, with a Braid, your opponent's not always going to have an artifact to blow up. If you don't have a creature to blow up. In this case, if you don't have a creature to blow up, you can always discard 2, you know, unless you only have 1 or 2 cards in your hand, obviously. Obviously, but you can almost always use this second mode if you don't have a creature to blow up or Planeswalker. So I just think that this is deceptively incredible. It's great in Reanimator decks, any deck that wants to fuel its graveyard. And this card has a choice of a removal spell or a fuel spell, Gasoline. So, God, this card is great. The card is so good. It's one of the best rates on a removal spell in the entire, you know, limited environment too for the set. So I think you have to give this card. God, and it fuels Disturb and Flashback too. Like, what a great limited card. I think I'm going to give this a 3.75 in limited. And then I want to give it like a 4 in Constructed. Again, in cases where you can build your deck around a card like this to more leverage that second mode more often. I really think the card is unbelievable. I really do. I think the card's at least a 4. This is a fantastic card. Cathartic Pyre, guys, this is a great card. Curse of Shaken Fate is mostly a sideboard card. It's probably pretty good against Storm and stuff, but I don't really feel like rating this one because it's mostly sideboard stuff. So I think I'm just going to say like 1 in limited, 1.5 in Constructed. You know, it's not amazing, but when it is amazing, it's like when you bring it in against the right deck, it's incredible. Electric Revelation is a card I've talked about a little bit as liking, you know. Again, in a Reanimator deck, you can have cards that mill you. You know, you mill yourself. And this can go into your graveyard and you don't care. It's in your graveyard. That's just a way for you to draw 2 cards later. That's what I like about this, man. Is like when you mill it into your yard, it's just kind of in your hand. And then you can discard an important like reanimation target or something like that. You can discard another Electric Revelation to it. You know, have it sitting in your graveyard for the rest of the game. It's just, I really like this card. I don't think that it's great and limited. I really don't. So I'll give it like a 1.5 there, where there's maybe an application here or there. But again, in Constructed, where there are so many specific deck types that want a card like this, I think I'll give it a 2.5. I think it's not a bad card there. Falcon Wrath Perforator is one of my favorite names for a card in the set. This is a 2-mana 2/1. And the thing about this is that it also procs all of your vampire stuff, you know, whenever your opponent lost life this turn. The problem is this probably has to sacrifice itself to do that. You know, I think that if you swing with this on turn 3, it deals its damage, it deals its 2 damage, and then it survives and you get to swing with it again on turn 4, it's amazing. You know, if this card survives the first turn it attacks, I think the card is actually very good for like proccing your vampires and stuff, and even just like adding up damage. You know, so I don't hate this card, but I'm still going to end up giving it like a 1.75 for limited and like a 1.5 for Constructed. I think in your like vampire budget decks, it's pretty good, but this is one of those that I'm really tempted to look at and be like, oh, this is amazing in an aggro deck. It always deals damage and look at how quickly it adds up. But no, not really. Not really. Like in some ways, I'd rather have a 2-mana 3/1 than this. But specifically for proccing vampires, I think this is pretty, like a card you'll play every time in limited. So I should probably give it like a 2.25 in limited, really, because it really helps enable the vampire deck. And we've already seen, like, this is an important 2-drop for that. And so is that black vampire. It's 2-drop with flying that can't block. That guy's important for proccing your vampires. So there's a couple of, like, really important commons and uncommons for doing that. Falcon Wrath Pit Fighter. This is one of those cards that's not as impressive in limited as it is in Constructed. Again, because you can build your deck around it. It's a much higher impact card in Constructed. So in limited, I think I'll still play it, right? So I want to give this card like a 2. It trades up with 2-drops, like nobody's business, you know. Even the 3-power 2-drops in the set, some of them it trades with. So keep that in mind. Just the fact that, again, I don't usually like 1-drops, but this 1-drop can draw you cards. It can pseudo-invalidate your opponent's removal if they try to appoint a removal spell at something, as long as they've lost life that turn. It can help you find your bombs and like trade in your bad cards. Sacrifice creatures with Disturb to draw 2 cards and then just disturb the creature out of your graveyard later. This is one of those rare 1-drops that's actually really worth playing in Limited. So I actually think I give this a 2.25 in Limited, but then like a 3 in Constructed based mostly on the Savannah Lion stats. But we'll move on to Famished Foragers. This is a sweet card. Note, one of the things I like about this is that if it's daytime and you want it to become night, then this has a mana sink that you can pump mana into. You don't have to cast any other spells on your turn. Just pump mana into, or discard a card and draw a card. And that way you've done something on your turn. You've effectively used your mana, but you can still go and it becomes night, right? However, if it's nighttime when you play this card and you want it to be daytime, it gives you mana to help you cast 2 spells in a turn to roll it back around to day. So this actually, in a really subtle, hard to see at first glance way, this helps out decks that both want it to be day and want it to be night. So I think that's really cool. It fuels itself, right? You add the 3 mana, and then you can just use it on its ability if you don't have anything to cast. So I don't know. Again, you can discard Disturb stuff to it. You can discard Flashback and whatnot. So there's actually a lot of really cool things about this card, and the stat line isn't terrible either, although it does trade with some 3 and even 2-drops in the set. I still think this is a worthy card with a lot of like really cool upside that you really have to think about a lot to come across. So when people start telling you that Foragers is good for this or that reason, just remember you heard it here first. But in Constructed, the card's bad. In Limited, I want to give the card, honestly though, in Constructed, I mean, it adds 3 mana when it ETBs. How bad is that really? Those are often dangerous cards, but it's probably bad. In Limited, I want to give this like a 2.25. Very strong role player. In Constructed, I will give this a 1.75. Because, maybe, but probably not. Fane Blade Brigand is just a 4-mana 3/4 with, again, very important mana sink. Mana sinks are going to be important in this daybound, nightbound environment. And on the back half, it can gain First Strike, which is, again, very, very important. If you pump it once, it can kill most creatures in the set and survive as a 5/5 First Strike. So just a sweet little card here that has decent stats, like better than Hill Giant stats, and is a werewolf, benefits from day-night, and has like a fire-breathing ability. Just sweet. Bread and butter. Super bread and butter, almost signpost uncommon here. That I think I'll give like a 2.25 to. Again, important role player that you'll play in a lot of your Limited decks. And then a 0.5 in Constructed. It's just not good there. Festival Crasher is dope in specifically like the red-blue spells deck or a red-X spells deck. This is going to deal a lot of damage and have like a massive threat of activation, for lack of a better term, over the course of the game. So, it's like a Kiln Fiend or something like that. And these are always really good in a very specific draft archetype, but they're much worse in Constructed, and they're much worse in Sealed. So I really can't give this any higher than like a 2.5. And I probably don't even want to give it that. I probably want to throw this like a 2. A 2.25 in Limited. And then like a 1.75 in Constructed. Mostly because it's a fun card for like budget spells decks. Flame Channeler is next. This is okay. You get a 2-mana 2/2 on the front half. And then you get this thing, which is, card draw and a 3/3 on the back half. So that's not bad. But you have to actually like draft spells that do damage. And there's just not actually as many of them as you want at the lower rarities in this set. So this might just be a 2/2 for 2 for the entire game in Limited, which would suck, but hopefully you're able to flip it over and get your effective 2-mana 3/3 that draws cards. I think in Limited, this is probably in Limited, this probably isn't as good as it looks. In Limited, this is probably closer to a 2. In Constructed, however, this is probably like a 2.25. It's probably slightly better. Having more control over a card like this makes it to where drawing the cards is excellent. Having a 2-mana 3/3 is excellent. But again, not as good as you want. You know, you have to have Flame Channeler, then you have to have the other spell that transforms it. Then when it transforms, you have to cast another spell to put a flame counter on it. Then you have to pay mana to remove the flame counters. It's just, this actually requires more commitment than it looks like up front. So I think I'll give it a 2.5 in constructed. Playable, but not great. Geist Flame Reservoir is not a spell I'm very excited about. Now, on the one hand, it draws cards, sort of. On the other hand, it removes things. So you think I'd be very excited about this card, but not really. We've actually seen similar cards to this in the last few years, and they're never good. I mean, maybe there's a draft archetype that's built specifically around this card, but even then it's kind of tough. But I guess having just removal on a stick that you can activate multiple times in a game is sure to be at least somewhat good and limited, but it takes like at least 2 or 3 spells before you can remove something, and then you have to start all over. So I don't know. It might be good. It takes 5 mana before you can even remove something with this card. That's a big investment. So, you know, the card has a lot of issues. It really does. But I will still give this like a 2.25 in limited, because if you build your deck around it, I think it could be pretty good. In constructed, I'll just give it like a 2. Again, you build your deck around it, it's good. But we've seen cards like this lately that have been absolute trash. And I don't think this is going to be any different. But I'd love to be proven wrong on Reservoir. Harvesttide Infiltrator is a 3-mana 3/2 with trample, not the best stats in the world. And then it becomes a 4/4 trample for, again, your effective 3-mana investment, which is really good. So, again, kind of a common that you'll draft every now and again as a 23rd card. Let's give it a 1.5. In constructed, it's bad. 0.5. Immolation. Dope little card here, guys. Honestly, for sealed and draft and stuff, I want to give this like a 3.25. Like, it's that good, but it probably won't do that. I think we'll leave this card at a 2.75 because it's obviously not going to kill everything. Some of the stuff that it does not kill, it would just make bigger, so you really don't want that. Like, it doesn't, kneecap a creature that it doesn't kill the way you want it to. But that sucks, but for the most part, this is still like the single cheapest removal spell in the entire limited environment. So I think you'll play like 2 copies of Immolation in your deck. At the very least, it kills a Decayed Zombie. Like, at the very least, but oftentimes that's going to feel like you're getting 2 for 1. That said, though, a 1-mana removal spell, great. It's just, there's not a whole lot of that in this format, I promise you. So you'll be happy to have this when you do have it. In draft, I will probably, 2.75, something like that. I keep going down. 2.75. In constructed, 1.5, I guess we'll call it. Lambholt Harrier is also better than you think, baby. This is 2 mana. It's a bear. I mean, it says wolf, but it's bear stats. 2 mana, 2/2. Now, the thing about this is that, again, if you want it to become night, you don't want to cast spells on your turn. This is an amazing mana sink for a deck. I've already said I didn't like cards that make it so your opponent can't block or whatever, but I specifically said I don't like when that's all they do. This comes on a body. Like, this comes on a body that fills out your curve in the 2-drop slot at common and has the kind of activated ability that can absolutely win you a game sometimes, especially if you have enough mana to pump into it. If you can do this twice, that seems really good. So I don't know. As a reasonable body with this ability that also, again, just because it's an activated ability, kind of helps the day-night cycle out, I think is probably decent limited. So I'm going to give this card like a 2.25, role player all day. In constructed, it's not good at all. It's like a 1. Light Up the Night is another card that I think is better than most people think it is. In limited, it is removal, and good removal at that. Usually X spells aren't great removal, but this is X plus 1. So you always deal as much damage as you put into the spell mana-wise. That's good. So in limited, you play every copy of this. In standard, however, I think that there is a real case for this card, and I will make it at a later date. I can't go into it right now, but I actually think this is deceptively a very, very good card. So you're going to be shocked by my ratings here, but in limited, I'm going to give this a 3.5. It can kill creatures. You can cast it twice if you do have a Planeswalker, which is easier said than done, right? But if you happen to have a Planeswalker, you can cast this card twice. A removal spell you can effectively flash back is always good. And it can just end the game. It can just end the game if that's what you want it to do. In standard, all of these things apply, but you're more likely to have a Planeswalker. So the card is just really, I think the card is actually quite good. I really do. So I'm going to give this the 3.5 in limited, and then I'm going to give it I'm going to give this card a 3 in constructed, which is the highest constructed score we've hit in a while. I think the card is that good. I really do. I think the card is kind of sleeping, but let's look at Lunar Frenzy, which is a dope combat trick, even if you don't have mana to pump into it. Just give a creature first strike and trample, like, it could be good enough. First strike on defense, trample on offense, all this is good. So I like Lunar Frenzy, man, but I probably wouldn't play more than one copy in my limited deck. In my constructed deck, I would probably play 0 copies of Howl from Beyond nowadays, but it might be good. It was really good in 1996. Maybe it's really good now. Who knows? But Frenzy, I think, nowadays doesn't really stand the test of time. I think that I will give this card, just as a combat trick alone, I'll give it a 1.5 or 1.75. In Constructed, I think I'll give it a 1. But in terms of callback, I'll give it a 5. I love Howl from Beyond, and I wish it was still good, but I'm not sure that it is still good. Moonrager's Slash is removal that you can cast if it's not nighttime for just 3 mana. That's not bad. So if it is nighttime, though, I've already talked about this. Lightning Bolt. If it's nighttime, you get a Lightning Bolt. So Lightning Bolt. 1 mana for 3 damage is legendarily good. I don't think we have to tell you that's good rate. So, but even 3 mana for 3 damage is kind of a decent rate. And I'm almost talking about Constructed here. I'm not really talking about Constructed, but I think there's going to be games where it's daytime in your Werewolves deck and you rip this off the top of your library and you don't care that you have to pay 3 mana for it because you just win. You just nail your opponent for 3 and that's it. So top deck, this could be really good, even if it's daytime. But in limited, I think we have to give this at least a 3, if not a 3.25, something like that. And in Constructed, it's really only very good in the Werewolves deck, so it's extremely narrow when you think about it. But, I'll still give it like a 2.25 in Constructed because it's going to see play in that deck. You probably play 4 copies rather than play Frostbite. But Moonveil Regent, one of my favorite cards in the set, everybody. I love this thing. Now, in Limited, this is a bomb. This is an actual, honest-to-God bomb that can win you the game very easily. So, a 4/4 flyer for 4 mana, already good enough in Limited. It's a card drawer. That's amazing. And when it dies, you kill something. That's so good. Just everything about that is great, especially in Limited. So, in Limited, I think this is one of the bigger bombs we've seen so far. 4.75. 4.75 in Limited, not shying away from that score. I think that's right. I think this is probably the best creature that we've seen for Limited so far. In Constructed, I have to peel back a little bit, but I'm still going to give this a 3.25. I think this is a very, very playable card. Even in the current standard where there's some other 4-drops for the red-blue dragons decks, a lot of people have already said that I don't think we need Galazeth in this deck anymore, guys. I really don't. And this is probably way better than Galazeth. It's easier to play than Galazeth. It's not legendary. It draws cards. It can dome your opponent. There's a point where your opponent can't kill it because even if it just shocks them, they lose. In Grixis dragons with like Immersturm Predator and blue dragons like Imrith or Galazeth or whatever, then like suddenly this can bolt a target when it dies. I don't know. Like the card looks really, really good to me and it's always going to provide some amount of value, literally no matter what, like even on the very floor of the card. So yeah. 3.25 in standard, if not a 3.5. I think the card is very, very good in just about any format you can play it in. Mounted Dread Knight is not. It's 5 mana, 5/4 with trample, though, so it's probably good. Even if it doesn't get the +1/+1 counter, it's probably okay. But still, not much to write home about. 1.75 for this, and a 0.5 in Constructed. Neonate's Rush is a card I really want to like. It reminds me of Touch of Death from, like, Ice Age, way back in the day. But 3 mana, even 2 mana if you have a vampire, actually not great. But I will say this does, again, proc the if you've dealt damage this turn mode on a lot of the vampires in the set. So it might be a pretty good card, And it says if you control a vampire, 2 mana to draw a card is good enough in some cases. But you'll take the extra damage either to the face or kill one of your opponent's creatures. I mean, it might be worth it, but I don't think it's as worth it as you might think it is. But drawing the card really helps a lot here. I think this is probably... I mean, it's always going to cantrip. It's always going to cycle no matter what, right? So I think it's probably like a 2.75 in Limited. Not as high value as a lot of removal spells, but still very, very good. Sometimes killing a thing and drawing a card is great. So even though it's a bit of a trap, I'll still give it a let's give it a 2.5. Let's give it a 2.5. I think that's more accurate. As far as Constructed goes, I'll just give this like a 1.5. It's not. I don't think this is very playable at all. But draw a card. Maybe. Obsessive Astronomer has flavor text that mocks me. Flavor text taunts me a lot on this card, but I don't think the card is amazing either. Honestly, the best thing about it is the flavor text. I will give Obsessive Astronomer. I'll give this a 2.25 in limited. The reason I say this is because it's a really cheap card. It's only 2 mana to start the day-night cycle, and that might be worth it in and of itself. So it's not bad. In Constructed, I think that card's more like a 1, but could be a 1.5, could be. Pax Betrayal. This is the threatened effect of the set, but in this case, if you control a wolf or a werewolf, you get a scry, a 2 scry. That's actually quite good. I could really see this ending up in the sideboard of the standard Wolves deck. You know, you see threatened effects end up in sideboards of aggressive decks all the time. So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw like 2 or 3 of these. It really wouldn't in the Werewolf sideboard. That said, these cards are almost always playable and limited, but not amazing. Not the best thing in the world, but playable in your aggressive red limited decks. So I'm going to give this card like a 2.25 in limited, and then a 2 in Constructed. Again, mostly because it's a sideboard card, but could be a playable one. Play with Fire. This is a good card. It's a shock that scries, so that's good. It doesn't always scry, but sometimes it does. In limited, I think I have to give this like a 3, something like that. I think I'll give it a 3 in both formats. Limited and Constructed, this gets a 3. Very, very solid card. Remember, that's 3 out of 5. For anybody that's just joined us, I saw we got some new viewers, and I'm just making sure you know. The ceiling is 5. Purifying Dragon. This giant cone of flame looks like more than 1 damage. I don't know about you, but maybe all these guys are zombies and this is a 2 damage cone of flame, but I don't know. Either way, a 5-mana 4/3 flyer that sort of wraths, kind of, and like definitely kills all the decayed creatures on your opponent's side of the board. Like, that's good. You'll probably play most of the copies of this that you get. Again, air elementals are playable, and this is pretty close to an air elemental. They just took a point of toughness away, and instead they made it to where it can kill all the decayed stuff, all the tokens, and that's good. So I'm playing this card if I open it in draft or sealed, definitely. So I want to give this like a 3.25. I really think it's that high in limited. I think it's a great card in limited. In Constructed, it's probably more like a 1.5 or a 1.25. The card's not playable there. Raise the Effigy. Playable combat trick, if nothing else. There's not a whole lot of artifacts you want to bust up in the limited environment, but this is more of a Constructed playable card because I'm a sucker for these modal cards. I really am. But even in Constructed, bit of opportunity cost. I don't see it being more than a 1 or 2 of in decks that want it. And for decks to have to want it, the format has to be very specific, right? You have to have an aggressive red deck. That I don't even know that we have that going into the next format. And you need a format that cares about artifacts, cares about busting up artifacts for cheap. I don't know that we have that either, but in a way, this is a very, very, very strictly better Shatter. And I'm still stuck on cards from 1993, apparently. So maybe it's better than I think. 1 mana for a Shatter is okay, but especially at instant speed. So I'll just end up, I think, giving this like a 1.75 in limited, playable as a combat trick, but you're not going to play a whole bunch of copies and only goes in aggressive decks. In Constructed, I think I actually want to give this like a 2.25. The right format comes along with the right deck. This card could be very effective and very heavily played, so could be good. In a vacuum, it's quite good. In the current standard, not sure. Reckless Stormseeker is sweet, dude. This is effectively a 3-mana 3/3 haste, the way this ability reads. That then gives every creature you play for the rest of the game while it's on the board a form of haste, unless you play more than 1 creature a turn. Then you have to choose. The back half of this is just a 3/4, but it also gives trample and haste and a +2/+0 bonus. So again, the back half is just much, much better than the front half. I like this card a lot. I think that there might be some Constructed playability to this thing. I think it's better than like Arnie Broken Brow in a lot of situations, which is a card it's very easily compared to. So this might be good. Might actually be quite good. I don't know if it's good in the Werewolves deck specifically, because I don't know if it's actually... This is a weird thing to say. I'm not sure yet if the Werewolves deck is like cutthroat, go as fast as you possibly can, or if it's kind of a mid-range tribal deck. It looks mid-range. It doesn't have a whole lot of 1-drops. I think it only has like 1 decent 1-drop that's not even that decent. So, I think, though, that in like very low to the ground, aggressive decks that are trying to do damage as quickly as possible, that's where this card shines. This card is very good in those decks, but, you know, the ability to give your big old wolves haste when you pay 5 mana for them is probably good too, so maybe the card is better than I think it is in the werewolves decks, and you might need a good 3-drop in those decks too, so I guess for now, in Limited, I'm going to rate this card as, I mean, imagine you play this on turn 3 in Limited. You swing for 3. Then next turn you play your 4-drop and you swing. And the next turn you play your 5-drop and you swing with haste. That's good. That's quite good. I think I'm going to rate this card. It's better than just your normal bread and butter creature. I think I have to rate this card like a 3 in Limited. I think it's probably that good. And then in Constructed, it'll lag slightly behind. I think this will be like a 2.75 in Constructed. It's a card that I think might be playable. Remember, 2.75 is a card that is playable in Constructed under the right circumstances. And I think this absolutely is. I like Reckless Stormseeker. Also like that he has a jetpack. In any case, Seize the Storm is not a great card. Not a great card at all. In Limited, you have very little control over how big this actually is, and it costs a lot to cast on both ends. So I'm just going to give this like a 1.25 in Limited, seriously. I don't think it's even a 1.5. 1.5 implies that it might be playable, but in Draft, I could see drafting up a deck that's like a Seize the Storm deck. Like it could be its own archetype, but I don't think that archetype's going to be particularly powerful. Willing to eat those words, but I don't think it is. So 1.25 in Constructed, it's a 1. Smoldering Egg is this set's thing in the ice, but I don't think it's good in Limited, where it probably takes forever to actually transform it. I mean, a 2 mana 0/4 blocks. It blocks for days. But it takes forever to actually transform this thing. But when you do transform it, 4/4 flyer, cast stuff, 2 damage, gutter snipe, that's good. So the card's probably okay in Limited, but not as good as it is in Constructed, because it's going to be a while before you cast 7 mana worth of instants and sorceries and stuff. So in Limited, I think this might be a trap, and I have to give it like a 1.5. But if it ever turns over in Limited, it's very good. And I should point out that you have flashback spells. So you cast a spell, you'll cast the flashback on that spell a couple of turns later. That could really help you add up this mana. So it might be better than I think in Limited. But in Constructed, I'm going to give this card like a 2.25. Again, not extremely super playable, but it might surprise us. This might be one of those that surprises us and actually becomes a very playable card. Incredibly playable card. I think it works well in like blue-red spells decks or blue-red decks with like Alrund's Epiphany and stuff. Because, you know, if you cast Alrund's Epiphany with this thing on the table, you're going to flip it. And then you start the next turn with a 4/4 flyer. That's a good attacker. Oh, and also, if you chain Epiphanies together, you cast another Alrund's Epiphany, you deal 2 damage to them. So, or maybe you just go off on that turn and cast like removal spell, something like that. You deal 4 damage to them with Ashmouth and then 4 damage with the attack. Like, I could actually see this card being very playable. I really could, but I'm still going to kind of temper my expectations a little bit. I don't think it's as good as I think it can be. But Spell Rune Painter has kind of not even prowess. Prowess is just non-creature spells. This is instants and sorceries. But then the back half has super prowess, kind of. Again, just instants and sorceries. And I could see this being, again, like a bread and butter uncommon, a signpost even, for a red, blue, or red X spells deck in the format. We've seen a couple of cards like this. So you probably want to draft it into that deck, but I'm not sure how good it is outside of that very narrow application. So I'm just going to give the card a 2. 1.75? Yeah, 1.75. Prowess creatures are very good in Limited. They really are. But still, I think 1.75 is closer to where I sit on this card. 0.5 in Constructed. Stolen Vitality is the freakiest art in a set full of freaky art, and it's a fine combat trick. It's a fine combat trick. This is interesting. It just like whatever it is, Lunar Might, or that card. You know, if you want to use it offensively, you can do that and gain trample. If you want to use it defensively, you can do that and gain first strike. I guess the Lunar Howl or whatever it is just gives the creature both abilities, but this has some cool push-pull. You know, if you're doing it with a blocking creature, first strike is probably going to mean you win that interaction and keep your creature. And then on the aggressive side of it, trampling over means you might just win the game if your opponent elects to chump block. And 2 mana is not really much to ask for this ability. But, end of the day, combat trick only goes in aggressive decks, and you don't want to fill your deck with too many copies of them. So, I would probably give this deck, or give this card like a 2. Worth playing as a 1 or 2 of, but, again, 2. And then in Constructed, like a 1. That's probably a 1. Sunstreak Phoenix is a cool card, man, and I imagine in Limited, people are really going to be trying to make the day-night thing happen. So you might be able to get this card back like once or twice in a game, and that makes it really good. So I'll give Phoenix like a 3.75. And no, we'll give it no, it's not that high. We'll give it a 3.5 in Limited. It does have a relatively decent flying body, but it gets chumped by everything. But it should come back. It should come back. And it's a day enabler, if that matters. There's a lot of cool things about it. I don't want to rate it too highly, though, because I don't think it's actually that amazing. But there's a reason it's mythic. You're not going to get it in draft all the time. So I'll give it a 3.5 in draft. And then in constructed, I think it's probably worth like a 2.5, you know? Like, might be playable, especially if people are on day-night stuff all the time. This could be very playable, but not the best Phoenix we've seen in a while. Tavern Ruffian is kind of the most simple creature in the entire set. A 4-mana 2/5 that then becomes a 6/5. Not amazing. Not great. A 23rd creature if I've ever seen one, so we'll give it a 1.25. Thermo Alchemist Bud. Yeah, red-blue spells is definitely a draft archetype. Definitely a draft archetype. It's just a sweet card to have, man. Super sweet card to have, especially with flashback in the format. I can't wait to have some fun with Alchemist, man. Although it's not the best card in the world, let's be honest. So in Limited, I think we'll probably just give this like a 1.75. And in Constructed, I'll give it a 2 because you can definitely control what you're doing with it more there. You can build your deck around it. And I have had a lot of fun with TNA over the years, if you see what I did there. But let's be objective. It's not a great card. It's really not. But it's fun. Village Watch. God, we're almost in green, guys. We're getting there, aren't we? Oh, God, we've been streaming for 3 hours already. All right, so Village Watch. How did we do that? Village Watch is 5 mana for a 4/3 haste and daybound. And then it's a 5/4 for your 4-mana investment. And werewolves and wolves you control have haste. That's not bad. It's really not a terrible package, but it's also not incredible either. And especially for a 5-mana investment, you could do better than a 4/3, guys. So I think I'm just going to give it like a 1.75. And in Constructed, it's 0.5. It's not very good. Not very good at all. Just the haste is the best thing about the card. And then on the other half, gifting haste globally is pretty sweet, but it's not as good as it needs to be for what you're pumping into it mana-wise. Voldaren Ambusher can come down and kill a thing, which is good. It's quite good. If you have 2 vampires in play, when you play this, you effectively bolt something. Get it? Bolt, crossbow, bolt. That's why he's got a crossbow, is because you bolt stuff. Anyway, that's bad. It's just a dumb joke. But anyway, that's probably because I'm getting more and more delirious as this goes on. This is a fine card. But you're not always going to proc it. And on a turn where you can't proc it, it's a Scathe Zombies. Those are bad. So not the biggest fan of this in the world, but I do like the ability to snipe a creature when it comes down. Those creatures are usually quite good. So I'm just going to give this a solid 2 in Limited. When it's dead, it's still a body, but it still feels pretty dead when it's dead. So I don't love it in those cases. When you're behind, it's almost never going to be able to do the thing that you want it to do, right? Like maybe this is what's worth going in with all of your decayed zombies, right? Like if you're building up a board full of decayed zombies and you're looking for the right moment to attack, maybe whether or not you can get in with one of those zombies is what makes the difference sometimes between playing some of these vampire cards or making the decision to attack at all because you have one of these in your hand. So, you know, I could see that being the thing. I got to pull the trigger on these decayed zombies now so I get the real value off of this. Bolt a guy when it enters the battlefield. It could be very good. So to get the card a solid 2. It's not always great, but when it's great, it's really good. In Constructed, it's a 0.5. It's bad. Voldaren Stinger is just 1 mana. Huh? It's got first strike as long as it's attacking. Huh? Mana sink. Huh? It's not bad. It's not a terrible card, but it's also not a great card. The mana sink is actually the best part about this. Along with the fact that the first strike is sweet. Like, there's real threat of activation on this. You attack in with it, your opponent goes to block it with like a 3 power or 3 toughness dude. Well, if you have 3 mana open, suddenly you kill that guy and keep your vampire. So it's not bad. Again, I've already said I don't love 1-drops in Limited, but I do like 1-drops that do stuff. And this, at the very least, gets bigger. This, at the very least, is a mana sink. At the very least, helps you get to nighttime if it's day, because you have something to do with your mana rather than cast your spells. There's a lot of really cool stuff about Stinger. And it's one of the, again, rare sort of 1-drops that I like in Limited, but not a ton. I'm not going to give this card a huge score, but I will give it a 2.25, which again is fairly rare for 1-drops in limited. They're not usually that good. But a lot of reasons why you might want this lovely lady here. And then in standard, constructed or whatever, 1, I'll give it a 1. Augur of Autumn is very, very good in limited, I would imagine. Even if all you're doing is playing lands, you don't even have the Coven, it's good. But as soon as you have Coven, which we've already talked about, is very easy to get in limited. There's tons of cards that are bodies that put more bodies on the battlefield that have disparate power. So you're getting like 2/3 of Coven right then and there. It's really not going to be too hard, guys. So this is a card draw piece on a body, and that's very good. In limited, I think I'll give this like a 3.25. I think it's in that section. In standard or constructed, really, I'll just give this a 2.5. I think it's really good in commander, if you care. I think it's quite good there. But in constructed, I think this is more along the lines of a 2.5. I actually don't think it's as hype as some people think it is. But we'll see, won't we? Bird Admirer, which is, I don't know why I think it's just like one of the lazier names for a card in the whole set. But Bird Admirer is okay on the back half. Or for your 3-mana investment, you get a 3/5 reach. Not bad for 3 mana. It's really not. 3 mana for 3/5 is great. And throwing a keyword ability in is good too. So I don't hate this card. It's not entirely vanilla either. So I think I want to give this like a 1.75, or maybe not quite a 2. I think 1.75. It's playable in some instances. I think the reach is actually really important. And the reach is especially important on the back half because it blocks and kills a bunch of flyers but does not die to them. So that's good. Bounding Wolf is our green removal spell in this set. That's not true, but a lot of times you will play this like a removal spell that has a relevant creature type, right? But, 3 mana for a 3/2 flash reach is just okay. It can block flyers even and kill them. So I think this is actually a pretty sweet creature that you probably want a copy or 2 of in a lot of your decks, whether or not they're wolf and werewolf decks. Just periods. Kind of a sweet little bread and butter card here. Even though it's a 3 mana 3/2, I like this more because of the flash and because of the reach. Both of those really help me like this 3 mana 3/2 because you want to trade it. The whole point is to trade the card. But if your opponent doesn't have anything to trade, you just play it at the end of your turn. This is also good with the day-night cycle. I should point that out. Because you can just you got this in your hand on your turn. Say go, it becomes night. And then just flash this in at the end of your opponent's turn. It's like being able to play a spell without having to do that on your turn so you can make it night. That's all really good. There's a lot of little niche things with this card that help out certain decks in limited archetypes. So, big fan in terms of role players. I think I want to give this like a 2.25 because, again, it can play like a removal spell. It can play really well with the day-night mechanic. Plays really well in the Wolves and Werewolves deck. There's just a lot of places for it to go. I like it as a common. Bramble Armor. Did I say constructed? Constructed, it's like a 1.25. Bramble Armor is actually kind of sweet. 2 mana for +2/+1 it's twice as much as Unholy Strength, but I think it's still fine. It's a snap equipment. I like snap equipments, but I still don't think it's incredible. One thing you could do is put this on like the Suspicious Stowaway, the creature that goes unblocked every turn and then loots you a card. And suddenly you're hitting for 3. And then when it transforms, you're hitting for 4 every turn, drawing a card. It could be a cute little combo in limited, but it's not much of a combo, obviously. But I guess the question remains whether or not this is really worth a slot in your deck, no matter what format you're in. So in limited, I think I'll give this a 1.5. In constructed, very close to the same. I think I'll give it a 1 in constructed. Briar Bridge Tracker is a sweet little value card, guys. 3 mana 2/3 that's really a 4/3 for 3 mana is probably good enough. And then slap Vigilance on it, it's just wonderful. I think that this isn't one of the best green creatures in the set or anything, but it's a really solid creature that I will give a 3. I think I'll give a 3 to this in limited. Just a really solid body. Just a fantastically solid body that gives you something that draws a card and has a keyword ability. Yeah. 3 in limited, and then like a 2.75 in constructed. It ain't Tire Tracks. It's not Tireless Tracker, but it is actually a sweet card. I mean, compare its stats to Old Growth Troll, right? That's a 4/4 trample. This is effectively a 4/3 vigilance that can draw a card, right? So I don't know. It's really not bad. Brood Weaver is kind of sweet. 4 mana for a 2/4 reach is just Giant Spider, but it's a giant spider that creates another spider when it dies. If it has to chump block the 4/4 flyer, and die, then it creates a chump blocker for the 4/4 flyer on the next turn. So, I don't know, it's cool. Giant spiders aren't as playable and limited as they used to be. But giant spiders that leave a body behind, that's different. This is probably, God, this is just another way. I said this at the beginning, but like, there are so many ways to maintain and create board presence in this set that I think limited is just going to be a massive combat fest with a million creatures, right? It's just another example of that. You know, it dies, you get a creature. So, another example of that. I think in limited, there's probably better stuff you can be doing than this most of the time. But just for how good a card like this is traditionally, and the fact that it leaves behind a dude that can block flyers, I probably want to give this a 2.25 or a 2. I think it's closer to a 2 in limited. And then in constructed, it's like a 1. It's not very good there. Burly Breaker, the 5-mana 6/5 with Ward 1 himself. It's kind of good enough. And then an 8/7 on the back half with Ward 3. This isn't one of the most playable cards in the world or anything, but I do think I'll play a copy of this in the Werewolf decks in limited, right? Definitely. I want to give this like a 2. Because 5 mana for a 6/5 is good enough, and it just gets better. It only gets better from there. So, just on stats alone, the card is kind of playable. So, I'll give it a 2 or 2.25. Candlelit Cavalry has kind of a lame Coven ability, but trample on a 5/5 is pretty important. 5 mana for a 5/5, not the worst stats in the world either. So, I'll just give this a 2. I think a 2 is probably, or 1.75. 1.75 on this, I think is correct. Clear Shot, again, kind of the actual green removal spell in the set. I think there's 2 real green removal spells. But since this is green removal, you will absolutely play it. I will give it a 2.75. Consuming Blob is probably a bomb. This is the second bomb, the actual second bomb that we've hit. So I will give this a 5. If your opponent can't deal with this like immediately, they will lose the game to it. Unless they have like a gang of flyers they can immediately fly over and kill you with right after you play this. In very specific situations, no. But in most games, I imagine your opponent will lose to this card. So even if it only starts off as like a 2/3 or something, like just the ability to create creatures every turn. And then, you know, excuse me. And then those creatures get bigger as like graveyards get filled up or whatever, like or as your graveyard gets filled up, like, that could just be, this could be very, very dangerous and limited. To the point where, if your opponent can't kill it, they will definitely lose to it because it creates too much value. So I think this is probably like a 4.75 or a 5. Just slam dunk card in limited. In constructed, it's a little bit worse, but not a whole hell of a lot worse. I mean, you remember Biogenic Ooze from a couple of years ago, and that saw some good play, especially out of the sideboard against certain decks. So I could see this seeing some sparing play too, and I'm going to give it a 3 in constructed, which is actually a pretty good score for constructed. Contortionist Troop is kind of all right. It scales pretty well, especially for limited. And it really helps you, fill out Coven, right? Like this is basically a blank slot for Coven. You can be a 1-power creature, 2-power creature, 3-power creature, 4-power creature, 5-power creature, whatever you need for Coven. This can be, which I think is really, really sweet too. And it creates some sort of like Luminarch Aspirantee, sort of, if you squint hard enough, a Luminarch Aspirant at the end of turn, worth the value. And that's actually kind of cool. The card's probably not playable in constructed, but I'm going to give it a higher constructed score than I give a lot of these limited playables. In terms of limited, I think this is deceptively good. So I'm going to give it a 3. I think this is actually worth at least a 3 unlimited. It's quite a good card. And then constructed, I'm going to give it a 2. Yeah. I'd say it barely breaks the 2 barrier. Probably not playable at all in constructed, honestly. But interesting card, if nothing, a very interesting card. Dawnheart Mentor, another thing that's really good for Coven, right? Because you get a 0-power creature, which you don't see every day. Rare power. And you get a 1/1, so really helps you hit Coven. It's also a great mana sink. We've already talked about why that's good in the day-night cycle. And you just need mana sinks in limited. And being able to, this threat of activation, once you actually have 6 mana, this is a very, very high threat of activation. So, sweet card that, again, I can't be super sure about. I really can't. Because it doesn't create much power when it ETBs. It's really more for blocking and, prepping Coven and all that than actually doing much of anything for a good long time in the game. So I think I'm just going to give this like a 2 in limited, something like that. and then a 1 in Constructed. Dawnheart Rejuvenator is kind of sweet. 4 mana for a 2/4. Giant spider stats, just no reach. ETBs gain 3, tap for a mana of any color. So I think this is actually a really sweet, just kind of filler card in Limited, fixing your mana, ramping your mana, gaining your life, blocking well. This card does kind of everything in Limited that you want it to do to an extent. The fact that it does so much just makes it a decent Limited card. So I want to give this like a 2.25 in Limited. Definitely more than playable, but not the best card in your deck. And in Constructed, I think I want to give it like a 1.5. Maybe your Teleportation Circle deck with 7 drops wants this. It's entirely possible. I could see it. Ooh, Death Bonnet Sprout. This is another one of those cards I don't think is quite as good in Limited as I think it is in Constructed. When you have the ability to build your deck around this card, it becomes much better. But in Limited, it's still going to eventually be a 3/3 that can get bigger. So I think I'm still going to give it like a 2.25 or a 2.5 in Limited because it's going to be pretty decent mana for the value a little bit later in the game. You still have to wait a turn for it to flip into a 3/3, but still good value. But in Constructed, I joked and said that this was a Chantrelver of Secrets or Portabelver of Secrets, Mushroom Delver of Secrets. It's kind of what I'm going for here in case you can't figure it out. Because somebody in my comments section the other day pointed out that this reminded them of Delver, and I was like, holy crap, it is supposed to be Delver. That's exactly what this is supposed to be a callback to. I'm not sure it's as good as Delver, but I do think it's very, very good. It's effectively, before too long, especially if you can control the way you built your deck, and you can put good enough cards in it to pay this off, then it won't take too long before it's a 3/3, and then it won't take too long before it's a 4/4 and a 5/5 and a 6/6 and a 7/7. So for a 1 mana investment, this seems fantastic to me, even in Constructed. So again, in Limited, 2.25, something like that. But in Constructed, I could seriously see this card being a 4, but I'm not going to give it to it. I'm going to say 3.25 on Death Bonnet Sprout, but that is a very good score. That's a very good score. Defend the Celestis is a bad card. Do not play it, even in Limited. I'm pretty sure that this could fix Coven. I think that's what it's supposed to do, is just give you Coven if you don't already have it with your 3 creatures out, right? But I still think that it's terrible. And I wouldn't play it in my decks. I just wouldn't do that. So I would give it like a 1 in Limited and a 0.5 in Constructed. Dryad's Revival I did not get a chance to talk about during spoiler season. I did not see this card until earlier today when I was doing like a dry run of this on my laptop. This card's good. It's a regrowth that flashes back. It's good. It's really a recover that flashes back. Regrowth is 2 mana. Recover is the same thing, but it's 3 mana. So it's a recover that flashes back. I actually think this card is very good. I don't know how good it is in Limited. It might be okay. But, even if it just lets you recast your removal twice, that's pretty good. The thing I like about this is that you cast a card, return it from your graveyard to your hand, cast it, and then you can just you can flash back and get the same card back again. So you can cast the same removal spell 3 times because of this card. That's cool. So in Limited, it does take a slot in your deck, and that kind of sucks. It could sit dead in your hand for a while, but eventually you want something back from your yard, right? Eventually. So I think we'll give this like a 2.25. Might not be that good. It really might not be. But 2.25 I think feels right for Limited. Now in Constructed, I'll give it a 2.5. Slightly higher value for Constructed. Again, a regrowth. I have wanted a regrowth. We have had regrowth effects in Standard that are like return target non-creature card, return target non-land card, return target creature card, return target permanent card, but we haven't had a whole lot of just return a card from your graveyard to your hand regardless of what type it has. And I've wanted that multiple times. I think that in some ways this would be better than like a Balaged Recovery, which is a good card in and of itself. So the flashback on this makes it look especially strong. So I'm going to say 2.5 in Constructed, and remember that that's actually a fairly high constructed score. That's not bad at all. I think this is a decent card. Duel for Dominance, there's the other green removal spell, so you'll play this. You will probably play this every time. It's a fight spell pretty much no matter what, I believe, but then you put a +1/+1 counter on the thing if you have Coven. But I might be wrong. I might be wrong about this. This could literally do nothing if you don't have Coven. Like you can't cast it if you don't have Coven, but I don't think that they would do that. Yeah, the way this is worded, choose a creature you control, charge a creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, put a +1/+1 counter on the chosen creature you control. So that's what happens if you have Coven. So I assume if you don't have Coven, you just 2 creatures fight. I assume that's how it works. But if this really means like the card literally doesn't have text, if you don't have Coven, then that's bad. But I don't think that's what this is saying. I think you get to cast it as a fight spell, even if you don't have Coven. So yeah, inevitable green fight common, somebody says. Yeah, absolutely. This is worth playing in your green decks. I'll give it a 2.5, 2.75, like these spells normally get. In standard, it's not Blizzard Brawl. It's not playable. It's a 0.5. Yeah, the wording does make it seem like you have to have Coven to do anything at all. But I'm not sure that's true. I'm really not. But Eccentric Farmer is a card I like a lot. This puts stuff in your graveyard. That's good. And it draws you a land. That's also good. 3 mana, 2/3. That's fine. So I don't know. In limited, I think it's a nice little card to play. It's cool. It's a common too. So it doesn't have all the stats in the world, but I'll take the card and I will definitely take my for sure 4th land drop. That's very important in limited too. So I like it. I think I'll give it like a 2.5 in limited or 2.75. 2.75 limited, 2.25 constructed, where I still think the card is playable in certain decks. Very much so, actually. Harvest Tide Sentry is just okay. This is the green creature I was talking about earlier, that you put that white equipment on, that it can't be blocked by creatures with power 4 or less, but it also can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, so it can only be blocked by 3 power dudes. It could be cute, right? But that's just a stupid combo. I don't actually think this card is very good. In limited, I think we'll give it a 1.5, just based on stats alone. 1.5, it's playable, right? Trades with 3 drops, so maybe it's a 1.75. And then in constructed, it's like a 0.5. It's bad. Hound Tamer is a sweet card. Do not like just glaze over this card. 3 mana for a 3/3 trample is good. 3 mana for a 3/3 trample is good. Plus, it has an activated ability that makes your board bigger. Plus, it could also just be a 3 mana 4/4 trample that has a global effect and still has the, mana sink. Again, mana sinks are good, especially in these werewolf decks, because you want it to be night. But you still want to do stuff on your turn, so you can pump mana into it to do something on your turn or whatever. Or have something to do with your mana on your opponent's turn even. And flip it over into night. So this is a very powerful card. I don't think that it goes in the werewolves deck in standard. I might be wrong. It might be just pushed enough to be in the werewolves deck. Then again, it might not. But in limited, this is quite good. In limited, this is actually one of the best green uncommons in the set, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and give this like a 3.25. Something like it, just a ridiculously high score for limited. But I'm still going to give it like a 2.75 in constructed. I think that it's somewhat playable and definitely good if you want to go the budget route. And you're looking for a 3-drop. This is a good, very, very good choice. Howl of the Hunt is not great, but it could be played kind of like removal, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. It could be played as a combat trick, That's not bad. It untaps the creature so you can attack and then cast it when they go to attack, and you can block with the dude you attacked with. It's all okay, but ultimately I don't love this card. I think I'm just going to give it a 1.5 in limited and then like a 0.5 in constructed. The flash is what makes this card good. As a matter of fact, I think I'll bump it up to a 1.75. I think this card will be a more important combat trick than we think it is, but 3 mana is a little bit steep. It really is. Might of the Old Ways, +2/+2 for 2 mana at instant speed, and then Covenant draws you a card. This, pretty sweet in Coven decks. Drawing a card is great. I like this more than the last card we looked at. Drawing a card is very good on your combat tricks. So I think I want to give this as well a 1.75. Yeah, I think this is a 1.75 here in terms of playability and limited. And then standard, standard, I think I'll give it a 1.5 because it could go in like the Dragon's Guard Elite spells decks and stuff. It could. Probably not, but it could. Outland Liberator is amazing. It's a really good magic card. Busts up artifacts and enchantments on the one half, and on the other half, just in exciting and new ways. In limited, this is probably like a 2.75, something like that. In constructed, I'm actually going to bump it up to a 3. Now, it's really good in limited. You'll play it in limited. 2 mana 2/2 is bear stats. It can sack to kill something. It gets bigger on the back half. Like, it's really good in limited. I think it is, but I think it's even better in constructed when there's a lot more sort of high value targets that you want to take out. I love that it just eats up treasure You attack with it, destroy a treasure, sacrifice it, kill a treasure. You probably don't want to do that, but you know, you can just eat treasure on attacks. That's dope. Like, I don't know, there's cool things about this card. And it feels like a 2-mana 3/3 in some ways. Like, I just love it. I think I'll give the card a 3 in Constructed and like a 2.5 or 2.75 in Limited. It's that good. Path to the Festival is another card I've already talked about. I like more than a lot of people like it. Oh, God. Hydration in my throat. That's good. Path to the Festival is actually not terrible. I mean, it's no Cultivate, but you in Limited, you'll almost certainly get the scry value off of this when you play it on turn 3. So that's awesome. In Constructed, you might not get the scry value until you flash it back, but you'll almost certainly get the scry value when you flash it back. Because 2 out of 3 of the, you've gotten 2 basic lands with this. So hopefully in a few turns, you've been able to find another one. Altogether, kind of a sweet little card. Ramp like this usually isn't super playable in Limited, but there are ramp decks, obviously, in Limited that'll want a card like this. And if you're building a ramp deck, you're specifically looking for this card to show up in packs so you can draft it. So I think I'm going to give it a 2. Important role player status, important ramp card for the Limited environment. My English is breaking down as we get through this. God, we're gonna be 4 hours soon. Holy crap! But anyway, playable in Limited as a ramp piece, as an important ramp piece, and then even in Standard, I think the card's actually not terrible. I really do. So I will give this again a 2 in Limited and a 2 in Constructed. I think both a 2. Playable role player status. Pestilent Wolf is a 2-mana 2/2 with a proper creature type that can also gain Death Touch with a mana sink, so it's playable in Limited. I'd give this card like a 1.75 or 2, probably closer to a 2 in Limited. And like a 0.5 in Constructed. Well, we'll give it a 1 in Constructed. Screw it. Plummet, always playable, usually worth a 2. In Constructed, it's worse. We'll give it a 1. Primal Adversary. I don't even think I've covered this card yet. I don't think I ever got a chance to cover this card. It's good. In case you don't know. It's quite good. For 5 mana, you get 8 power worth of stats. So it's a lot like the Black Adversary, but this one, the thing that you make a creature can block. So that's a little bit different. Also, you're creating haste value on this, which isn't true of the Black Adversary. So like in Constructed, if I pay 5 mana for the Black Adversary, I can't attack with any of that turn. But if my opponent just hit a sweeper or something and I cast this on turn 5, I can attack with, turn 6. Because you have to have an open land to make it 3/3. So if on turn 6 I cast this after a sweeper, I can actually attack with 3 of that power that turn, which is extremely relevant. So there's a lot of reasons I like Adversary. Again, compare this to Old Growth Troll. You lose 1 point of toughness. That's it. You lose a point of toughness, but the card becomes much easier to cast. It can go in 2 and 3 color decks, and also creates more value if you draw it late. So card looks fantastic in all formats, basically. In Limited, mostly based on stats alone. I think I want to give this like a... God. I'm going to give this like a 3.75 in Limited and a 3.5 in Constructed. I think it's that good. I think it's a very, very good card. It's the only Adversary that doesn't cost 2 mana. There's a reason for that. It's a good card. Return to Nature is Return to Nature is Return to Nature. Disenchants with an extra ability are pretty good, but they're sideboard cards. So I'll just kind of not applicable this one, but I guess if I had to, like a 1.5 in Limited, 1.5 in Constructed. But of course, after boards, they become much better. Rise of the Ants is what we got instead of Spider Swarming this time around. This is okay. This is just okay. 6 mana for 2 bodies, not bad. 8 mana for 2 bodies, bad. But I guess if the game goes long enough, you'll be happy to have access to this with Flashback. But I don't know if you want to play the card in the first place in Limited. So I would probably just give this card like a 1.75, and we'll go from there. In Limited and in Constructed, the card's like a 1. So Sereth Viper's Fang is dope. All of your attackers have Death Touch, or I guess all of your non-vigilant attackers have Death Touch. Then again, all your vigilant creatures always have Hexproof. That's pretty sweet. But I don't know. This is pretty dope in a lot of ways. It can fix your mana. It can give creatures pseudo vigilance. It gives everything hexproof that's not attacking or anything. It's just everything the card does is really sweet, and it's kind of a decent rate too for its casting costs. So in limited, I think we have to give this thing like a 3.25 or 3.5 even. Hexproof is ridiculous and Death Touch is ridiculous. Let's give it a 3.5. And in Constructed, it's much worse. I think I'll give this like a 2.25, but Commander players, I imagine, will love this in the 99 of a bunch of decks. So do expect it to show up there. Shadow Beast Sighting. This gives you 1 body for 4 mana, and you flash it back for 1 body for 7 mana. So is this any better than like Unleash the Ants or whatever we just looked at? I'm not sure. 4 mana for a 4/4 is decent though. And if you have to, flashing it back is all right too. So I don't know. In limited, I might play this. I really might, especially depending on what the rest of my deck looks like. Also worth noting, I guess, that in decks with like Luca and Transmogrify effects that can't play a whole lot of creatures, but they want bodies, 4 mana 4/4, token maker, not a creature. You're not going to hit it with Transmogrify. It's worth noting, but you're not going to play it in Transmogrify because if it costs 3 mana, you'd play it in Transmogrify, but you don't want it to be the same, like competing with Transmogrify for a turn slot. So, but still, I guess I've said too much about this card already. 1.75 or 2, probably closer to a 2 in limited. Yeah, 2 in limited. No, it's higher than that, isn't it? 4 mana for a 4/4 is worth 2.25. 2.25 in limited. And like a 1.5 in Constructed. Snarling Wolf is our 1-drop wolf, everybody. Hope you like it, because that's what we're getting. It's 1-drop wolf. It does have a pretty cool mana sink that you can only activate once per turn. But again, these mana sinks matter when you're in the day-night cycle a good bit. So, I mean, it's kind of like a Basking Rootwalla, I guess. Like a 1-mana dude that can become a 3/3 is decent, but is it good enough to see competitive play in the Werewolves decks? Well, I guess if those decks want 1-drops, then it has to be. We have to at least try it. We have to at least try this card. But I'm not convinced about it. In limited, it's a 1-drop that, as long as you have mana open, can trade with 3-drops and stuff. But it's very likely that you're not going to have mana open all the damn time. So I'm trying to temper my expectations on this. But just like some of the other 1-drops we've seen so far, this is more playable than a lot of 1-drops that we see for sealed and stuff. So I think I'm going to give this like a 1.75 in limited and a 1.5 in Constructed. I think it's possibly playable in Constructed because we have to. We have no other alternative. Storm the Festival is probably good. I mean, if you can cast it, if you have enough green mana and limited to cast this spell, it's probably okay. But I imagine if you whiff or just get like 2 lands off of it, you're gonna feel really bad. You're gonna feel so bad. And in limited, you don't have a whole lot of control over like what you get with this, whereas you do have more control in Constructed. But my problem in Constructed is you want the full mana value off of this, which means you want 2 5-drops. And how many freaking 5-drops do you have to play in your deck to like guarantee the full value off of this? So, that's a bit of a crapshoot too. I'm not sure how good sorcery speed, big man, big dog Coco is, honestly. I want it to be good. But in limited, it kind of feels like a bomb, but sometimes it's just going to get like a land and a 2/2 or something. So it's not really a bomb. So I'm just going to give this like a 2.5 in limited, like probably worth playing if you can cast it. In Constructed, you can build a deck around this a little bit more easily, so I'll give it a 2.75, but I don't like Hot Cocoa as much as a lot of people like it, dude. I really don't. Tapping at the Window is a dope card, though. This isn't Grizzly Salvage, but it's something. I don't know how much you want it in limited, but it effectively draws a card twice. Like, if in a way, it's a think twice for creature-heavy decks, like exactly that. That's good. Pretty good there, boo-boo. So, I don't know. And you self-mill at the same time, too. So, if you get a card with flashback or a creature with disturb you don't want to put in your hand because there's a better option in the 3 that you get to see, it's good. I like it. I guess it's worse than Think Twice because Think Twice was instant speed, but still sweet card. In limited, I don't think you want to play it in every deck, but you want to play it in some. So I'll give it a 1.75 there. But I think it's actually a slightly more strong card in Constructed, but still not as strong as I'd really like it to be. So I'll give it a 2.25 in Constructed. Timberland Guide. Seen a bunch of cards that do exactly this at this mana cost, with this text box, with this stat line. So, maybe it's good for fudging around Coven to make sure you can get Coven, but often this isn't as playable as you want it to be. I'll end up giving it a 1.25 in limited and a 1 in constructed. Tireless Hauler is just a 4/5 vigilance for 5 mana. That becomes a 6/6 vigilance. So French vanilla creature. And that's all it really does for a relatively high casting cost. But 5 for a 4/5 is okay stats, especially with a keyword ability. So I guess I'll give this a 1.5 in limited. And in constructed, it's 0.5. It's terrible. Tovolar's Huntmaster is a ridiculous card. This puts 10 power and toughness on the table when it ETBs. It can be reanimated. It can be blinked a bunch of times. That's awesome. Both sides of it do that. So if it's nighttime and you play this, you still get your 2/2s. And then it's got a fight thing on the back. It's got a fight. What a bomb this is, right? So even though it's 6 mana, that's a lot, no matter what format you're in. I still think this is at least a 3.25, if not a 3.5. Yeah, screw it. It's bigger than that. It's probably a 3.75. Let's give it a 3 3/4 in limited. In constructed, the problem here is that we have cards like Esseka's Chariot and the 4-mana Arlen that effectively do this for less mana, right? They don't give you this sort of fight ability on all your stuff, but they're probably just still way more constructed playable than this card. However, this also, it says when it attacks. The back half of this is when it attacks. Create 2/2/2 Green Wolf creature tokens. So it's literally Grave Titan. It just is Grave Titan. And that's a pretty good card. So, I don't know. At least a 3.75 in limited and probably a 2.75 in constructed. Just because there probably are better options than this. There really are. But it's still pretty tempting, you know. Oh, we're almost at gold. Turn the Earth. Yay. Turn the Earth is a single green mana for this effect, and that's pretty good. Although much more playable, I think, in constructed. Although it's worth to say in limited, you can, you know, make them put back flashback cards, make them put back disturb cards, and that's kind of important. Make them put back important reanimation targets. I like all that, but card has to be worth the slot in your deck, and I'm not sure that it actually is in limited. So I'll just give this like a 1 in limited, but I think I'll give it a 1.75 in constructed, where there might actually be sweet things you can do with this. Proc life gain, you know, triggers multiple times. Keep yourself from dying to mill, perhaps, or keep your opponent off of being able to reanimate a sweet card, because this is instant speed. If they go to disturb something, you can target it at instant speed. Make sure they don't disturb it. There's a lot of cool stuff with this card. They really are, but I don't know. I wish that it somehow created any form of card selection or advantage or something. As it is, I don't love it, but I will still give it like close to a 2 because I think there's applications with it in the right deck. Unnatural Growth is a limited bomb. This doesn't win you the game or anything immediately, but I mean, this probably puts your whole team above their team in terms of stats. And it only works on your creatures. I've had a couple of people tell me, like in comment sections and stuff, like, works on your opponent's creatures too. No, it says you control each creature you control. So no, it's just it's just your guys, and that's actually pretty good. 5 mana is a reasonably steep investment. You're almost never going to be able to actually cast this in limited, but if you can cast it and you got the creatures down, which are a couple of really big ifs, suddenly this is amazing on the turn that you play it. It provides, in a way, ETB value. Turn you play it value. So I actually really like this card. It looks like a bomb to me, but I'm going to temper it a little bit. It's not like a 4.5 or a 5 bomb. I think this is closer to a 4. This is very likely a 4. And there's going to be games where it feels bad because you just can't cast it. It sits in your hand, and your green-red werewolves archetype, and you just can't cast the stupid thing. In constructed, this is probably a commander playable card, definitely. And the Timmies are going to like it too. But in constructed, I think there's just better things you could do on your turn for 5 mana than this. I really do. I wish I liked it more than I did. Because there was a point when I was 12 where I would have fawned and salivated over this card. But, you know, now with a slightly more objective, you know, pragmatic Magic mind, it's just not the impressive card that it used to be. But it is cool. If nothing else, it's cool. Willow Geist is probably just okay in limited. If it gets to a 3/3, it's probably good. But there are 16 cards with Disturb in the whole set. And how many cards? 38 cards with Flashback. So the card takes a lot of enabling. Oh, a Boogeyman. Thanks for the 1,000 bits. Holy crap. You're amazing. That's a lot of bits just out of nowhere. Thank you, Boogeyman. But, you know, if it becomes a 3/3 or 4/4 in limited, it's probably good, but it's going to take all game for that to happen. I like this card a little bit more in constructed, where you can more easily and efficiently read cheaper control what goes into and out of your graveyard. In this case, leaving your graveyard is the important part. So I think it's possible that on turn 3 or 4 in Constructed, you could have like a 5/5 trample because of this guy for your 1-mana investment, in which case it looks really good. In Limited, I think it's going to be a lot harder to engineer. So I will give this a 1.75 in Limited, although it could be much better than that. I'll start off at a 1.75. In Constructed, I want to give this card a 2.75. Again, a good score, but it requires a lot of opportunity cost. It requires you building your entire deck around it, and it might require you playing some cards that are not necessarily high impact or high value, just so you can synergize with Geist. And I don't love that idea. So I don't know. I want to be really keen on this card, but we have to see some very efficient, stuff that takes stuff out of graveyards for this to be really, really good and Constructed. But I could see it being the backbone of a decent deck. I could. Wrenn 7 is probably the best Planeswalker in the set. I say that looking at Arlen Pax Hope on screen right now. I still think Wrenn 7 is a sweet card. Goes really well in like Naya Reconstruct History decks that wanted a decent playable Planeswalker. Now they have 2. They have Arlen and Wrenn 7. It goes well in those decks. But it also goes pretty good in the like green-blue or green-blue X Blood on the Snow decks, Don't know if it fights Lolth for a slot or not in those decks, but still could beat out Lolth for a slot or take a 1/1 split or something with Lolth. So just a sweet Planeswalker with 4 abilities that has an amazing -3, like an incredible -3. That I think is going to see some amount of, relatively sparing, yes, but some amount of standard play here or there over its life cycle. So I'm going to give the card, is the card a bomb in Limited? Yes, the card is a bomb in Limited. Let's give the card a 4.5 in Limited, mostly because of the -3, right? Because you -3, +1, -3. Even though that kills it, that has given you the 2 biggest creatures on the table most of the time. So let's give it a 4.5 in Limited. And then a 3 in Standard. I think this card sits pretty comfortably at a 3 or a 2.75 even. But man, let's get to the gold cards, y'all. Oh, we almost did it. We're almost there. This is the longest stream I've ever done. So thanks for hanging around. Angel Fire Ignition is probably a bad card. Sorcery Speed is what really just neuters this for me. I don't love that. So I guess we will call this, let's call it a 1.75 in Limited. A card that you'll play sometimes and do some fun stuff with. The flashback is important. It is. But I don't love it. 1.75 in Limited. And then I'll actually give it a 2 in Constructed. Because in a deck where you have more choice of how to build your deck around a card like this, I think it's much better. It could have some sort of playability as almost a finisher in very, very specific decks. Maybe decks that have a combo kill or decks that have an unblockable creature they're trying to get through for damage or something. Like maybe this is good in those decks, but I doubt it. Screw it. I think it deserves a 1.5 in both categories, actually. I want to like this card more than I do. Arcane Infusion is really sweet. This is an impulse, for instance, in sorceries. It also flashbacks for 5. And time will tell if this is better or worse than Expressive Iteration in red-blue decks and Standard. I think Iteration is probably better because it gets you 2 cards up front. But this is an instant that digs you 1 card deeper to the Alrund's Epiphany. And I think that might really matter. It helps you find the Epiphany twice, too, by the way. Which is just great. So, in Limited, I think this is a decent spell, like a piece of selection. So I'll give it a 2.5 in Limited and a 3.25 in Constructed, where I think it's actually a very good card. Arlen Pax Hope, another amazing card. This is such a good card. The more I look at this, the more I like it in Constructed. 4 mana might be a little bit steep, though. It might. But for 4 mana, you're kind of getting an Esika's Chariot. Like, it feels like playing an Esika's Chariot, so that might be good enough. But you can also, let's say, this is the play pattern I'm most interested in this card. So you play it, you -3, you get 2/2 wolves, you get 2/2 wolf tokens. They block and protect the Arlen until the next turn, where you +1 Arlen and maybe do nothing else. And then you have this threat where you can flash something in on your opponent's turn if they go to attack Arlen and try to kill her. Flash something in to protect her. This is also pretty cool with the day-night cycle, obviously, right? Because you're meant to plus Arlen and not play any spells that turn. Make it nighttime. And then, with Flash, cast something that is on Nightbound. And so gives you this like amazing mana value. I think that's just a great play line. I really think it is. And then on this half, mana is better than you think it is. Mana is always better than you think it is. Especially if you play this like at night with a Bard class out or something. You pay 2 red and a green for it, and it just immediately pays you back. Like, that could be dope. Or if it's nighttime, you get to pay 4 mana for a 4/4 trample indestructible haste, which is probably also really, really good. So I don't know. The card looks fantastic to me. I will give this a 4.75 in limited. Maybe even a 5. Seriously. I'll stick with 4.75 though. And then a 3.5 in constructed. I think that's probably right. This card has a lot of different ways you can play it, a lot of different game states it can be played in. It's decent ahead, it's decent behind even, because you get the wolves. Like, a lot of really sweet things about this card. Almost no matter what point of the game you're in, it's going to do something cool. So, like it a lot. High marks all around for it. But Blade Stitch Scab is just a zombie anthem, but you'll be happy about that when you got a bunch of decayed dudes on the battlefield, especially when you only paid 2 mana for your 2/3. So in limited, especially this particular limited environment that's got all the decayed zombies and stuff, 2.5, 2.75 even, just because of the natural stats are pretty good. So I like that. But in constructed, I think I want to give it like a 2.5 as well. I'm not sure how good the zombie deck is, and if it is good, I'm not sure if it's blue and black, right? Like, I'm not sure it wants this Lord, but because it might not be blue-black. It might just be mono-black. But this card is definitely at least like 2.5, 2.75 in both categories, because it's a massive role player that is going to be good some of the times, but has a narrow application, which basically describes a 2.5. Can't Stay Away is one of my personal favorite cards in the whole set for reasons you could probably imagine. And it's a sweet card, too. I think that the ability to bring creatures back from your graveyard twice in a game of limited is actually pretty fresh. So I'm going to give this like a 2.75 in limited and a 3.25 in constructed, where I actually think it's a little better. Again, there's no elite spellbinders or Skyclave apparitions in this limited environment, where there are in standard. So I think it's worth pointing out. Can't Stay Away is actually a really sweet card with a ton of amazing targets in the current standard environment. So I like it. I'm not sure where it goes or if it really even ends up seeing play, if it's worth the opportunity cost of slotting into your deck. But one way or the other, I think the card is dope. But let's look at Corpse Cobble next, which is basically a way to take all of your decayed zombies and rather than go wide, you go tall and create a thing that can block, but also has an ability to kind of make the creature be evasive in a way. It gives the creature menace, right? So I kind of like Corpse Cobble in a way, but then again, I don't want to sacrifice a bunch of creatures and go down on a bunch of board presence to get one creature. I don't really want that. Although, one thing I will say about this is that you can side shift certain creatures. Like, if you have a 3 mana 3/3, for instance, and your opponent targets it with a removal spell, then you can cast this at instant speed, sacrifice the creature that they're targeted, and now you have a 3/3 with menace. So you got a removal spell out of their hand, and you upgraded your creature in a way. I could see that being a thing, but I'm still not sure Corpse Cobble is going to be worth playing in the majority of your decks. And if you are playing Corpse Cobble in your limited deck, it's very likely because Corpse Cobble is a draft archetype. I could see this card forming its own draft archetype, but I don't see it being that good in like a bunch of different limited decks, if that makes any sense. So I'm going to give this card like a 1.75 in limited, and then like a 1.5 in constructed. Again, there's some cool stuff you could do with it. It could be fun, but Croaking Counterpart, who doesn't love this card? Seriously, who does not love this card? Just a sweet thing that has a bunch of banger plays, but I don't know how many banger plays it actually has in limited. Even if it copies your opponent's bomb, it's still just a 1/1. So, I guess that's fine, but it can copy your bomb, right? That's not bad. Copying bombs is sweet, especially considering you still get all like ETB value and stuff. So, I don't know. In limited, though, I think this is probably not super worth playing 90% of the time. So I'm just going to get it like a 1.5. But in standard or constructed, I think this is much more worth playing. In commander, it's quite worth playing. Don't copy your commander most of the time, because, legendary rule still applies, but still. Pretty sweet card in not only, commander, but even some constructed environments. And it's kind of the card that makes you take stock of every creature that gets printed in the standard environment from now on, knowing that we have Counterpart. You kind of have to look at every creature in the context of being copied with this card. So it's a dangerous card to exist too, but at the moment, I think I'll just give it like a 1.5, 1.75, something like that in limited. And then like a 2 or 2.25 in constructed, but there's an asterisk next to that. That is very much subject to change. Dawnheart Warden is one of the better Coven payoffs for limited in the set. And it's not really not a bad Coven payoff for constructed either, honestly. But 3 mana, 3/3 Vigilance, fine. French Vanilla, 3/3 for 3 mana is a decent stat line. And it could be a 4/3 when it swings. So, I don't know. Again, just sweet signpost. This is a signpost uncommon for the Coven deck. And if you want to draft as many copies of it as you can find, right? So, sweet card. Got to give it probably a 2.75 or a 3. Probably closer to a 3 in limited. In constructed, it's probably closer to a 2. But keep in mind, that's still playable. That's still playable in some decks, but narrow. Dennick, Pious Apprentice. Well, this is a 2 mana, 2/3 lifelink, so it's playable. Also keeps your opponent off of all of their disturb stuff. So that's unbelievable, you know. And then when it flips, it's a 3/2 flyer. And you get investigate triggers a la Begotten Bishop, I guess. Or Bygone Bishop? That was the name of it, Bygone Bishop. So this card is just straight gas on both sides of it, especially in limited where these stat lines are no joke. 3/2 flyer, 2/3 lifelink for just a couple of mana. Yes, so good. So nutso, you know, banana balls card here. I would probably give this like a 3.25 in limited and very close to the same score in constructed. 3.25 or something like that. Like, really good card. Really, Dennick is quite good. Devoted Graftkeeper is one of my favorite cards in this set just because of all the value it provides. Mill 2 cards. That hopefully puts flashback or disturb stuff in your yard. Reanimatable stuff in standard. You can tap stuff if you play things at instant speed. You can tap stuff down before it attacks. That's cool. You can tap stuff down before you attack to try to get through. If this does die, it comes back as a 3/1 flyer that can only block flying stuff. Like, there's a lot of little incremental, like, slight value on this card that I think is really, really cool. So in limited, I think I want to give this like a 2.5, you know, like massively good role player in a lot of situations. And then in constructed, I will come close to giving it pretty much the same, you know. It's like a 2.25 or a 2 in constructed. I don't know if it's going to go into a deck because I don't know what blue-white decks want to leverage the mill 2 cards ability. I don't think Disturb is a real deck in standard either, so... You know, I'm not like in love with the card as far as, you know, its constructed playability, but I do think it does a lot of cool things. Just has to find the right deck. And I think it's going to be tough to find the right deck. But still, it's fine. I'll give it like a 2 in constructed. That's playable some of the time. Dire Strain Rampage is a card I absolutely hate. Somebody pointed out that it was a really bad Assassin's Trophy. And like, yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? That's a good way of putting this. I hate this card. Pretty much every way you can use it. I really do. So, although I think the card does have a lot of like versatility on it. There's a pretty high spread of playability on what the card actually does, but I just don't like any of the modes. I don't like giving my opponent my land, or a land. I don't like blowing up one of my own lands to get 2 lands. I don't like blowing up their artifact and they get a land off of that. It's just, I don't know, man. That seems bad. So I'm going to give this card like a, just out of spite, a 0.5 in all categories. I think it's a bad card. Could be wrong. I think it's bad. Diagraph Rebirth is a bad card that I think is good. This could be a 2-mana reanimation spell, and that's very good. So, but it could also be bad. One thing I don't like about this... Well, actually, that's not true. Sacrificed... Let's see. Decayed zombies are sacrificed at end of combat. So you could swing in with all your decayed zombies. They sack it into combat, then cast this for 2 mana. Pretty good. Pretty smart, sis. So I think it's actually pretty dope. And it flashes back. And later in the game, it can flash back for 2 mana too if a bunch of creatures died. So that's sweet. It goes pretty well with like sweepers and stuff too. Just a kind of a dope little card that I hope there's a way to like actually break in standard. But just the fact that decayed zombies sack it into combat, I think maybe makes this breakable enough in limited too. So in limited, I'm worried that it'll sit in your hand for way too long and just kind of rot there. So I'm going to give it like a 1.75 or a 2 even in limited. But in Constructed, where you build your deck around a card like this and you end up with a 2-mana reanimation spell, I'm actually going to give this card like a 2.75. I'm really interested to play with it. And I think that if it's not careful, like if this card is more dangerous than even I think it is, there's a possibility this breaks formats, but I don't think that's going to happen. Faithful Mending is a sweet card, ladies and gentlemen. It's a faithless looting, but in blue and white. Gain 2 life, draw 2, discard 2 is very powerful. And the fact that you flash it back for just 3 mana and all this at instant speed, like what a package. What a good card for Esper Reanimator, or just like you're looking for the sweeper in your control deck. Like what a good card. So I love this. As much as I hated that green-red destroy stuff card, I think I like this. So, but I'm not sure how playable it actually is in Limited. If you're playing Control in Limited, which you might be, it's probably worth it. But again, I think this is one of those cards that's better in Constructed, all things considered. So I will give this a 2.25 in Limited. But I'll give it a 3.25 in Constructed. I think there really is like a whole points difference in being able to arrange your deck in such a way that it wants this card. Right? The card gets much, much better. Flesh Taker is my actual personal favorite card. I've said this or that card could be almost my favorite personal card. This is actually my personal favorite card. I actually feel like they made this for me. If you'll notice, this is my theory about this card. And even though I've been talking for way too long and this is going to be a little bit of fluff, I've been wanting to say this. They have been putting content creators on cards without telling anybody, like even the content creator. Like, I swear to God, last set, Pleasant Kenobi was on a card. The set before that, the Professor was on a card. It's not really the Professor, it's not really Pleasant Kenobi, but I swear to God, the art direction they give for these cards looks an awful like some content creators that we know and love. So I'm just going to pretend this card is me. He's heavy set. He's kind of tall, just like me. I'm like a little over 6 feet. And I'm kind of fat. So like he's heavy set. So I'm underneath the cow mask forever. All right. Just so you know, the 95 people watching the stream will forever know that is me. I'm pretending forever that is me under the cow mask. But, and that's the other freaky thing about this card is that people are like, oh, it's a Minotaur. Like, no, it's not a Minotaur. He's wearing a cow's head on his head. So it's so freaky, dude. Like, I love this card in terms of flavor like so much, and I love it in function too. It's a good Aristocrats card. So in Limited, this is probably the signpost uncommon you're looking for to make your sacrifice deck come together at all. So even though it's a little narrow in Limited, it can still do work even outside of a sacrifice deck. Some of the time, just a massive threat of activation. So I'll give this card like a 2.75 in Limited. It's just slightly beyond role player, but it is, again, just for one deck, really. So it can't be like rated super highly. So 2.75. In Constructed, I think I'll give the card the exact same thing, a 2.75 or even a 3, because again, in these Aristocrats decks, you have much more sort of spread of options when it comes to what you're going to be sacrificing and why and what value you get off of it. I think Flesh Taker is a really sweet card and wears off sack sacks. So 3. Florian, Valdaran Scion here. It's 3 mana for a 3/3 first strike. And I've said this before, but I think that first strike is incredibly important on a 3-power stat line in this limited environment and the constructed environment for that matter. Like this would normally trade with an elite spellbinder. Instead, the spellbinder blocks it and dies. So, those are really important lines. Werewolf Pack Leader. This doesn't trade with. It normally would trade with Pack Leader. Instead, it blocks or gets blocked by Pack Leader and dies. That's great. So, 3/3 first strike is actually a good line. But I've also said I have issues with this. It might not even get you any value the turn it enters battlefield. It might not get you any value the turn after that. So if it gets you value, it's very good. If it doesn't get you value, it's not great. But the stat line is good enough that in Limited, it's probably at least a 3, right? If not a 3.5. I mean, the card can run away with the game. It's kind of a lot like I was saying with some of the other cards earlier. If you're getting through for damage and actually proccing this card, your opponent's probably already on their back foot. You're already ahead, right? So this puts you really far ahead, but I wouldn't call it win more. It helps you win more, but it's not win more. Keep that in mind. I think that just putting you that much farther ahead and demoralizing your opponent in that way is very good. But if you're behind, the card is at the very least a good blocker, so the floor is really low too. Or the floor is really high, I mean to say. So in Limited, I'll give this at least a 3. In Standard, Constructed, I think I want to give this like a 2.5. probably playable, but I wouldn't be surprised if we all try to build vampires and then end up cutting this card. It has that look to me, is all I'm saying. Galvanic Iteration is a card I'm kind of obsessed with. I think this is the best copy that spell card in Standard. You know, there's Teach by Example and the other one, the other one, Dual Strike, that's it. But Galvanic Iteration, I think, is much better than either of those. Those have their niche cases where they're better, but Galvanic Iteration you can cast twice, so it just is better. And there are plenty of decks that already want those cards. Like, I've seen a bunch of janky, fun decks that want Teach by Example and stuff. And I would not be surprised if Galvanic Iteration actually was the kind of copy that spell card that made certain janky decks actually constructed playable, because you can play it twice. So if you have the mana, you can copy an Alrund's Epiphany for just a couple of mana or 3 mana later in the game. It's just, God, it looks like a really good card to me. I'm worried that it rots in your hand too much, especially in Limited. But even in Constructed, I'm worried that this kind of sits and takes up space in your hand when it could be a better card. So I do have issues with it. But in Limited, I'll give the card like a 1.5. I don't think you want this so much in Limited, but maybe copying a removal spell makes it good enough. But usually copiers aren't great in Limited. They're not. But in decks that are built specifically to take advantage of this sort of thing, I'll actually give this card like a 2.75. I think this card is actually kind of slightly dangerous, and we just don't realize it yet. Ghoul Karla's Harvest is not super great. I want it to be better, but, it doesn't make blockers. It doesn't make blockers. It is relatively cheap to cast, and it flashes back for, honestly, relatively cheap when you think about how much flashback usually costs. This is kind of a cheap one, but I still, I don't love it. Most of the time, the best way to play this card is going to be in a constructed deck that just takes its whole library on turn 1 to 3 and flips its entire library into its graveyard. Like, oh, here's my library. Now it's my graveyard. This card could be a great combo kill in a deck like that, but I think that's basically the only place for this card. So, Limited, maybe I'm just very off. Maybe I am, but Limited 1.5, 1.75. I mean, it could create a huge thing for you. Huge board full of tokens, but you're going to have to wait very late in the game to be able to actually do that. It rots in your hand. Otherwise, maybe it creates 1 zombie for 2 mana and that's good enough, but it's not. It's not good enough. If it creates 4 power for 2 mana, I think that's okay. Right? 4 power for 2 mana is okay. So if you have 3 creatures in your graveyard, you get 4 power. That's not terrible, but I'm still not super impressed by this card. In most practical applications, I think it's bad. So I'm going to give it like a 1.75 in Limited. It could win you the game late, though. Let's give it a 2. Let's give it a 2 in Limited. And let's give it like a 2 in Constructed, too. Because, again, the success cases are very similar for both of these cards. I think it's much easier to do in Constructed. Just flip your deck over and get, 20 zombie tokens off of this. I want to be able to do that on turn 2 or 3, but I'm not holding my breath. Grizzly Ghoul is actually one of the more solid limited playable creatures in the format. In the set. The set is the format, isn't it? 4 mana for a 4/3 trample is kind of good. But being able to play this post-combat, after a couple of things happen. Either your opponent's creatures die in combat or something like that, or you attack with a bunch of Decayed guys. Decayed guys die at end of combat. So you attack with 2-3 Decayed guys and suddenly you got like a 6 or 7 power Ghoul, Grizzly Ghoul, for 4 mana. And it tramples. Again, I think this is a really important bread and butter, signpost, whatever card, neon sign, that you, whatever term you want to use, for a very specific draft archetype. It's going to just absolutely love this card. So this is one of those that shines in Limited, but probably isn't very good in Constructed. So I'll give this like a 2.75 in Limited. I think it's that good just based on stats alone. Like starting stats alone, it's not bad. But in Constructed, this is probably closer to a 2. Budget mages take note of this card. But non-budget mages, probably not. Hallowed Respite is a sorcery, and I hate it. God, this card's a sorcery. This is probably one of the only real mistakes I made this spoiler season, was assuming this card was an instant during the spoiler video. Now that I know it's a sorcery, it's just like trash, dude. I hate this card. This is another one I have a personal vendetta against. So even though it can probably do some cool stuff, right? I don't think it's worth a slot in your deck in Limited, and it's barely worth a slot in your deck in Standard, even if you have a lot of good targets for it. So I'll give this like a 1 in Limited, and I'll give it like a 1.75 in Standard, because I could see you trying to do some cool stuff with it, but ultimately I don't think it's worth it. Hungry for More is also not amazing. I really don't think this card is great, unless you're in a very, very aggressive deck. And even then, you're not really creating board presence, right? Like, on turn 2, you play Hungry for More. You swing for 3 lifelink haste. The lifelink is important on this card, by the way, because it kind of keeps you out of the situation I'm describing, but not completely, not completely. You play this on turn 2, you get your 3, lifelink haste, your opponent takes it, because I think they'd be a fool not to. I think that what you want your opponent to do is trade actual creatures that they've played with this card. But I think that's a bad idea. I think if you're playing against this card, just let your opponent get their 3 damage. And then next turn, they cast their Hungry for More out of their graveyard. They get 3 more damage. You know what they haven't done at all this game? Affect the board state in any meaningful way. So, like, they play this on turn 2, swing, hit you for 3, gain 3. They play this on turn 3. You play a creature on your turn that stays on the board. On their turn 3, they play this again. They hit you for 3 lifelink. They're up to 26 or whatever. And then on your turn, you go and you play a creature. And now you've in terms of tempo and like the ability to actually affect the board state early in a game, you have got it way over them. Like, sure, they've gained a little bit of life, but you've committed to the board state earlier. And in Limited, that is really important. So I don't love this card. I really don't love this card as much as I want to. So I'll just give this like a 1.5. I think it might be a trap. I honestly think this card might be a trap. The best thing this does is force trades from people who are uncomfortable with you, creating a 6-point life swing. But again, when you play this card, I think you want your opponent to trade a creature with it. I think this is one of those where you play it, you swing with the guy, and if your opponent lets it through, you're kind of like, damn it. So I think it's slightly a trap, to be honest. 2 mana, deal 3 damage, gain 3 life, can't be that bad. I mean, if it was Lightning Helix, it'd be great. But not only is it a sorcery speed Lightning Helix, it's not guaranteed to deal any damage at all. It's not guaranteed to do anything. So, I don't know. I really don't like this card. I want to. I really want to, but I do not. It's like a 1.5 in Limited and a 2 in Constructed, where like I could see more spread of playability with this. Best thing about this is after the board gets emptied, or there's a sweeper or massive combat interaction that leaves almost no one alive or whatever, that's when you flash this back on your next turn and swing 3 lifelink that goes unblocked and you win the game. And, like I could see that happening, but that's such a narrow use case that I'm not too sure about it. So let's look at Join the Dance. I spent way too long on that card. But Join the Dance is fine. 2 mana for 2 creatures, flashback. Good card. It's just solid. Another Signpost uncommon for green-white tokens and stuff. It's a good card. In Limited, I think I have to give this like a 2.5 or a 2.75. In Constructed, I think I'll give it a 2.25. It's not like Raise the Alarm. I don't think it's actually great in Constructed. To the point where I don't know how much Constructed play this actually ends up seeing. It looks like it might, but I don't know. It's not Lingering Souls by any stretch. So, but I'll still give it like a 2.5 in Limited and a 2 in Constructed, I think is right. Catilda, Dawnheart Prime. Protection from Werewolves is great. It's so good. But just as a 2 mana thing that taps for, either green or white by itself. Sweet mana sink too, so it breaks stalemates in Limited. This isn't quite a bomb. I really don't think this is a bomb at all. But it is a sweet little 2-drop to be able to have access to. So I'll give the card a 3.25 in Limited. And in Constructed, I think I'll go with a 3. I think it is Constructed playable. Kessig Naturalist is probably the 2-drop that you're looking for in Limited if you're trying to play werewolves. Sweet card, man. It really is. Both on the front half and the back half. This is a day-bound card, so it enables the day-night cycle on turn 2. That's really important in Limited. There aren't a whole lot of cards that do that. And then on the back half, it's an anthem effect for your wolves and werewolves. So, like, you just want every copy of this that you get. But again, very narrow card. It's a relatively narrow card. However, a 2 mana 2/2 that makes mana, not so narrow. The anthem effect is that. But I don't know. The card's actually not too bad, and it might be worth playing even if you don't have a bunch of wolves and werewolves in your deck. At the very least, it could be a 2-mana 3/3, right? Could be. So I don't know. The card's actually kind of dope. In limited, I think that even outside of being a role player, this is playable enough that I'm going to give it like a 2.75. I think you want to play this card a lot of the time that you get it. Doesn't put you in Gruul by itself, but if you're in Gruul, you're hungrily searching for this card. And then in standard, in constructed Magic, I think I'm going to give it a 2.5. I think you want this as a 2-drop. We already have Werewolf Pack Leader. We already have Ranger class for the Wolves and Werewolves deck. But this is an Anthem effect. So I'm pretty sure you want a 4 of. So around the same score, 2.5 for constructed play. Lisa, Forgotten Archangel. This is an awesome card. This is a great card, man. I want to like it more in constructed. I want it to do something when ETBs have some sort of value, right? Because it could just die, but if it doesn't, it's unbelievable. And this might even be a bomb. I would say this is a bomb in limited. So what is this, the 3rd or 4th bomb that we've hit from the set in limited? I'm going to go all the way and just give this a 5. I'm going to give this a 5 in limited. I mean, your opponent might just be able to remove it. Could happen. But in the meantime, 4/5 flying lifelink that exiles all your opponent's stuff and invalidates their disturbed creatures and stuff. But also you get your dudes back when they die. Like, yeah, that's a bomb. That's a bomb and a half. 5 in limited. But in constructed, I think I'll give this card a 3, which is still a pretty playable score. It does enough in standard that I think it might aid a number of decks. But is its casting cost a little bit too much? Maybe. So it remains to be seen. But I still want to give it a solid 3, which is a pretty decent score in constructed. In limited, however, this is a bomb, and it probably does put you in Orzhov when you draft it. Ludwig, Necro Genius. This card was way too much text to translate when it first hit the scene, so I haven't really talked about it much. I do think this is a cool card, though. 2-mana 2/3 is at least decent stats, especially in limited. When it ETBs or attacks, mill a card is kind of decent. And then this ability, pay at least 4 mana. Well, pay at least 5 mana because X can't be 0. And you can only do it as a sorcery. So you could get blown out. You could pay 5 or 6 mana and get absolutely blown out, spending mana on your turn, which is not great. But it transforms into Olag, Ludwig's Hubris, which is not bad. You know, you paid 4 mana and then whatever you paid on the activation cost for a 4/4 that has like literally Frankenstein abilities, right? You Frankenstein, one of the cards that you exiled with it. It's a really complicated looking card, but it's actually not as complex as it looks. But it'll have basically it'll be a copy. It will be a copy of whatever you exiled with it, or one of the creatures that you exiled with it. Again, very complex card here, but I think it is pretty good and limited, where it doesn't have disturb or anything, but it still feels like I was gonna say comes back in the late game. That's not true, but it sort of reanimates a creature in the late game a little bit if you want to look at it sideways. And it's just got solid stats on the opening half. I will say the activation cost is very, very high on this. I have a problem with cards like this in this set because it's not like you're paying 2 mana for a 4/4 with a ridiculous set of abilities or anything. No, you're paying 2 mana plus 4 mana plus X. So by the time you get your 4/4, you will have played 8 to 10 mana, and that's just not as good as you think it is. So also activate only as a sorcery is balls. That's like the stinkiest, sweatiest balls. That is balls that it's only a sorcery. That'd be much better if it weren't. But either way, solid card. One way or the other, solid card. It's probably a fun commander. So I'm going to give this like a 2.75 in limited. And then in constructed, I think I'll just give it a 2.25. This is not as good not you, but some people think this card is very good. I don't think it's that good. I really don't. Old Stick Fingers is a sweet card, though, and another sweet commander. Old Stick Fingers. Probably a tough one. It scales really well. It scales so very well in all formats, but in limited, you can't play it for a few turns. You probably can't really play it until turn 4 or 5. In which case, it's probably not a 4/4 or a 5/5. So I'm not actually like super stoked about this card in limited. But again, in constructed, where you can build your deck around this card in commander or standard, the card gets much, much better. Much, much better when you have actual access to all the cards you can build around it. So Stick Fingers is actually really sweet, especially as a commander. But I think I can only really give this like a 2 in limited. And it might not even be that. It might be just a total trap in limited. Could be. But in Constructed, especially Commander, like just because it's Commander, I have to rate the card pretty highly. But in Constructed, I will give this a solid 3. I think especially when cast late enough in the game, it's a very, very sweet card. Because it could just cost you 2 mana for a 4/4, 2 mana for a 5/5 in the late game, right? Depending on how big your full your graveyard is. But I was just fooled by Fiend Artisan, and Fiend Artisan wasn't good for that ability alone either, and I don't think this will be. So the card's kind of cool, obviously makes a sweet commander, but I can't rate it super highly. Rim Carolus has my favorite name in the set. It's my favorite name to say, Rim Carolus. Just comes off the tongue, Rim Carolus. And it sounds like a Mary Poppins word. Oh, it's quite a Rim Carolus time we had today. So I like the card for that, but obviously a super sweet card. It makes all of your removal better. It makes all of their red removal worse in this color combination. So it's got haste, it just gets to attacking immediately. Cool creature types, just a lot of cool stuff about this card. It does die to Frostbite in Standard. It doesn't prevent damage to itself because of the word another. You see how one word changes everything sometimes? So I don't think the card is super hype or anything, but I am excited to play the card. In limited, it's got better than Windrake stats and haste and a text box, which is good. It's probably like a 3.75 in limited, just on stats, honestly. It's probably not that good. It's probably a 3.25 in limited. Yeah, 3.25 sounds better. And then in standard, constructed, whatever, I would give this a 2.75. Again, just one word away from brokenness. It would be very good if it didn't have the word another on it, but still, I think it's good enough to maybe see some amount of standard play. It's not Mantis Rider, but it's also not as bad as a Sky Knight Legionnaire. So, maybe in the right Boros deck, this does end up seeing play. I could see it. So, 3.25 in limited, 2.75. Yeah, 2.75 constructed. That sounds right. Rite of Harmony is a super sweet card, again, especially in Commander. I can see this being a great card. Really, really good card. But there's obviously ways that you can finagle this in Constructed Standard Magic to make it good too. But in Limited, I think this is a 0.5. I'm pretty sure this isn't great. Now, you do play creatures in Limited. You do. But I still don't think this is worth the slot in your deck most of the time. I don't. If you have a card that for super cheap puts 2 or 3 decay tokens into play or something, it's good, but I don't even think there's a card like that. Maybe you play Rite of Harmony into Rotting Reunion into Rotting Reunion. It takes 5 mana, but maybe in 3 different colors, but maybe that's what you do. Rite of Harmony, Rotting Reunion. Draw 2. Maybe, but it's still, that's not even that good when you think about it. So 0.5 for limited, 3 for constructed, but again, very narrow. Really, it goes in very specific decks. Rite of Oblivion is awesome. Rite of Oblivion is so awesome. This is white-black for a sorcery, so it doesn't seem great because of the sorcery speed, but being able to exile a non-land permanent is incredible, and you can sacrifice a non-land permanent. That means you can sacrifice a treasure token, you can sacrifice a decayed zombie, a 1/1 token. It really does not matter what you sack. And there's so many different options to sack, even in Limited where you have all your decayed tokens. And I imagine trading a decayed token for the best thing on the other side of the table is very great. Just exile target non-land permanent is one of the best lines of text that can be on a Magic card. And this flashes back. You do it twice. Geez. It's such a good card. In Limited, I think I want to give this a 2.75. You have to go down on board presence to cast this card, which is not what you want in Limited. It's not what you want anywhere. But board presence is really king in Limited, even more so than Constructed. Board presence is just about all that matters. So going down on board presence sucks, but taking out the best thing on the other side of the table is great. So 2.75 or even 3 in Limited. In Constructed, I want to give this a 2.5. I think it's just slightly worse, even though you can play Eye Twitch and Shambling Ghast and more cards that, you can put into your deck that you can't in the Limited environment. You can build your deck more around this card. I still don't think it's much better than Vanishing Verse. I really don't, especially after having seen all the cards in this set and knowing what gold cards we're going to have to be able to blow up. I don't know that Vanishing Verse, it's worth taking Vanishing Verse out to do this, or that this is just better than Verse. So In a vacuum, the card would be like a 3.5, but in this specific standard environment, we have access to Verse. I'm not as impressed by it. Root Coil Creeper is a really sweet little enabler here. This is a 2-mana 2/2, so it's okay. It adds a mana of any color, so it's okay. You can add 2 mana of any color to cast Flashback and Disturb cards, or you can get back a Flashback card by exiling Root Coil Keeper. That's just so many cool things. There's so many good things. I mean, a 2-mana 2/2 that makes mana unto itself, that's good enough. It's playable and limited. So I'm going to give this like a 3 in limited. I don't think it puts you in the blue ring color combination. As a matter of fact, just on what I can tell off the top of my head, I haven't looked that far into the format yet. I obviously haven't played the format either. No one has. But it looks like blue and green is a relatively weak color combination. Just from what I can gather, it probably isn't the color combination you want to be in. So they had to give it this unbelievably good uncommon to sort of help fix Simic. And I think this does go a long way towards fixing Simic as an archetype in draft. I really do. Again, just solid card. I would give it a 3 in limited and probably like a 2.5 in constructed, which again, remember, that's a playable card in constructed. I'm just not sure that the deck will come along that wants this card. Right. Sacred Fire is incredible. Just a really good card. I'm going to give this a 3.5 in limited. It doesn't kill everything. It does not kill everything. But it does kill a small creature once at least and sometimes twice. That's great. So, I'll go all the way up to like 3.5 on this in limited. I think it's really that important. And then in constructed, it's really not much worse, right? 3? 2.75? I mean, a lot of different decks can cast this card. A lot of decks want to cast this card, right? So, could be. And then against control in the late game, you might even be able to win the game off of it. So, I don't know. It's not Lightning Helix or anything, but, I'd still give it I'd still give it at least a 2.75 on the floor. I'll give this that. Sagarta, Champion of Light. Dope little magic card here. I mean, 4 mana, 4/4 flying trample is good enough, right? in limited at least, but you get an Anthem effect, you get a Coven effect that draws you a card effectively, so it shouldn't be too hard to proc Coven. It's going to be hard to get the card in limited at all, but I imagine if you do pick this card up early in draft, you're playing Selesnya Coven. Like, that's the deck you're playing. So, in limited, I think I'll give this not quite bomb status. In limited, I think this is a 4. Or even a 4.25. We'll put 4 on the floor. It's a 4.25. 4x4. 4.25. In constructed, it's a little bit worse, but not that much worse. In constructed, I'd still give it a 3.25. If you're building humans in this format, you obviously play this, but it's not Winota. It's not anywhere near as good as Winota, but it's still a 4 mana, 4/4 legendary thing that effectively draws you some cards, and it's never gonna be bad. If anything, it trades with a Goldspan Dragon. That's good, right? So I'll give it at least a 3 for competitive play. Man, we're getting close here. Siphon Insight. I really like this card. I like this card a lot. I think in limited, you might as well play this card. Drawing a card from anyone's deck in limited is kind of like drawing a card from your deck. It's a little bit. I mean, they might have a slightly different draft archetype than you, so it's not as good as you think. But honestly, drawing a card for 2 and then drawing a card for 3, this is Think Twice, but it's Dimir Think Twice. It draws from your opponent's deck. Just a great card. And you really have to wonder what these 3 people just got done doing. But still, really sweet card here that isn't as good in limited because these sort of 1-shot, 2-shot draw card effects aren't as good in limited as they are in constructed, but still worth playing at instant speed in limited. I'd give this card like a 3 in limited and then like a 3.25 in constructed. I think Siphon Insight is very, very good. Slowgurk the Overslime is probably not amazing unless you have a whole lot of mill yourself stuff in your deck in limited. And that's easier said than done. There's not actually that much mill yourself stuff in this set. You'd think there'd be a lot, but there's not more than a little over half dozen or 10 cards or so. So this isn't actually going to be as great in limited, but at least it's a 3/3 trample for 3, and on stats alone, that's probably good enough. So in limited, I want to give this like a 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 in limited. And of course, if you get it in draft and you draft enough cards to make this archetype work, it might be good, but you don't want to base your entire deck around one rare. That seems like a bad idea. So, but I'll just on stats, I'll give it like a 2.5 in draft. And then in Constructed, it gets a higher score, because in older formats, I think this might actually be a sweet card. But even in, Standard and Historic even, this could be a fantastic card, because there's plenty of ways to get lands into your graveyard, whether you're milling yourself or you're cracking an Evolving Wilds or Fabled Passage or whatever. Just a really very sick card. And actually, if you want to look at it this way, little counterplay against Ruin Crab, right? Because they'll be milling cards into your graveyard, and you put counters on this. They're not just going to be able to chump block it with their crab because it tramples over. I mean, right? And besides that, it can protect itself. It kind of draws 3 cards when it leaves the battlefield. Kind of. A little bit. I don't know. I think it's a really sweet card in Constructed that I can't wait to try to break, because I think it's possible the card is more broken than we think it is right now. So I'm going to give this a 3.25 in Constructed, but this could go all the way up to 4, depending on how well he ends up performing. But Storm Skrillex is, I want to like this card. A 5-mana 2/4 flying is not great stats, but at least it flies. Instants and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Well, thanks. Thanks for giving me that after I get to 5 mana. It seems like a pretty steep mana amount to have to get to finally get, cost reduction. And then finally, the best ability on the card is it's got this sort of Kiln Fiend type ability. This Wee Dragonauts type ability that is often very, very good. I mean, you cast 1 spell and it's a 4/4 flyer for your 5-mana investment. And that spell can even be reasonably expensive because this gave you some cost reduction. So maybe I'm beating it up too much. I could see in Limited this being a really good card, specifically for the Blue-Red Spells deck, kind of a finisher even. So I'll give it a 2.25, or really a 2. Let's give it a 2.5 in Limited. And in Constructed, let's give it a 1. It's not very good. Sunrise Cavalier, a 3/3 trample haste for 3 mana. It's kind of good. It's also a day-night enabler. You can get +1/+1 counters when the day changes and stuff. Just really sweet, aggressive looking card. So in Limited, I kind of want to give this a 3. This is super solid. It's just a super solid card, but I'm going to settle back a little bit and give it a 2.5. Because remember, 2.5 is a perfectly playable role player, and that's what this mostly is going to be. But man, look at the stats and the keyword abilities. They pushed this one a little bit, but I don't think they pushed it quite enough for Standard play. I'm just going to say that this is probably a 2 in Standard, but remember, 2 is not the worst score ever. So let's look at Teferi, who slows the sunset. Now, Teferi, probably great, right? In Limited, this probably isn't as amazing as it looks, because it really doesn't function as removal at all. You really want your Planeswalkers to function as removal to be any good. So in some ways, it's just a glorified card draw spell. You don't love that, but it can also be ramp. It gains you life every turn if that's what you want it to do. I mean, it's not terrible. So I will give this a solid 3 in Limited, but I'll give it a 3.5 in Constructed. I think in Constructed, this is pretty good. The +1 is especially great in Constructed. Sucks that tapping down stuff doesn't really remove it. It doesn't keep it from attacking the next turn. So tapping down creatures isn't a big deal, but untapping a land and a mana dork and an artifact, or just 2 out of 3 of those things, is probably really good. Azorius Ramp, let's go. So, this is a pretty sweet card in Constructed. But Tovlar Dire Overlord is 3 mana for a 3/3, decent stats in Limited, and becomes a 4/4. Also, you draw a bunch of cards, a bunch of cards with this. So that's good. When it becomes night, you just transform whatever not Nightbound werewolves you have. That's cool. Not going to matter much in Limited. It matters in Commander, though. And then you've got Kessig Wolfhorn on the back. And you still get to draw cards when you hit with wolves. So just a freaking stacked card. This is a ridiculous Magic card. I think that this is probably close, especially in the wolf draft archetype. The card just goes off the rails, but in Limited, this is probably close to a 3 or so, 3.25. No. Yeah, I think I'd give it the same. No, we won't do that. I will give this a 3 in Limited, and then a 3.25 in Standard. I think in the Werewolf deck, it's going to be great. And obviously in the Limited Werewolves deck, it's great too, but that doesn't mean it's good enough. You know what I mean? So I'm not super sure how great it is in Limited Werewolves decks, where you just don't have all the werewolves in the world. But in Standard, this looks fantastic. My only problem is 3 mana for a 3/3 in Standard isn't what it used to be. So I got some issues there, but I'll still give the card a 3.25 or a 3, at least a 3 in standard too, actually. The card might have very similar scores in both formats. Unnatural Moonrise is dead in your hand for most of the game. It really is. But in Limited, this is probably worth the slot in your Werewolves deck. But again, very, very narrow. It only goes in very specific decks, rots in your hand for a few turns. So in Limited, I don't love it. I'll give this like a 1.5. And it's not instant speed. It's not going to like body your opponent by making it become knight at instant speed during their turn. That would be really sick, but you can't do that even. So I don't know how I feel about that. However, in Constructed in the Werewolves deck specifically, again, very, very narrow application, so keep that in mind. But in Constructed in the Werewolves deck, I think you play some number of this. I'm fairly certain. So I'm going to give this like a 1.25 or something in Limited. And then I guess I'll give it like a 2.25 in Standard. Just a much higher score because, again, when you can really control what happens when you cast this card, it becomes much better. But in Draft, you just don't have that freedom. Vadrik, we are at now. We only have a few cards left. Vadrik is all right. But I don't love it. I will say it's a day-night enabler in a color combination that really doesn't have a whole lot of that. At least not in Izzet. Red does, but not blue. It drastically reduces the cost of some spells, especially once the game goes on or maybe you slap an aura on it. It can drastically reduce the cost of spells. And then it gets bigger as the game goes on. So it looks good, but I think that it's just like way too slow, all things considered, at the end of the day. So in Limited, I think I'm going to give this like a 2.25 interesting build around sort of territory. And in Constructed, I'll give this a 1.75, but I would not be surprised if there's something really silly you can do with this. It's probably going to be janky and not great, but that's my kind of deck. Vampire Socialite is great. It's a good card. There are some hoops you have to jump through here, and you can't always get good value off of it, which sucks. But I'll still take it, right? Especially considering it has the keyword ability. So 2 mana for a 2/2 with a keyword ability that's basically evasion in a deck that's looking to proc, damage on their opponent to trigger more stuff. Good card. It's a good solid little card here that I'll give like a probably around the same scores in Limited as I will Constructed, honestly. In this set's Limited environment, you're not going to have a whole lot of premium vampires. So I actually think it's slightly worse in Limited. I do. But then again, you could say because of the body, it's worse in Constructed because this body's not that special in Constructed, but it's decent in Limited. So it's kind of a wash there. So I'll just give it a 2.75 in both Limited and Constructed, but they get points off for different reasons. I guess they get points up for different reasons. Wait to Slaughter. By the way, I know a lot of people might be really upset at that, but 2.75, remember again, is actually a very decent score. It's more than playable. More than a playable role player. But of course, Vampire Socialite is narrow. It only works with vampires, and there's not that many great vampires in the set, so it's not great yet. Wait to Slaughter. I want to like this card a lot. I want to like a thing that effectively gives you 2 creatures and does that twice. But it gives your opponent a ton of agency here. It really does. And it's really expensive to cast. But it's kind of a reanimation spell too, and you get to do it twice. Like, there are things I really like, things I really don't like about this card. In Limited, I don't think it's quite there. 5 mana is a lot for this, so I'm gonna give this like a 1.5 in Limited. But in Constructed, again, I think this is closer to like a 2.25. It looks like it could enable some really weird combo kills, but again, it gives your opponent too much agency and costs too much. So I really think 2 is probably the better score on that, to be honest. Winterhorn Blessing I hate. I really don't like this card. It is effectively a form of removal for up to 2 straight turn cycles, and that's good, right? While also affecting the board state by making your creatures bigger. I'm just not really sure what wants it. I'm not sure what deck wants this instead of a creature. And it's sorcery speed. And again, there are cards in the set that I really want to like, and I just don't. And this is one of them. I think the best thing you could say about this, again, is that it could go into like the green-blue Dragon's Guard Elite, like Simic Spells deck in Standard, and have some pretty decent effect in that deck. But outside of that one extremely narrow and not very high-powered application, I'm just not loving this card very much. Tempo decks might like it, but then again, it's sorcery speed, and that's not what tempo decks usually want, even when it's an effect like this. So I don't love it, I gotta say. I give it like a 1.5 in Limited and a 1.25 in Constructed. We have made it to the artifacts. Holy crap, we're at the artifacts. Oh my god. All right, so Celestis. In Limited, in your Werewolves deck in Limited, this is great. Like, Knight at will, well, not at will, because you have to do it as a sorcery, but Knight almost at will is great. Like, it's so good in Werewolves decks that, like, Celestis might be worth playing the one-up copy you get. It's not quite a bomb or anything, but, you know, I'll still give it, I guess, because you have to evaluate it outside of the context of just Werewolves decks. In Werewolves decks, you have that narrow application in Limited. But because you have to think about more than just Werewolves decks, I think I'm just going to give this card like a 1.75 or something, like a 2, maybe a 2 in Limited. There's probably going to be a lot of day-night stuff happening, so, you know, all the looting that you get to do is pretty good, right? The life gain is relevant, so, you know, maybe a 2 or a 2.25 for Celestis. But in Constructed, I'm actually going to give this a 2.5, slightly higher, again, when you can control your deck and how you built it. I think the card like this is a little bit better. Because very specific decks are going to want this. Again, very narrow application here, but 2.25. Let's stick with that. Let's go back to that. 2.25 is probably where I want to be in Constructed with Celestis. The decks that want this probably aren't very good, but just for the ability to open up some like janky, control-based, even like day-night decks, like I like it. I think it's cool. But Crossroads Candle Guide is a cool card. I like pumpkins. I like scarecrows. It's just 4 mana for a 3/4, which aren't the worst stats either. They're better than Hill Giant stats, and any deck can play it. It messes around in graveyards. It fixes mana and stuff, which could be important in a set that doesn't have a whole lot of mana fixing, to be honest, especially at lower rarities. So, card's a neat role player, but it's not a great role player, so I'll give it a 1.5. Jack-o'-lantern is awesome. I just love that we have a Jack-o'-lantern in Magic now. I love it. We didn't have this forever. Like, All Hallows Eve came out in what? Legends or the Dark? It was Legends. Was All Hallows... Wait. Was it the Dark? All Hallows Eve is Legends, right? Let me know, old school. Anyway. All Hallows Eve is Legends. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Unless it's the Dark. It's killing me. This is killing me. But, anyway, we've had a Halloween card forever. Legends? Okay, somebody said Legends. All Hallows is Legends. Season of the Witch was Dark. Maybe that's why I got mixed up. Yeah, Season of the Witch was the Dark. Yeah. But anyway, I just love that this card exists. It's probably not great, but at least it draws cards, you know, in Limited. It fixes mana in Limited. We kind of need that. So, I don't know. Maybe it's all right, but I don't think so. I think this is probably more along the lines of like pseudo okay every now and again role player. So I'll just give it like a 1.5 in Limited. But in Constructed, I'll give this a 1.75. I think that the roles this fills in Constructed are a little bit more common for decks to need and, you know, not so esoteric. So I do like the card. Moonsilver Key. I think that even though this is, you know, this could search up a Celestis for you in Limited, there's just not a whole lot that this searches up that you really want in Limited. So even though it goes and gets you a basic land, I still think this is probably just worth like a 1.25 in Limited. I don't think you want to play this card. I don't think in Limited, but here's how I'm going to do this one. In Constructed, specifically a format with key artifacts you can build entire decks around, it's like a 2.75 or a 3. It is. Now in Commander, I think the card's even better. I think in Commander, the card's like a 3.25. If you're looking specifically for an artifact to go get like Chromatic Orrery or something. So like in the right decks, this card could be really, really effective, but there's a very large spread of playability in the decks that want it. So let's move on to Mystic Skull. This is not a great card. Now it can be a 5/6 that gives you the best mana fixing ever, but I still don't think it's great. I really don't. The mana fixing on the first half is all right. And transforming, I mean, 5 mana for a 5/6, I guess, but I'm not super convinced this card is great. I'm really not. So, in limited, I'll give it a 1.5. In constructed, I give it a 0.5. It's not good. Oh my god, we're so close. Pithing Needle, sideboard card, can't really evaluate it, so I'll just give it like a 0.5 in draft, because, you know, Planeswalkers are just about the only thing you're going to really choose. But there are a lot of activated abilities in this set. I don't know if you noticed. Ton of activated abilities in this set, but I'm still not sure how good Pithing Needle is. And then in constructed, I'll give it like a 3. But again, sideboard card. Silverbolt is dope. It's not going to see any side or any standard play. Not really. Unless we actually did see, what was it, Scalding Tarn? See some play in sideboards in the last format, because All Seed of Life's Bounty was a card. So you could circumvent color protection with Scalding Tarn out of the board. Silverbolt might possibly have some sort of similar function, but I really doubt it. This is a decent card in limited, though, where its removal that any deck can play. And just kills werewolves outright. So that's pretty sweet. This could probably be like a 2 or a 2.25 in limited. In constructed, I'm going to just call it a 1. We'll just call it that. But in limited, this is actually okay. Stuffed Bear. I like this card more than I should. It's not going to see standard play. You know, I'll give it a 1 for standard too. But in limited, this is okay, man. I mean, 2 mana, and then you pump 2 more mana into it for a 4/4. So it's kind of 4 mana for a 4/4 in installments. But on the turn that you actually go to activate this, it's going to feel like a steal, man. Like, you know, third or fourth turn, I'm either attacking on turn 3 with a 4/4, then you can't spend mana to do other stuff, and that feels bad. But, you know, I mean, attacking on turn 3 with a 4/4, or just holding mana up and having a 4/4 blocker for the rest of the game that's immune to sorcery speed removal, of which there's a lot. Immune to, you know, sweepers and stuff, of which there are a couple in this set. I don't know. It's just kind of a solid card, in my opinion. It really is. But I'm not going to play it in every limited deck or anything. Kind of 23rd card territory, so I guess I'll say 1.75 for Stuffed Bear, and in standard, like a 1. Just a 1. But here we are, everybody. We're at the lands. All of these 2-color slow lands, I'm going to say they have a limited rating. It's so hard to rate lands in limited, especially just dual lands. But I guess we'll just call them like a 3 in limited. But you don't want to draft them every time you see them, do you? Call it like a 2.5 in limited. But obviously in standard, these are great. They're not great in fast decks. You don't really want these in your fast decks, like your aggro decks and stuff. So that kind of sucks. I think like Snarls are just better in that case. So these don't help aggro, and that kind of sucks. But still, in constructed, standard, specifically, Magic, I'm going to give these a 3.25. I think they're a pretty solid dual land. Evolving Wilds, always solid again. In draft, limited, whatever, I think we just give this like a 2.5. You probably play this most of the time when you get it, especially in 3-color decks. Very good at fixing 3 colors. And then Field of Ruin, also not bad at fixing 3 colors, by the way. But doesn't have a whole lot to blow up in limited environments. I'm just going to give it like a 1.25. But in standard, constructed, whatever, we know this is a solid card. I'll give it a 2.5, just to show you how good 2.5 can be. That Field of Ruin is about a 2.5. Solid role player, doesn't show up in every deck. Meta dependent, 2.5. Hostile is another one of my personal favorite cards in the deck, but I don't think it's very good. I hate that you can only activate it as a sorcery. I would love to be able to feed creatures that have like removal spells pointed at them, or creatures that are blocking my opponent's creatures. I would love to be able to just feed them to the hotel. But you can't quite do that. And even then, when it does flip over, it's not great. It's really not. It's kind of slow. It takes a lot of mana to protect it with the phase out ability. This card is kind of all flavor and artwork and awesomeness, and I love the mood of the card. But, you know, aside from when it comes to actual function, maybe I'm way off. I could be way off. The card is mythic, you know? Like, I could just be very wrong. I could. But I don't love it. I see this as like a 1.25 in limited. That's just almost never going to work. And in constructed, I see this as like a 2. I mean, I guess it's easier to make it happen in constructed when you build your deck around it. But it's still bad. It's still pretty bad, man. That's still a pretty bad card, I think. And we made it Oh my god. Whew! We did it. This stream was a triumph. Optimator, thank you. Yeah, we actually did it. We rated every single card in the entire set for both limited and constructed. Tell your friends. If they want 4.5, 5 hours of content, we've got it. Put this on and then go to work. Jeez. God. I don't even know how to end it. I know that we did it. And after you've done it, what else is there to do? You know? Just thanks everybody for coming by. We've had a relatively high viewer count the entire time. That means a lot to me. Nobody else is putting this content out. Nobody else is dumb enough to put themselves through this. I guess all I can say now is I'll catch you cats later. I'm Dev from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind. We made it.